Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. In September, ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. New January, ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. I ask all dear book friends to vote for Wu Lian and support Xiao Mo. To be continued. Chapter 920 No Pill Stove. 9 Heaven's Holy Land. After Yang Kai came back, he immediately found Shu Wei and asked him to send someone out to inquire about the news. Yang Kai didn't tell him what kind of news he was going to inquire about. He only ordered him to send many disciples in all directions, instructing them to pay attention to whether there was any major incident in the place where they passed, and to let these disciples rush back to Jufeng within a month. Shu Wei did as he did, and didn't ask any further questions. From Yang Kai's solemn expression, Shu Wei also smelled an unusual aura. The Holy Master must have discovered something, otherwise he would never act like this. A few days later, early in the morning, Yang Kai came to his room and walked gently to the bed. On the bed, Sha Ningxiang still closed her eyes and focused. Her delicate body was motionless, and she should still be comprehending and digesting the information in the true alchemy formula. Yang Kai waited quietly for a while, seeing that she didn't respond, and then broke into her sea of consciousness. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, little senior sister slowly opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes curved into a crescent shape, which was truly beautiful. How is the harvest? Yang Kai asked. It's almost there, it's just about getting familiar with it in practice. Sha Ningxiang nodded lightly. Yang Kai nodded, and he wrapped the information of the true alchemy formula with the power of divine consciousness, and sent it directly to the spirit body of the little senior sister. With her understanding of alchemy and her own aptitude, she spent a few days to concoct the true alchemy formula. It is not difficult to understand thoroughly. Let's go, let's start alchemy now, and introduce you to a few masters by the way. Yang Kai grinned and took the initiative to withdraw the spirit body. The next moment, both of them woke up. In the wing room dedicated to alchemy, Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang walked in together. The 5 masters have been waiting for a long time, and each has an alchemy furnace of their own placed in front of them. Those alchemy furnaces are small and exquisite, with a line of fluorescent patterns flowing on them. The pill furnace is also the most important secret treasure of the masters. After 10 days of rest, the 5 of them are now full of energy, in high spirits, and looking forward. Seeing Yang Kai appear, the 5 Grand Masters couldn't help but look shocked and nodded with a smile. Chang Bao leaned his fat body against the wall and joked, I haven't practiced alchemy for 10 days. This old man feels a little nostalgic for alchemy. Boy, let's start quickly. Yang Kai smiled and said, that's what I mean. However, you are alchemy, and what are you doing with your beloved woman? Is it possible that you are not willing to part for a moment? He Feng chuckled and slowly shook his head. Young man, you are full of energy. You guys don't want to kiss me and me in front of us old guys. We're not all young, and if the scene is too exciting, we won't be able to bear it. Hong Feng also laughed. Sha Ningxiang was said to be at a loss, her face was embarrassed, her delicate face was bright red, she kept looking at Yang Kai with her eyes, and she looked a little ashamed. Come on little girl, come and sit at the old man's side, don't pay attention to these bad old men. Kong Ruiyu kindly waved to Sha Ningxiang. Sha Ningxiang looked at Yang Kai, and after Yang Kai nodded, she walked over to Kong Ruiyu and sat down. Very docile little girl, her eyes are clear and flawless, and she has not been polluted by this world. Yang Kai, you can't treat others badly in the future. Kong Ruiyu said earnestly. Senior, don't worry, the kid only loves senior sister, and will never treat her badly. The 5 Grand Masters were startled, as if they did not expect Yang Kai to say such blatant words in front of everyone. But if it is not from the heart, it is impossible to say that. Immediately aware of the depth of Yang Kai's feelings for this masked girl, they all praised. Sha Ningxiang's eyes couldn't help but have a look of happiness. Okay, I won't say more gossip, let's get started. Duan kept smiling and didn't interrupt until now. Yang Kai shouted outside, "Great Elder." Shu Wei pushed open the door in response, and said with a serious expression, "This subordinate has been waiting for a long time." As he spoke, he put down the prepared medicinal herbs and said, "This is the material for today's 20 pills, and there will be Holy Master Lao and a few masters. After the evening, the subordinates will be there. Come and get the medicine pill. Elder, go outside and bring in 10 more pills." Yang Kai ordered. Shu Wei was stunned. 10 more. The 5 masters also looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, and Chong Bao said, "Boy, alchemy is a matter of combining work and rest. If you are in poor condition and forcibly refine it, it is very likely that it will fail or the refined medicine will fail. The quality is not good. You can make 10 copies a day by yourself, we have seen it, but the old guys of us can only make 10 copies together. What to do with the extra 10 copies? Yeah, if you can't make good pills, you might as well not make them." Duan is also earnestly tempting. Excellent alchemists also have strict requirements for the pills they refine. If the quality is not good, very likely to ruin their reputation. Therefore, excellent alchemists do not allow inferior pills to be circulated outside. Yang Kai glanced at them and said with a smile, "I understand what the masters said, but don't worry, the extra 10 pills don't need to be refined by me, nor by several masters." "Who will make it?" He Feng's eyes widened, and he suddenly looked at Shu Wei with a suspicious look on his face. The first elder waved his hand quickly and sneered, "Master, don't look at me, I only know how to take medicinal pills. The way of alchemy is 10 orifices and 9 orifices, and there is no one left." He Feng nodded slightly, "You don't look like you can make alchemy." Shu Hui's face darkened, and he secretly said that these alchemy masters were really direct. Yang Kai, Kong Ruiyu glanced at Shanning Sheng thoughtfully, "Don't you mean to say that the 10 extra pills will be refined by your senior sister?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked towards Shanning Chong. Yang Kai chuckled, "That's what it means. She can also make holy pills." Chong Bao's eyes exploded, and he lost his voice. "Impossible, she's just a little bit older than you, even if she learns alchemy in her mother's womb, it's still worth it. It is impossible to have the ability to refine a holy pill." Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "I didn't start learning alchemy in my mother's womb." Several masters looked at him, and some said angrily, "You are different, some of you can't judge with common sense. Is she really able to refine holy pills? The old man doesn't believe it. Boy, don't make fun of us, be careful, the old guys are worried about you. This is their most proficient field, and it is also the most authoritative field. It's okay to be surpassed by Yang Kai, a rising star. There are always 1 or 2 geniuses in the world. If they are surpassed by his senior sister, the masters don't know how they feel what will become. I will definitely be very disappointed, even hit, and I will never recover." "I will," Sha Ning Chong suddenly said. Duan raised his brows, and suddenly recalled something, staring at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "She is the one you said before, the senior sister who is more powerful than you in alchemy." When he was in Boulder City before, Yang Kai had casually mentioned to him that a senior sister was even more accomplished in alchemy than him. At that time, Duan didn't quite believe it, but now he suddenly remembered it. Yang Kai nodded. Duan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Earning is false, seeing is believing, I will trouble the first elder to bring 10 more materials." Shu Wei said no more and left quickly. Not long after, another 10 materials were brought over. The wing was closed, leaving only 7 people scattered in various places, sitting cross-legged. The 5 masters were not in a hurry to start refining pills, but looked at Shanning Shang with shining light, as if to know if this little girl was really able to refine holy pills as she said. Being stared at by the 5 people, Sha Ning Chong couldn't help but look at Yang Kai timidly. However, he found that Yang Kai had already started to concoct the medicinal pills, and he couldn't help but pouted. "Little girl, what kind of pill stove are you using? Can you take it out and let the old man take a look?" Kong Ruiyu asked in a kindly manner. She saw that Shanning Shang seemed to be a little nervous, and she deliberately eased her emotions. "I don't have a pill furnace," Shanning Shang replied softly. "No pill furnace?" The 5 of them were stunned together, and Chong Bao shouted in a low voice, "How can you make pills without a pill furnace? This stinky boy is really making fun of the old man, and the old man is naive to take his role," really annoyed the old man. "It's so noisy." Kong Ruiyu glared at him, then looked at Sha Ning Shang with a smile, "Don't you use a pill furnace for alchemy?" Sha Ning Chong nodded lightly. This time, even Kong Ruiyu couldn't help showing a strange expression. Although he was a little unbelievable, he faintly felt that the little girl with such clear and flawless eyes must have a pure heart, and it should be impossible to lie. Patiently, then how do you usually make alchemy? How about we observe it now? We are not interested in anything else, but we are very obsessed with alchemy, and we really want to see how to make holy alchemy without a alchemy furnace. Dan's means. Sha Ning Chong still nodded, and slowly closed her beautiful eyes, as if she was stabilizing her mood. After a while, when she opened her eyes again, several masters found that the temperament of this little girl had undergone earth-shaking changes in an instant. Originally, Sha Ningxiang was shy, but now, she exudes an aura called confidence. There is no panic in her eyes, and she is extremely calm in her gestures. A piece of alchemy material was brought to her, and the medicinal materials were inspected one by one, meticulously. Material of holy pill, Kong Ruiyu whispered softly. As soon as he came up, he focused on the material of holy pill. Can it really be refined? The 5 masters were watching Sha Ningxiang reluctantly for a moment. But the little sister is no longer nervous. At this moment, she seems to have escaped into another world, and there is only the material of the holy pill left in front of her. Apart from that, there is nothing else. On the ground, a gentle force burst out from Sha Ningxiang's body. The moment they felt this power, all the 5 masters were stunned. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 921. What made the 5 masters stunned was not the power of Sha Ningxiang. Although she is an extraordinary third layer, the masters don't care, they only think that she is a prodigy of martial arts like Yang Kai. The key point is that the attribute of strength in her body is neither fire nor yang. Whether it is alchemy or alchemy, it is necessary to use scorching power to combine the essence of medicinal effects and minerals, so that the medicinal pills and secret treasures can be tempered into the shape they want, and they can also play the role of materials. Therefore, alchemists must cultivate fire or yang attributes, and the real energy in their bodies must also have hot power. But in the power that Sha Ningxiang burst out, there was only a very soft aura that was close to nature. How to make alchemy? The 5 masters were all stunned. But the next moment, they were all shocked. The sacred medicinal herbs were wrapped by invisible power and suspended in front of Sha Ningxiang. Under the gentle force close to nature, all these medicinal herbs actually disintegrated, and the essence of the medicine condensed together, forming a drop incomparably pure medicinal liquid. Those useless impurities are all discarded. Sha Ningxiang's body didn't move, only the power in her body was constantly mobilizing, and her 2 jade hands were holding strange seals and hitting those herbs. The expressions of the masters changed, and everyone showed unbelievable expressions, staring at Sha Ningxiang for a moment, for fear of missing any of her actions. With the eyesight of the 5 masters, it is natural to see that the little girl in front of her has profound attainments in alchemy. Let them do it themselves. I am afraid it may not be better than Sha Ningxiang. The medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs were not wasted in the slightest. Under her wonderful technique, they were all condensed and gradually converged. Drop by drop of medicinal liquid, like pearls, suspended in front of Sha Ningxiang. Jade pointed out, the power in the body burst out coherently. Sha Ningxiang used the finger as the pen and the real essence as the ink, and painted a delicate spiritual array in the air. The speed is fast to the limit. Everyone keenly discovered that the spirit array diagram she used was almost exactly the same as that used by Yang Kai, and it was clearly taught by the same person. Gradually, the 5 masters were caught in their minds and all held their breaths, daring not to make the slightest sound, for fear of disturbing Sha Ningxiang. They no longer doubt whether Sha Ningxiang can concoct alchemy, and the miraculous scene in front of them has already explained this problem well. It is impossible for those who do not know how to concoct pills to understand the spirit formation of pill concocting, and it is impossible to perfect the liquid medicine. Moreover, Sha Ningxiang's alchemy technique has an aesthetic feeling, which makes them fascinated and forget their own existence. Following Sha Ningxiang's actions, all 5 people found that they seemed to fall into a magical world, that is the world of alchemy. A broad avenue is at his feet, and the front is bright. At this moment, everyone felt that their souls had been baptized, and the alchemy technique that had been soaked in for 100 years seemed to show signs of sublimation. Gradually, the complex and mysterious spirit formation diagram took shape, and the lines shone with light, pulling the medicinal liquids to the center. It is clearly visible that the fusion and conflict between the medicinal liquids have undergone a gratifying change, and a prototype of a medicinal pill has appeared faintly. The 5 masters all widened their eyes and looked excited. They have been refining pills for so many years, but they have never seen a pill form under their eyes. The medicinal pills they refined were all formed in the pill furnace, and could not be seen by the naked eye. It was not until this moment that they knew that the formation of the medicinal pill was so fascinating and dazzling, like the birth of a new life, and the medicinal pill exuded a vigorous energy aura. The masters were in ups and downs, almost unable to speak, all of them stretched their necks, as if they wanted to get closer and observe more carefully. The elixir showed a beautiful appearance little by little, and the masters' minds were also poured into the elixir, and they were very nervous with its birth. After a long time, the tangy danxiang suddenly filled the air, shocking everyone, feeling that a big stone in their hearts fell, and their body and mind were relaxed. Sha Ningqiang reached out and grabbed the medicinal pill in front of her. She pinched it with her long and fair fingers. After looking carefully for a while, her brows were slightly wrinkled, and she seemed a little dissatisfied, but she still put it on. Into the jade bottle prepared in advance. At the same time, Yang Kai also refined a holy pill, stretched out his hand and patted the pill furnace. The holy pill flew out, fell precisely into the bottle in his hand, and was sealed by him. 2 Dan incense with subtle differences permeated this wing room, making people feel refreshed. The room was quiet, and the needles could be heard falling. Only the heartbeats of the 5 masters could be heard from their chests. Sha Ningqiang just woke up from the world of alchemy, and when she looked up, she saw 5 pairs of eyes staring at her like a hungry wolf foraging in the snow. Several seniors. Sha Ningqiang was startled, and when she spoke, she quickly turned her eyes to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that they were in shock now, and some did not calm down, and said, "A few masters now believe the words of the kid." Duan glanced at him, then nodded with a wry smile. "It's really better to see it once you hear it." Everyone finally came back to their senses. Chongbao frowned and looked puzzled. "But I haven't figured it out yet. She doesn't have the true essence of fire and yang attributes, how to condense the effect of medicine, but the properties of this real essence are not right. I'm not too sure. Doesn't alchemy require scorching power?" He Feng also kept shaking his head, watching Sha Ningqiang concoct alchemy once. "Now I doubt my knowledge." Kong Ruiyu looked thoughtful, and after thinking for a long time, he said, "Have you ever heard that there is a special physique in this world that is specially born for alchemy?" "A special physique?" Duan's expression was shocked, and he suddenly remembered. "You mean the holy body of medicine spirit?" Hong Fang exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, it's the holy body of medicine spirit." Kong Ruiyu looked at Sha Ningqiang with burning eyes. "This little girl may be the body of the holy body of medicine spirit. If that's the case, then it can explain why she can concoct pills without a pill furnace or scorching power." Duan nodded in agreement. As top alchemists, several masters have naturally heard of the medicine spirit holy body, and they know the magic of this special physique. Comparing it with Sha Ningqiang's performance, they are more and more sure of this guess. "Boy, is your senior sister a special physique?" Chongbao confirmed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. No wonder, it turned out to be the legendary physique. The eyes of the masters became brighter and brighter. Looking at Sha Ningqiang, it was like looking at the biggest treasure in the alchemy world, and their expressions were a mess. "You two, brothers and sisters, are really good at attacking people." Duan couldn't help but smile. "I don't have any confidence in alchemy anymore. Yeah, I also doubt that I have lived in vain for so long." He Feng also looked unbearable and sighed. "But in comparison, the kid is not as good as this little girl." Hong Fang laughed. "It's the same as refining holy pills. In terms of time alone, this little girl is superior." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "No way, senior sister has always been better than me in alchemy." "No, it seems that junior brother has not been learning alchemy for a long time. He didn't know how to do alchemy before." Sha Ningqiang waved his hand quickly. "Don't compliment each other, hurry up and continue refining, there are 30 pills that need refining today." Chongbao couldn't wait to observe again, and kept urging. "Yeah, but let's talk about it first. We were beaten a lot by you guys. Our old guys will not refine them today, so as not to waste the medicinal materials." He Feng added. "Okay, today's 30 copies of the medicinal herbs will be handed over to me and the younger sister." Yang Kai and Sha Ningqiang looked at each other, smiled knowingly, no more words, and continued to invest in the great cause of alchemy. Time flies. The 5 masters have been gathering around Sha Ningqiang, not letting go of any details of her movements, and there is no one who cares about Yang Kai. They have been watching Yang Kai's alchemy for a while, and now that there is a Sha Ningqiang, they naturally don't want to miss these new techniques. Yang Kai was also so happy, and Sha Ningqiang was even more excited. She didn't have many holy level materials to practice her hands before, but now she came to the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and she no longer had to worry about the materials, and now she spared no effort to refine it. Moreover, with the special physique of the holy body of medicine spirit, when she is concocting alchemy, her strength is countless times faster than the strength that can be improved by meditation. Shanning Shang herself had said before that her alchemy was just cultivation, and she didn't notice fatigue at all. It was busy until the evening, and the 30 medicinal pills were finally refined. Yang Kai felt a little haggard, but Shanning Shang was in a good mood, and he looked like he was still unfinished. Shu Wei came, took the 30 pills, took them out of the Holy Land, and handed them over to the warriors waiting outside the 9 peaks. Those warriors were full of praise, and they all praised the Holy Land Master for his skills. After 10 days of cultivation, the share of refining medicinal pills suddenly increased a lot. This made those who were waiting in line for the alchemy also very happy. The number of medicinal pills refined by Holy Land Masters increases every day, and the time they need to wait will be shorter. At this moment, Yang Kai, Shanning Shang and the 5 masters have all returned to their rooms, closed their eyes and meditated, and realized what they had gained today. On the second day, it continued. It was not until 3 days later that the 5 masters began to practice alchemy, practicing their own experience in the process of alchemy. In the wing room, the incense of elixir is filled all the time, and one after another, the holy elixir of elixir is released, and the scene is gratifying. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 922 Search. Time flies, and a month later, the Holy Land disciples who were sent by Shu Wei to inquire about the news rushed back. After listening to their reports, the Great Elder also faintly realized that something seemed to have changed in this world, and immediately rushed to the Holy Land. The main garden asked to see Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been waiting for this day for a long time, so he did not go to alchemy. Inside the hall, Shu Wei said with a strange expression, "Holy Master, those disciples who sent out after a months-long journey to inquire about all kinds of major events that happened along the way, found a very strange phenomenon. What? In the entire continent, there are suddenly many entrances to different mysterious small realms." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, his expression solemn. Since the entrance of the Holy Mausoleum opened, the gate of the starry sky opened, and the entrance to the Shaoxuanji appeared 2,000 miles away, Yang Kai had a bad guess, so he asked Shu Wei to send his disciples out to investigate. The results of the investigation were basically the same as his guess, which made him smell some uneasy breath. Shu Wei continued. Through the visits and investigations of the disciples, it was found that the entrances to the Shaoxuanji all seemed to be opened at the same time, and they opened by themselves. During this time, the warriors of the entire continent were caught in a daze for a while. Entering the craze of treasure hunting in the Shaoxuan realm, countless people came and went in and out of the Shaoxuan realm, but the disciples said that most of the Shaoxuan realm was empty and had no breath of life. The two really have some ancient ruins and treasures. Did you find out when those entrances were opened? Shu Wei nodded. It seems like a month and a half ago. A month and a half, more and more confirmed Yang Kaido's suspicion. This time is the time when Yang Kai rescued Meng Wuya and Shanning Shang. The strange space where the great demon god's distraction is located, shouldn't it really have something to do with these small mysterious realms? The great demon god said that that place is the center of the entire continent. If it is destroyed, unimaginable things will happen. Did what he said at the time refer to the current situation? Precisely because that place was the center of the continent, after it was destroyed, the hidden Shaoxuan realms in various parts of the continent were able to reappear in the human world. However, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Why does the great demon god's distraction look so cautious? Moreover, the tone of his speech at the time was as if a catastrophe was about to come, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Seeing that Yang Kai's expression was uncertain, Shu Wei didn't dare to say more, and stood aside waiting for instructions. After a long time, the great elder asked tentatively, "Holy Master, should we also go to explore the Shaoxuan realm in the Holy Land? Maybe there will be some unexpected gains, and the disciples have been cultivating almost during this period of time, yes. Time to get out and move around." Yang Kai looked up at him, pondered for a while, and suddenly nodded. "Yes, the disciples of the Holy Land can go out and explore Shaoxuanji at will, but let them help me pay attention to some news." "Holy Master, please ask. If there is a place like the central capital, the evil land of dark clouds, or the heavenly wolf kingdom in the mysterious little realm, report it as soon as possible without delay." "Yes, Shu Wei didn't ask more about what those place names meant. Just by looking at Yang Kai's face, he knew that these places were definitely very important to him. In addition, help me find Wu Jia, and say that I have something to ask him for help. Yang Kai ordered again. The great elder then retired respectfully. Sitting upright on the chair in the hall, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Although what happened this time was unexpected, it might be an opportunity to return to the central capital. He has always been concerned about his relatives in Zhongdu, but he has never been able to find a way back. In the past, he was uncertain and his strength was low. Now he has finally settled down and has a huge amount of power in his hands. He naturally wants to bring his relatives and friends here, so that they can enjoy a better cultivation environment. This time, all the entrances to the hidden Shaoxuanji on the entire continent have opened up on their own, and some of those entrances will definitely lead to the world where he came from. Because the central capital is strictly speaking a small mysterious world. However, it is slightly different from other Shaoxuan realms. The world in the central capital is relatively large. If there is any holy realm powerhouse with bad intentions to go to the central capital, with the background of the 8 great families, it is impossible to resist. He must find his way home as soon as possible and return to the central capital one step ahead of others. An hour later, Wu Jia hurried over. Yang Kai asked him to use the current power of the Netherworld sect to help him pay attention to the news of the central capital. Wu Jia agreed, and hurried back to deploy. Since the relationship with Yang Kai, Wu Jia's Netherworld sect has been smooth sailing, and he will naturally not refuse Yang Kai's request. After doing this, Yang Kai and Sha Ningxiang exhorted, and sacrificed the flying sky shuttle alone, turning into a azure light and disappearing among the 9 peaks. A day later, he appeared in Soaring Heaven sect. In Shisho Peak, he found Martial Uncle Fei Yu, and he also asked her to use the power of Soaring Heaven sect to help him keep an eye on the information. After a long delay, Yang Kai left again. 2 days later, the Dragon Phoenix House. In the Dragon Pavilion, as the Dragon Emperor, Sun Yu sat cross-legged, cultivating the most precious martial arts secrets in the Dragon and Phoenix Palace. Since Sun Yu successfully entered the Dragon Valley Forbidden Land a few years ago and started the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, he has become the most eye-catching existence in the entire Dragon Phoenix Mansion. Palace Master Chen Zhou and the elders also regarded him as the greatest hope for revitalizing the sect, providing him with the best cultivation environment and abundant supplies. It has been a year and a half since he came out of the Dragon Valley safely. During this time, Sun Yu's cultivation has made some progress, but he cannot satisfy himself. Because when Sun Yu entered the Dragon Valley, it took 2 years for him to go from the 7th floor of the True Essence Realm to the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension Realm, crossing a big realm. But now after a year and a half, he has only grown to the peak of the Immortal Ascension Realm, and the slow progress in strength is somewhat disappointing. However, because of his status as the Dragon Sovereign, the Palace Lord and the elders would not say much, but patiently waited for the moment when he soared into the sky. Only Sun Yu knew in his heart that the real Dragon Emperor was someone else. During the 2 years in the Dragon Valley, his strength increased rapidly, and that was because of the teaching of that senior. More than a year after the senior left, Sun Yu practiced diligently, but he could only guarantee that his strength would grow faster than ordinary people. But such a speed undoubtedly disappointed the Palace Master and the Master. In addition, during these days, the Palace Lord has been arguing that he wants to help him find the Phoenix Queen. Sun Yu was so annoyed that he could only close his eyes. The matter of looking for the Phoenix Queen was put on hold. While meditating, Sun Yu suddenly felt a warning sign in his heart. He felt as if a pair of eyes were paying attention to him, and the atmosphere in the room became different from before. Huo Di opened his eyes and shouted, "Who?" There was a man standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. His expression was friendly, and he praised, "Alertness is good, it seems that he has grown a lot." Hearing this man's voice and looking at his body shape and appearance, Sun Yu was overjoyed, got up quickly, and said in a low voice, "Senior Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Why did you come? When did you come?" Sun Yu was so excited that he rushed to Yang Kai and asked. "Just here." Yang Kai replied casually, "Speak softly, there are 2 transcendent realms guarding this place outside." "Oh." Sun Yu glanced outside, shrank his neck involuntarily, lowered his voice, and moved a chair diligently over. "Senior Yang, sit down." When Yang Kai sat down, he respectfully poured him a glass of water, and then stood aside with his hands down, looking at him with a smile on his face, as if he had seen the kindest person. Spiritual mind turned around on Sun Yu. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "The cultivation base is progressing well. Have you been cultivating hard during this period of time?" Sun Yu said with a bitter expression. Senior Yang, don't make fun of me, this progress may be good compared to the average person, but compared with the expectations placed on me by the palace master and the master, it is far worse. Also, I'm not satisfied myself. Don't worry, the strength is slowly growing up. Senior Yang, when can you tell palace master everything? I'm under a lot of pressure during this time. Sun Yu said with a bitter face. I understand. Yang Kai nodded, but now is not the time. Suddenly, from a very ordinary disciple, he became the hope of the entire sect. Maybe at the beginning, Sun Yu would be overjoyed and enjoy the feeling of being watched, but after he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders, I can understand what it means to be out of my place and not to pursue my own affairs. Stress is normal, it will take a while. Yang Kai comforted, he was going to wait for Su Yan to be brought back to inherit the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen from the Phoenix Nest, and then tell the people of the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion about this, and then the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Queen will be together. Appeared, presumably they will happily accept it. Then Senior Yang is here this time, what's the matter? There is indeed something I need your help with. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he told Sun Yu the matter of asking Wu Jia and Senior Uncle Fei Yu again. Sun Yu naturally would not refuse. Half a day later, many elites from Longfeng Mansion were dispatched in all directions under the orders of Mansion Master Chen Zhou. Yang Kai had said goodbye to Sun Yu, left the Dragon Phoenix Mansion, stood on the flying sky shuttle, let go of his spiritual sense, and paid attention to the movements around him. He used all the connections he could use, just to find out the news from the central capital as soon as possible. Originally, he wanted to go to the water temple again, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Shui Ling knew his origin. If they really found the entrance to the central capital world, there is no need to say it himself, Shui Ling will also send someone to the news came from the Nine Heavens Holy Land. During the rapid flight, Yang Kai's spiritual sense was placed outside. Once he noticed any fluctuations in the power of the void nearby, he would immediately go to check to see if there was an entrance to the mysterious small realm. If so, enter it directly, to see if the Shaoxuanji is the land that grows and nurtures itself. Disappointment again and again and again and again, making him anxious. The 8 great families of the central capital are second to none over there, but they are nothing compared to the Tongshuan continent. If there is any faction that finds out there and takes a fancy to it, they might make a big deal out of it. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. 923 Too enthusiastic. One day 2 months later, Yang Kai returned from outside. Returning to the Holy Lord's garden, he summoned Shu Wei and asked him if the disciples had discovered anything during this period, but nothing had been gained. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. 2 months ago, he used all his interpersonal relationships and asked several forces to pay attention to the news from the central capital. In addition, the Nine Heavens Holy Land itself was also inquiring, but he still found nothing. And for the past 2 months, he himself has been looking for the entrance to Shaoxuanji everywhere. He has entered and exited 20 or 30 Shaoxuan realms, but none of them led to the central capital. The rapid speed of Fati and Shuo helped a lot at this time. In 2 months, Yang Kai ran almost all over the territory of half-human beings. Every 3 days, he would return to the Holy Land so as not to miss useful information. But he never got any news. Shu Wei had already retreated, and a fragrant wind was blowing. Yang Kai looked up and saw Shanning Shang dressed in a light veil, standing in front of him with a graceful figure. It seemed that he could feel the anxiety in Yang Kai's heart, and the beauty in his eyes. There was also a look of empathy. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms to sit down in the exclamation of the little senior sister, and asked, as the medicine finished. Shanning Shang nodded lightly. Thanks to what happened in the Shaoxuan realm during this time, fewer and fewer people came here to ask for pills, so there are not many pills to be refined now. Because of the sudden appearance of many Shaoxuanji, most of the warriors were thinking about getting a piece of the pie, so they left Jufeng and went outside to look for opportunities. As a result, people who come to seek pills outside Jufeng no longer need to wait in line. It also allowed Shanning Shang and several masters to be free. The 2 brothers and sisters were skin to skin, sniffing each other's breath, and their hearts were peaceful. Junior brother, are you looking for the passage to the central capital? Shanning Shang suddenly asked aloud. You asked if the elder is old. Yang Kai was stunned. Shanning Shang shook her head. I can see it myself. Strictly speaking, the Zongdu area is also Shaoxuanji. I couldn't find the entrance before, but now that the entrance opens on its own, it should have been discovered long ago, but it has been no news has come out. Junior brother, you must be very worried. You also often run outside during this time, so I guessed it. Quote. Well, I was looking for it, but unfortunately I didn't find it. There will always be clues. Junior brother is not in a hurry. Sha Ningqiang, comforted in a soft voice, took the initiative to hold Yang Kai's big hand, and sighed faintly. At such a critical time, the master doesn't know where to go. If he was there, there would be someone who could negotiate. Quote. Manager Meng, he might have something important to do. Yang Kai didn't know where shopkeeper Meng went at this juncture. But since he left immediately when he came to Nine Heavens Holy Land, and even Sha Ningqiang was handed over to Yang Kai to take care of it, it must be a big deal. Yang Kai even wondered if he had gone to the demon border. After all, he suffered a big loss under the demon Venerable back then, so he might go to the demon Venerable again after recovering his strength this time. If this is the case, then the future of Dream Shopkeeper is worrisome. Denga-denga-denga-dang, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Like a frightened rabbit, Sha Ningqiang hurriedly jumped up from Yang Kai's embrace, blushing, and stood aside a little embarrassedly. When no one is there, she can be gentle with Yang Kai, but in front of outsiders, she can't let go. The person who came in was Xu Wei, who was in a hurry. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. What else is there to do with the elder? Xu Wei just reported to Yang Kai the news that the disciples had inquired about during this period of time, and he hurriedly returned here not long after he left. Obviously he had something to report. Holy Master, 2 women have come outside and are asking to see you bluntly. Xu Wei carefully looked at Sha Ningqiang's expression and reported with a light cough. Woman. Yang Kai frowned. What kind of woman? Very beautiful, and very young. Xu Wei did not look sideways, and bluntly confessed. He said seriously, clearly thought that the 2 women were the love debts caused by Yang Kai outside, and now he is looking for him. Sha Ningqiang also thought so. She couldn't help but pursed her lips and chuckled. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai faintly, and said softly, Junior brother, I'll go back to my room first. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he said with awe, I don't know any beautiful young women outside. Are they Yunzan and Ruan Xinyu of the Independent Pride Alliance? The old man saw it last time. It's not them. Xu Wei shook his head, his eyes lit up and said, by the way, those 2 girls should be twins. They look the same, but their temperament is a little different. One is charming, the other is elf. Well, it's rare. What a nice girl to see. He looks like Yang Kai is not shallow, and he obviously believes that the 2 people who come here have some unclear relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face changed suddenly. Huodi got up, and said in a low voice, twins. Yeah. Xu Wei didn't know why Yang Kai reacted so strongly, looked at him in astonishment, and continued, and according to this old man's observation, what kind of special exercises these 2 girls should be practicing, their life aura is generally lacking. Second, even the power fluctuations emanating from the body are exactly the same. The strength, which is probably in the transcendent first layer, gives people a feeling that cannot be ignored. It is really weird. Even if they are twins, they are not. There should be no difference between life breath and power fluctuations. Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened and became glittering. Sha Ningqiang also stopped, standing in place to cover her mouth, a look of surprise and joy in her beautiful eyes. The 2 brothers and sisters looked at each other and both thought of a possibility. Where is the person? Yang Kai hurriedly asked, and at the same time, the spiritual sense was released. Just outside the peak. Take me to meet them. I'm going too, Sha Ningqiang said hurriedly. Xu Wei was speechless, and stood still, feeling anxious for Yang Kai in his heart, thinking about this senior sister of the Holy Master. Do you want to embarrass those 2 women? But looking at her appearance, she is not such a person. What are you doing? Yang Kai let out a low voice and flew out with Sha Ningqiang. Xu Wei bravely followed, secretly deciding that if a few women start a fight, he will immediately apply oil to the soles of his feet, so that the Holy Master will have a headache. Yan Fu is not easy to enjoy. Xu Wei, who had come from the past, naturally knew how terrifying it would be if a woman spilled it. Outside Jufeng, 2 graceful women were standing there quietly. One is a little elf, and the 2 stand together, which makes people involuntarily give birth to a kind of intoxicating visual impact. The few Holy Land disciples who were guarding here kept looking at them secretly with their eyes, secretly amazed. I didn't dare to look too much, and from time to time I took a look at them when they weren't paying attention, and then I remembered it in my heart, and I was quite satisfied. Sister, these people are really annoying. They've been peeking. The woman on the right pursed her red lips and whispered in the ear of the woman on the left. Don't pay attention to them. The woman on the left shook her head and said with a tender smile, isn't it allowed for others to take a few glances? Anyway, they don't lose a piece of meat. Men are all of this virtue, and there are many people who hate them more than others, exist. But that person is different. That person, the elder sister's face became a lot more solemn, showing a look of memory. That person has been gone for more than 10 years, and he has never heard from him. I don't know if the person here is him. I think it is. The elder sister glanced at the younger sister and sneered, although I hope so, it always feels impossible. According to others, the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land has the cultivation of the extraordinary third-layer realm. Only with the highest inheritance can he have today's cultivation. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot improve faster than our cultivation. The speed of the two of you and me cultivating together is twice as fast as ordinary people. Quote, Sister, have you forgotten the miracles he created in Zhongdu and Zhanchang? Any impossible things are possible with him. I hope, but if it's him, how did he become the master of this place in just 10 years? This kind of power is not comparable to the 8 great families. My sister sighed, although she also held out a little hope, but it still feels a little unrealistic. I don't know what's going on at the sect. The younger sister looked worried. No matter what happens over there, we can't go back now. The only hope is to find him quickly and let him think of a way. Well, someone is here. While speaking, my sister looked up into the distance and saw 3. The figure quickly galloped towards this side. The 3 of them were flying extremely fast, and with her current cultivation, she could only see a string of afterimages. When the 3 came to fall in front of him, the beautiful eyes of the 2 sisters brightened, some in disbelief, and some looking forward with relief. The disciple has seen the Holy Master and the Great Elder. The Holy Land disciple who guarded this place respectfully saluted. The Great Elder waved his hand and did not speak, but just stood behind Yongkai to observe his words. He found that when he saw the 2 girls, the Holy Master laughed. Although silent, he was full of heart and soul, as if he had reunited with the old man after a long absence. It's really you. Sha Ningchong also covered her mouth and exclaimed. Yongkai. The 2 sisters seemed to be a little overexcited, shouting in unison, and then under the dumbfounded gaze of the elders, they rushed over and gave Yongkai a solid hug. Move neatly like the same person. Embracing left and right, the tender body is in his arms, extremely soft, and there is an amazing elasticity from his chest. Yongkai stood there at a loss, obviously stunned. So enthusiastic. After not seeing each other for 10 years, the 2 sisters became so enthusiastic that they took the initiative to embrace, which made Yongkai overwhelmed. Sha Ningchong just stood aside and chuckled lightly, and didn't mind at all. The Great Elder looked up at the sky with a focused expression, as if there was a great mystery in the sky. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 924 Wait and See. Outside Jufeng, Yongkai hugged from left to right, with 2 identical beauties in his arms, and a veiled little senior sister standing beside him. The Holy Land disciple in charge of guarding this place glared his eyes out with admiration on his face, thinking that the Holy Master is the Holy Master. The means are so serious that even such pretty sisters have been conquered together, truly a role model for men. It's almost done, what are you 2 doing? Yongkai was almost out of breath, the amazing softness from his chest made him feel anxious for a while, and he quickly touched the waists of the 2 women. Bundle. Only then did the 2 sisters let go of him and stared at him with gritted teeth. Why? Yongkai looked vigilant, you brought it up yourself, and it's not that I want to eat your tofu. I haven't seen you for so many years, you are still so annoying. The charming woman snorted softly, we have been thinking about your safety all these years, so it turns out that you have become a holy master here, and you are worried for nothing. So long. Are you worried about me? Yongkai looked at them in amazement, then I'm really honored. I didn't, it was Meyer who kept talking about you. The woman blushed and denied it. My sister has it. No, okay, don't start bickering as soon as you meet, let's go in and talk about it. Sha Ningsheng also recovered and set aside. Yongkai grinned and waved at the 2 sisters. Come with me, don't treat yourself as an outsider when you get here. I don't know. The elder sister snorted and took her sister along with Sha Ningsheng, and took the lead towards Jufeng expert. Yongkai shook his head with a smile, staring at their backs, his face gradually became serious. The two sisters were the Hujia sisters, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier, from the Blood War gang. Because Yang Kai has been inquiring about the information on the central capital during this time, when he heard the elder report that a pair of twins came to him, the figure of the Hu family sisters involuntarily appeared in his mind. Then the words of the elder also confirmed his guess. In the days of the inheritance cave, Yang Kai and Su Yan obtained the last inheritance, that is, the inheritance of the Dragon Phoenix Palace. But the Hu family sisters also had the chance to get a set of magic skills. After cultivating this set of magical skills, the two people's life breath and power fluctuations can be exactly the same. They will appear here, which means that the central capital and Tongshuan continent have really been connected, and perhaps something worrying has happened. Holy Master, those two girls. Shu Wei waited for a while, wanting to inquire about the origin of the twins and Yang Kai's relationship, but felt that he was too gossip. It's not what you think. Yang Kai gave him a sideways glance. This subordinate understands. Shu Wei nodded quickly. Entering Jufeng, the two sisters walked around while looking around, constantly exclaiming, "Comparable." When they came here, they suddenly had an eye-opening feeling that the two sisters were like two village girls entering a prosperous city, and their eyes were dizzying. In the Holy Master Garden, Shanning Shang arranged for the two sisters to sit down. Yang Kai personally poured a cup of tea for them, and Linger brought a rare fruit bowl, which was graciously entertained. The Hu family sisters didn't seem to have had a good rest for a long time, and their pretty faces were full of exhaustion, and their strength was also consumed a lot. Hu Jiaoer picked up two unceremoniously, handed one to Hu Meier, and ate them. Yang Kai and Sha Ningchong sat next to them, waiting for them to recover. After eating several spirit fruits one after another, the two seemed to recover, and Yang Kai said, "Looking at you, you are all busy. Have you traveled for a long time?" The Hu family sisters, "Almost 3 months." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "Thank you for your hard work." The strength of the two of them now is extraordinary one level, and it is true that the strength of the 3 consecutive months is not light, and it is inevitable to be so tired. Yang Kai, you have to hurry back to the central capital, something may have happened there. Hu Jiaoer suddenly frowned and shouted, looking anxious. "I know." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You know." The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement. "To be honest, recently, some things have happened here. I have been searching for the way back, but I couldn't find it. It happened that you came here today. Tell me carefully how you got here." The Hu family sisters looked at each other and Hu Jiaoer said, "Do you still remember the place where the inheritance cave opened up? That's where one of my Hu family's mines is located." "Of course I remember." Yang Kai nodded. It looked like it was about 3 or 4 months ago, but some strange phenomena suddenly appeared there. After listening to Hu Jiaoer's remarks, Yang Kai understood why the two sisters came to Tongshuan continent, and why they traveled so far to find the 9 Heavens Holy Land. 3 or 4 months ago, in the place where the inheritance cave had appeared, a dark cave suddenly appeared. The Hu sisters received the notification from the disciples below and went to investigate together. Because in today's Blood War gang, and even in the whole world, the strength of the Hu sisters is considered to be the top. Just because they had some confidence in their own strength, the Hu family sisters were not afraid of danger and entered the dark hole, wanting to investigate carefully. After all, there was an inheritance cave heaven once there. They mistakenly thought that the entrance of the cave was similar to inheritance cave heaven, but they did not know that it was the entrance to the void corridor leading to Tongshuan continent. Inadvertently, he came to Tongshuan continent. The two sisters surveyed the neighborhood for 2 days and found that the world here was completely different from what they had guessed. There were actually many traces of the activities of warriors, and among those warriors, there were many masters who couldn't even see the depth. It was clear in my heart that I had come to an extraordinary place. When he was about to return to the bloody battle gang along the original road, he was horrified to find that the entrance through which he passed when he came was surrounded by a force of warriors. There are many strong men in that force, and the two sisters are alone, and they can't get close at all. When they get close, they will be intimidated and forced to retreat. As a last resort, the two could only stay nearby, trying to see if they could find a chance to return. But it has never been satisfactory. At this time, they remembered Yang Kai who left the central capital 10 years ago. With the mentality of a dead horse being a living horse doctor, they went around to inquire about Yang Kai's news, wondering if he was also in this world, and if so, if he was there. How can I return to Zhongdu? I didn't have much hope, and I didn't know if I asked. In today's world, the prestige of the 9 Heavens Holy Land is unmatched, and the name of the Lord of the Holy Land, Yang Kai, is also widely known. After some inquiries, I found that the age and appearance of the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land were very similar to those I knew, so I hurried to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The reason why the two sisters were so excited when they saw Yang Kai was entirely because this Yang Kai was really the one they knew, and the burden that had been hanging in their hearts for several months suddenly fell to the ground, which made them so rude. I didn't expect you to be the Holy Master of this place, but it's easier to handle now. Since you are in charge of a holy land, you must be able to communicate with that faction so that they don't hurt the bloody war gang and the people in Zhongdu. Isn't it right? Hu Jiao looked at Yang Kai earnestly, pinning all her hopes on him. Do you still remember where you came from? What is the name of the force that drove you away? I don't remember where I came from. Hu Jiao shook her head slowly. This place is really too big, but I heard from the nearby warriors that force seems to be called the Free and Easy Divine Sect. Xiaoyao Divine Sect. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely feeling that he had heard of it somewhere. This place is not close. And Ling'er, who had been sitting next to her listening, interjected, these two girls should have detoured a bit, or they should be able to reach my holy place within 2 months. Do you know this power? Yang Kai turned his attention to her. And Ling'er pursed her lips and smiled. The saintess has learned a lot, naturally including the strength and position distribution of the forces in the world. This free divine sect is not weak. There are several saint realm masters in charge, the most powerful one, it should be the 2 layers of holy. That is equivalent to my holy land. Let's put it that way. And Ling'er nodded with a smile. However, in terms of reputation and prestige, it is naturally impossible to compare with the current holy land, but it should not be underestimated. Hearing her say that, the Hu sisters' faces became solemn. In their opinion, this Nine Heavens Holy Land is already quite tyrannical, but it can only tie with that free and easy God sect. Then it depends on whether they know each other or not. If they know each other, I will naturally treat them well. If they don't know each other, then how about you? Wait and see. Yang Kai grinned, a cold light blooming in his eyes, absorbing the soul like a sharp sword. The beautiful eyes of the Hu sisters were bright and radiant. This man is still as strong as he was back then. Anyone who dares to underestimate or hostile to him will pay a heavy price. The hearts of the two sisters relaxed instantly, and secretly felt that as long as Yang Kai stepped out, there was no need to worry about the situation on the Zongmen side. A wave of divine sense spread out from Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, and after a while, there was a sound of hunting and hunting outside the hall. The 6 elders of the Holy Land and the 4 leaders of the ancient demon clan all appeared. Holy Lord, Lord, everyone saluted and looked at Yang Kai solemnly. I don't know why he summoned all the high-level officials in the Holy Land, but they also smelled an unusual aura. Feeling the tyranny of the 10 people who came over, the Hu sisters didn't dare to take a breath. In the world on the Zongdu side, their strengths are at the top, and the sisters join forces, they can almost be said to be invincible in the world, but at this moment, they are horrified to find that no one standing here is something they can resist. Fang Xin was shocked at the same time, and was also excited by the power in Yang Kai's hands. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 925. My lord, what's the matter with this call? In the main hall, Li Rong asked while looking at the 2 sisters of the Hu family. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Based on her strength, it can be seen that although the 2 sisters are not high in strength, their cultivation techniques are quite strange. Even if they are twins, there should be no difference between life traces and breath fluctuations. All the experts in the Holy Realm also discovered this interesting phenomenon, and they all looked at the Hu sisters a few more times. I want to go out. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the crowd and said casually, Li Rong and Han Fei will join me. The 2 leaders of the ancient demon clan responded. In addition, I still need an elder who is familiar with the road to lead the way. Yang Kai looked indifferent, and then turned his attention to the 6 elders, who among you recognizes the way to the free and easy God sect? I know this subordinate. Shi Kun stepped forward. Then Elder Shi Kun will also come with me, and the others will stay in the Holy Land. Holy Master, is there a dispute with that unfettered divine sect? Shu Wei asked with a frown. Yang Kai's expression was not right, and his tone was a little different from usual, which made him sense something was wrong. There is no dispute, but there may be, so I need to bring a few masters over. That subordinate also. Don't go, the elders. Yang Kai interrupted him before he could finish his words. There will always be someone in the Holy Land, you stay, and you can handle the affairs here. Shu Wei thought about it for a while, and felt that what Yang Kai said was the same, so he didn't insist. Little senior sister, you also stay. Yang Kai looked at Sha Ningxiang again, Treasurer Meng may be back soon. Well, I'm not going, I'll stay here to make alchemy and wait for the master by the way. Sha Ningxiang nodded obediently. We're going, the Hu sisters said in unison. Yang Kai looked at them, noticed the firmness of their expressions, and nodded slightly. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier smiled. It's not too late, let's go now. Yang Kai waved his hand without delay, and went to the layman first. Outside the Holy Master Garden, Yang Kai simply told the commanders and elders who stayed behind, and only then sacrificed the flying sky shuttle. The flying shuttle is about 30 feet long, and it is not a problem to carry 7 or 8 people to fly, and because of the defensive enchantment of the flying shuttle, no matter how fast it flies, it will not feel the harassment of the headwind. It's just that Yang Kai clearly felt that the power consumed by carrying so many people showed a geometric increase. Shi Kun stood at the front, guiding the direction and the road, while the other 5 sat behind. Going all the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the origins of the Hu family sisters and the purpose of going to the free and easy divine sect this time. Only then did Li Rong and Han Fei understand why Yang Kai was so cautious. There is the land where Yang Kai grew up, and he naturally has a different feeling for Yang Kai. Now that the Shaoshuan realm in the world is all open, if the free and easy divine sect enters the world over there in the central capital, it will also be discussed whether they will use their power to bully others. Relying on one's own strength and not paying attention to the warriors in the central capital, it may oppress and enslave the warriors there. With Yang Kai's friends and relatives there, how could he allow this to happen? During the flight, Shi Kun looked back from time to time with a strange expression. Elder Shi Kun, do you have anything to say? Yang Kai couldn't help but ask when he saw that he was hesitating to speak. Shi Kun smiled and said, it's nothing, I just think that the 2 girls have the same breath. Oh, that's because they practiced a special set of exercises. It turns out that it is. Shi Kun scratched his head, but if I hadn't heard the Holy Master say that, I'd probably have thought that the 2 of them belonged to the Twin Pavilion. Twin Pavilion, Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering the name of this faction. The last time he was in Longfeng Mansion, Sun Yu left the Dragon Valley. His master Ling Jian once said that he should go to the Twin Pavilion for a while to take refuge. Why do you think we are from the Twin Pavilion, senior? Hu Jiaoer asked loudly. Because there are mostly twins like you in the Twin Pavilion. Shi Kun explained with a smile, this faction is very special. All the disciples in it are twins, without exception, although the number is not large, but because of the practice of Gong the law is special, if 2 sisters or brothers join forces, they can often fight beyond the ranks. They cultivate to the extreme, and their own life breath and energy fluctuations in their bodies will gradually become the same, but they are not as thorough as yours. There is basically no difference between the 2 of you. I trained abroad when I was young, and I once met a pair of brothers from Gemini Pavilion, and I knew a little about it, so I thought you were from there. We haven't heard of it. Hu Jiaoer smiled and shook her head. The 2 sisters have been here for several months and have been on their way, and they don't know the information here at all. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, he pondered for a while and asked, Elder Shi Kun, was the Twin Pavilion very powerful before? It's not too strong. Although there are strong people in the Holy Realm in the pavilion, their strength is not very high. Oh, by the way, the 2 brothers said that a long time ago, the Twin Pavilion was indeed an unbelievable one. It's a pity that I don't know why, the inheritance was cut off, and then it slowly declined. The words they said were eloquent, who knows if it's true. Broke in the inheritance, Hu Jiaoer exclaimed, her beautiful eyes glowing with light, obviously thinking of something. Yang Kai also cares about it, and he can basically be sure that the magic of the same Qi and Liangji that the Hu family sisters practiced should come from the Twin Pavilion. The situation of the 2 of them is similar to that of themselves and Su Yan, both of which have been inherited a long time ago. If it is explained in this way, there is a reason why Longfeng Mansion and Gemini Pavilion have always been friends. The 2 sects were one of the best powers a long time ago, and they had a good relationship. In the end, the inheritance was interrupted and they fell together. Naturally, there will be a feeling of being the same people in the world. If I have a chance, I'd go to this Twin Pavilion. Hu Jiaoer whispered, she was obviously curious about this Twin Pavilion. I'll take you there when I'm done with the central capital. Yang Kai said. Hu Jiaoer nodded, suddenly brought her head closer, and exhaled in Yang Kai's ear. By the way, Yang Kai, what kind of cultivation are these people you brought, why do I can't feel their depth? Into the Holy Land. Into the Holy Land. The Hu sisters looked at him in amazement. Above the transcendent realm is the holy realm. Li Rong interjected with a smile, you two are now in the transcendent first-level realm. Well, it seems that you are about to reach the second-level realm, and then go up to the third-level realm, and the next step is to enter the holy realm. It seems that there are no experts in the holy realm in the world where the Lord came from. Don't mention it. 10 years ago, they didn't know the name of transcendent realm, they only called it above the immortal ascension. Yang Kai was also a little ashamed. What about the saint realm? Hu Meier asked with her beautiful eyes widened, with a curious look on her face. Above the Holy Land, Li Rong and Yang Kai glanced at each other and slowly shook their heads. Li Rong smiled and said, then I don't know, no one has ever reached the Holy Land. The Hu sisters fell silent together. It seems that because of the existence of the Holy Land, they have been impacted, and they are slowly digesting the information they just heard, trying to integrate themselves into the current world. On the Zhongdu side, the two of them joined forces, almost invincible in the world, but when they came here, they were horrified to find that there were many strong people they could not compete with at all. This change in the concept of strength and weakness has had a huge impact on their cognition. They had to re-examine themselves, and began to examine Tongxuan continent. Flying all the way, everyone remained silent most of the time, but Yang Kai and Shi Kun carefully inquired about the situation of the free and easy divine sect. 2 days later, Fatian's shuttle stopped in midair, Yang Kai's spiritual sense spread, and he carefully checked the surrounding situation. Hu Jiaoer suddenly shouted, I remember this town below. Mayor and I only traveled from there for 2 days to come here. Then where are you going now? Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiaoer looked at it carefully, and Qian Qianyu pointed in one direction, this way. The blue light flashed again. After a stick of incense, Yang Kai saw from a distance that the entrance to a void corridor was open at a position more than 10 meters above the ground. Near the entrance of the void corridor, many warriors were standing guard. That's it. Hu Meier bit her red lips and said in a low voice, my sister and I came from here. Yang Kai nodded lightly, the imperial envoy Fatianshuo fell down, and a group of 6 walked towards that direction with great strides. My lord, there are 5 Saint Realm people sitting here, but all of them are only at the first stage, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Li Rong's spiritual thoughts scattered, and she instantly understood the number and realm of the masters here. It seems that more than the Xiaoyao divine sect family is here. Shi Kun thought thoughtfully, it should have found some helpers. It seems that there are at least 3 forces involved in it. Yang Kai nodded. There is a big piece of fat in the middle of the capital, and the family can't eat it. Quote, what should we do? Li Rong asked quietly. Salute first and then soldiers. Yang Kai said solemnly. The arrival of the 6 people obviously also attracted the attention of the warriors over there, and a bunch of eyes focused on this side, all looking at Yang Kai and others. Among the warriors scattered around, there are 5 people with hidden light in their eyes, and their strength is secretly condensed, ready to act at any time. One of them pondered for a while, walked out slowly, stood in front of Yang Kai and the others, raised a hand and shouted loudly, come here, stop, this is the mysterious small realm discovered by my free and easy god sect, your excellency, please look elsewhere. Probe. Because all the entrances to Shaoxuanji were open during this time, basically every faction and every warrior was exploring and searching, trying to find opportunities by chance. Often, the sects that were discovered first would send their disciples to guard the entrance, preventing outsiders from approaching. The powerful forces naturally want to dominate the benefits of the Shaoxuan world, and the free and easy god sect has this ability. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 926 Barbarians. The entrance that the Hu family sisters came to was not too far from the free and easy divine sect. Naturally, they were the first to get there. Even if the small powers and small families nearby were jealous, they would not dare to touch the evil head of the free and easy divine sect. Yang Kai and the others also stopped after the Saint Realm warriors stopped drinking. Before they knew what was going on in the central capital, Yang Kai didn't plan to do anything with them. The warrior who entered the Holy Realm nodded slightly, expressing his satisfaction, and continued with his hands on his back. Everyone, please go back, this is the place of my free and easy god sect. If you want to enter Shaoxuanji to find opportunities, please go elsewhere, where you are disrespectful. Bear with me. He was quite polite in his words, obviously because he sensed the strength of Li Rong and the others, so he took it so seriously, or else he would have driven him straight away. Shi Kun took a step forward, clasped his fists and said, what's your friend's name? The man glanced at Shi-kun, and frowned reluctantly. Xiaoyao Divine Sect, Yu Chun. Shi-kun looked familiar, and said with a ha-ha, so it's brother Yu, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Yu Chun nodded lightly and asked, who are you, why do you come to my place of the free and easy God sect? In the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Shi-kun. Nine Heavens Holy Land. An exclamation sounded, and the nearby warriors, regardless of their cultivation level, all turned their attention to this side. Then Yu Chun looked up and down at Shi-kun to see if he was lying. The reputation of the Nine Heavens Holy Land has been so loud in recent years that it is difficult for people to ignore it. The old Holy Master passed away, and the new Holy Master succeeded him, but the new Holy Master was a hairy boy who colluded with evil spirits. There are all kinds of rumors, the name of the holy place, and there are no two. Yu Chun suddenly turned his attention to Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, is this the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land? He saw Shi-kun standing behind Yang Kai when he came over, and his attitude towards him was also very respectful, so he naturally had some guesses. It's our Holy Master. Shi-kun nodded. It turned out to be Holy Master Yang, no wonder it looks familiar. That Yu Chun laughed suddenly, with a strange smile. Where have we met? Yang Kai frowned at him. Holy Master Yang forgets things a lot, and it's a matter of course that you don't remember you, but Holy Master Yang should remember Wu Zheng, the leader of my cult, right? Wu Zheng. Yang Kai's brows wrinkled even more, and after thinking for a long time, he suddenly remembered, the Wu Zheng I saw outside Jufeng that time. More than a year ago, Yang Kai took the ancient demon family from the endless snow mountain to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Because of the traces of the activities of a large number of demons, a large group of human masters followed behind Yang Kai and others, and finally outside the Nine Peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong went to negotiate with those masters. At that time, there were three people who talked to Yang Kai. One was Chu Yi from Tianmu Mansion, one was Yansuolo Fang Yubai, and the other was Wu Zheng from Free and Easy Divine Sect. These three people are all cultivation bases of the second level of the Holy Land. Yang Kai still remembered that Chu Yi and Fang Yubai left quickly after hearing their promise that the ancient demons would not do anything wrong, only that Wu Zheng looked resentful. Yang Kai naturally had some impressions of him. That's right. Yu Chun nodded. It seems that although Holy Master Yang is young, he still has some memory. I still think that Holy Master Yang is arrogant as always. I still remember the leader of my God sect. Hearing what he said, Shi-kun's face turned cold, and his expression became unkind. This Yu Chun didn't know what was going on. After learning Yang Kai's identity, he seemed to be targeting the Holy Master, which made him extremely unhappy. Of course I remember. Yang Kai smiled faintly, speaking of which, the Holy Land was also bestowed by your sect master. Before my Holy Land's reputation as an alchemy master became known, it was lively for a while. What do you mean by that? Yu Chun's expression changed slightly, he shook his head and said, I don't understand. You know what you mean. Yang Kai smiled coldly. Before the Holy Land, many inexplicable warriors stayed outside the Nine Peaks, trying to find secret treasures or something, and it was obvious that someone was instructing them from behind. Yang Kai suspected that it was Wu Zheng's hands and feet. Seeing Yu Chun's expression at this moment, he immediately confirmed the guess at the time. But this is a trivial matter, and Yang Kai does not intend to pursue it. Yu Chun seemed to feel that there was no need to discuss this issue, and squinted at Yang Kai and said, then dare to ask Holy Master Yang, what are you going to do with your Holy Land elders to come to my free and easy divine sect? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, if so, this woman should be a demon, right? Devil. The warriors guarding the entrance of the void corridor suddenly changed color, and all turned their attention to Li Rong. Yu Chun burst out laughing. Holy Master Yang is quite courageous, even if he colluded with demons and evil spirits, he actually dared to take a demon to wander around. Do you really think that there is no one in my human race? As he shouted fiercely, the other four entered the holy realm also looked bad. Humans and demons are at odds with each other, no matter whether they have hatred with Li Rong or not. When they saw the demons on human territory, their first thought was to kill them and then quickly. Yang Kai looked impatient, and shouted in a deep voice, I don't want to embarrass you this time, I just want to enter this entrance. If you want to enter, then enter. Yu Chun waved his hand, Qianglong still doesn't hold back, let alone my free and easy god cult is not afraid of your Nine Heavens Holy Land at all, is Holy Master Yang too arrogant? Are you afraid? It's none of my business, I'm going in now, if you dare to stop it, just do it. Yang Kai snorted coldly, took a big step, and walked straight to the position of the void corridor. Yu Chun's face turned cold, and he winked at the other four Saint Realm. The 5 people swayed and joined hands to block in front of Yang Kai. With a surge of strength, he shouted in a low voice, "Holy Master Yang, if you dare to move forward again, don't blame us." Just halfway through the words, Yu Chun's face suddenly became extremely ugly, as if an invisible big hand was pinching his throat, making him unable to speak anymore, trembling all over, sweat dripping on his forehead. A pair of eyes filled with horror, and tremblingly looked at the demon woman. Before she did it, Yu Chun only knew that the witch's strength was good, but when she showed her own coercion, Yu Chun realized that this woman was not something he could resist at all. Even if he joins forces with the other 4, he will never try to please her in front of her. This is simply a top powerhouse in the holy 3-layer realm. Realizing this, Yu Chun's complexion changed endlessly, especially wonderful. Yang Kai has already led the crowd past them, glanced at him and said, "Go ahead, what do you want?" Yu Chun couldn't move, couldn't speak, how could he answer? Hu Jiao sneered and made a face at him, looking like a fox and a tiger. She and Hu Mayer wanted to return from here for a few months, but they were ruthlessly expelled by the disciples of the Free God sect, which made her very angry. Seeing Yang Kai's majesty now, his heart is immediately excited. When a man is strong, he always has a particularly attractive taste, which makes her eyes splendid. Not long after, a group of people came to the front of the void corridor, and the warriors gathered nearby were frightened, and no one dared to stop it. At this moment, Yang Kai frowned and looked at the void corridor that was more than 10 meters above the ground. At the entrance, a burst of light flickered and became extremely unstable. Within a short time, a group of figures walked out of the void corridor. The first to come out were the disciples of the Free and Easy Divine Sect. Immediately after they appeared, they gathered around the entrance of the void corridor, and they were all beaming, as if they were in a good mood. After a while, another group of people appeared one after another from there. However, this group of people looked embarrassed, their expressions were decadent, their strength was flat and suppressed, and they were obviously imprisoned. After coming out of the void corridor, he looked around helplessly, his eyes dim, as if he could not see the light. "Come on, what are you dawdling for?" The few free-spirited divine sect disciples who came out first reprimanded and threw them to the ground unceremoniously. Bump bump, one by one, the warriors were thrown down, and a howling sounded. The Hu sisters covered their mouths and shouted, "It's a disciple of Feng Yulo." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and his face suddenly became gloomy. "This little girl looks good, ha ha ha." Another woman came out of the void corridor, petite and lovely, but plump and plump, which attracted the attention of a disciple of the Free God sect, who smiled at her, a kinky look ugly look. Immediately behind the woman, a man came out. Hearing this, he quickly blocked in front of the woman and glared at the lewdly laughing disciple of the Free and Easy God sect. "Du Yishuang, Fang Ziqi." Yang Kai raised his lips. The woman who came out first was the Du Xiaomei from Feng Yulo. When he was on the adventure in Inheritance Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had cooperated with her. At this moment, the one who stood in front of her to protect her was naturally the eldest disciple of Feng Yulo, Fang Ziqi. After not seeing him for many years, Fang Ziqi has also reached the level of the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, but this cultivation level is still a bit underwhelming in front of the disciples of the Free and Easy God sect, not to mention that his power is still sealed at the moment. Fang Ziqi's attitude made the disciple of the Xiaoyao sect annoyed. He reached out and slammed his palm out. A blast of energy hit Fang Ziqi, turning his volley several times and landing heavily. "Barbarians, you are beyond your own power." The disciple of the Free and Unfettered Divine Sect seemed to have done a trivial thing, looked left and right, hurriedly flew down, and rushed to Yu Chun, clasping his fists and saying, "Elder Yu, the leader told me to wait. Escort these people first. Come back and let you arrange it at will." The leader said that although the cultivation of these people is not very good, it is still possible to do coolies. Let them dig mining and carry things. It is quite easy to use, and there are many inside good-looking women, can be rewarded to meritorious disciples. Quote, "Elder Yu," the disciple of the Free and Easy Divine Sect reported, but found that Elder Yu did not move at all. Yudi felt strange, looked up and saw that Elder Yu was actually sweating on his head. His expression was extremely difficult, and he was stunned for a while, not knowing what happened. To be continued, this article is organized by the Breaking Dawn Update team. Provided by @PaintingsHongKong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle starter filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 927 Yang Kai is back. At the entrance of the void corridor, the disciples of the Wind and Rain Tower were escorted out one by one, their eyes dimmed, and everyone looked like they had been humiliated. The martial artist of the Free and Easy God sect stood in front of Yu Chun to report, but found that Elder Yu did not respond at all, and felt very strange in his heart. What did your sect master say? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at the disciple. Who are you? The disciple glanced at Yang Kai and found that he was very face, and asked with a frown. Yang Kai grinned. It doesn't matter who I am, I ask you, did your sect master order you to place this group of people like this? Yeah, what's the problem? This group of barbarians is quite dishonest, and they still want to resist, but after killing some people, they can only cooperate obediently. The disciple replied as a matter of course. When he saw Yang standing here with a big thorn, thinking that he was a guest of the divine religion, he naturally said one thing and another one. Okay. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his eyes filled with cold light, as cold as a blade. Lord. As if sensing his murderous intention, Li Rong's expression turned cold as she called out inquiringly. Kill them all. Yang Kai snorted. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded slightly, and said nothing. The monstrous demonic energy poured out from their bodies, making the world suddenly dark and unable to see any light. In an instant, everyone felt a strong sense of death flowing through their hearts, and at the same time, there was a kind of icy cold that pierced their hearts. There was no sound of fighting, and no one screamed and screamed. In just 10 breaths of time, when the darkness that covered the sky and the earth passed away and the light returned, all the warriors related to the free and unfettered sect were all stiff in place, their vitality disappeared, and everyone's eyes widened. His eyes were red, as if he had seen something terrifying before he died. The 5 warriors who entered the first-level Holy Realm were more powerful. Even if they were imprisoned by Li Rong's aura, they did not die immediately. As the light returned, Yu Chun stared at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth. You actually. It seems that he didn't realize Yang Kai's viciousness until this moment, and when he disagreed, he immediately killed him, leaving no room for him. Clack clack. A crisp sound came out, and one of the 5 entered the Holy Realm was counted as one. The whole body was covered with ice crystals, and it turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. Han Fei snapped her fingers, and the 5 lifelike ice sculptures burst into pieces, turning into 5 clusters of fluorescent light, scattered across the world. The disciples of the Wind and Rain Tower who came out of the void corridor were frightened and dumbfounded, and all looked at this incredible scene with pale faces. They knew the power of these warriors who had captured themselves and others, but these seemingly powerful and irresistible enemies were actually powerless to fight back in front of the other people, and they were pinched to death like ants. Then what kind of cultivation base do these people have? While terrified, they were also in a good mood, and they all looked at Yang Kai and his party. Soon, many disciples of Feng Yulo burst out with surprised expressions in their eyes. It's the 2 sisters of the Hu family. Is it the helper they found? Hey, that leading man looks familiar. Yeah, I also feel a little familiar, it seems that I have seen him when. A burst of whispers spread among the disciples of Feng Yulo. Some people began to shout at the Hu family sisters and thank them. Many people looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and some people had already recognized his identity. The stormy waves turned up. Somewhere on the ground, Du Yishuang supported Fang Ziqi and slowly stood up. Yang Kai strode over there, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. After seeing his appearance, Du Xiaomei couldn't help covering her small mouth and exclaimed. Fang Ziqi even looked like she had seen a ghost, her eyes staring straight at Yang Kai, her mouth wide open. Brother Fang, it's been a long time. Yang Kai came to stand in front of him, waved his hand to release the restraint in his body, and nodded lightly. Fang Ziqi was silent, still staring at Yang Kai for a moment, and suddenly said softly, Xuanzhi, pinch me and take a look. What are you doing? Du Yishuang asked in surprise. I wonder if this is a dream. Du Yishuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior brother, this is not a dream. That means, the person standing in front of me is really Yang Kai. Who else can I be? Yang Kai was also happy, the previous haze mood was swept away, and he laughed loudly. Brother Yang, you have finally appeared. Fang Ziqi couldn't help showing a relieved expression, holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, and eagerly said, Go back to High Heaven Pavilion, all 3 of our sects have been bullied. Yang Kai nodded and narrowed his eyes. I'm here for this matter, I'll talk about it later, it's not safe here, you have to go back with me again. Fang Ziqi nodded heavily, gritted his teeth and said, I really want to go back. Li Rong waved her hand, and a gentle force burst out with her at the center. All the Feng Yulo disciples who had been imprisoned in their power recovered their freedom at this moment. Han Fei, you and Shi Kun are behind the old hall, and Li Rong and I will go first. Yang Kai said, and led Li Rong to the void corridor first. Just before flying to the entrance, another disciple of the Free Divine Sect appeared from there. Before he could understand the situation, he saw a big hand facing him as a hood. He didn't even have time to react, so he exploded. It became a cloud of blood. Bathed in this blood, Yang Kai's blood boiled, the fire in his heart was burning, and he disappeared into the void corridor. The feeling of weightlessness came, and after a while, the eyes flashed, and the two of them and Li Rong had appeared above a mining area. It was the mine of the Blood War Gang. There were a lot of people gathered around and divided into 3 groups. Ling Li was in the air. Yang Kai swept his eyes, and immediately determined that the 3 groups were based on the 3 nearby sects. Everyone's power has been imprisoned. The people closest to the void tunnel are the people from Feng Yulo. Under the scolding of the disciples of the Free God sect, they can't help but pass through the void tunnel. The people from the Blood War Gang and High Heaven Pavilion are still waiting. At a glance, Yang Kai saw familiar faces in the High Heaven Pavilion. The attitude of the people of the Free Spirit sect towards these 3 sects is quite bad. At this moment, the elders of the High Heaven Pavilion seem to be arguing with the disciples of the Free Spirit sect, shouting loudly. The long whip of the old man kept whipping the elderly elders, causing them to tear their skins. The one who was guarded by several elders was a young man. The treatment of the young man seemed to be a little different from others. Not only was his power imprisoned, but his body was also bound. He was covered in many scars, sitting on the ground, staring. Looking at the disciples of the Free and Easy God sect with hatred, his eyes were red, but he was powerless to resist. Sumu. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know why he was treated like this, he couldn't help but say that the power in his body surged, and a radiant spear appeared in his hand and threw it down fiercely. Call out. The sound of breaking the sky sounded, and the heaven-punishing spear pierced directly through the body of a disciple of the Free God sect who was whipping the elders of the Lingxiao Pavilion. The violent force blew his body into pieces, splashing in all directions, and his imposing manner was extremely fierce. The few companions standing beside him couldn't escape, and they were beaten all over their heads, blood flowed, and they fell to the ground dead. The noisy voice was suddenly quiet, and countless eyes looked up at the same time. In the middle of the night, the moon is like a silver plate. In front of the bright moon, a figure stood tall, the wind howled, making his clothes rattle, and his body exuded a frightening chill. Who is it? The stern shout rang out, and several transcendent realm warriors were pretentious, flew high into the sky, and slammed towards Yang Kai involuntarily. Puff puff. A few muffled noises came out, and the transcendent realms that flew over were severely damaged, and they were carried towards the ground. All of them died inexplicably. In the void corridor, Fang Ziqi took the lead and appeared behind Yang Kai. The power in his body was violent, and he roared in the sky, "Yang Kai is back, brothers and sisters, kill me all these bastards." As he spoke, he had already used a martial skill to greet the nearby enemies. One after another, silhouettes kept appearing from the void corridor, following behind Fang Ziqi, like a mad beast, launching a lifeless attack. Yang Kai is back. The warriors of the 3 sects were stunned for a moment, until the 2 sides fought, and they suddenly woke up. They all looked into the air with scorching eyes, trying to use their own eyes to confirm whether the person was Yang Kai who disappeared 10 years ago. After a while, the shouting was loud, and all the people who were escorted here moved, screaming like chicken blood. Even if they couldn't use the power in their bodies, they would go to the nearby Free God sect like ordinary people. Disciple is troubled. Li Rong, help! Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, his body swayed, and his true essence condensed into substantial energy, blasting towards the enemy. The people of the Free and Easy Divine Sect are stupid, they don't understand at all why after hearing the sentence Yang Kai came back, these people attacked like they didn't want to die. What does this Yang Kai mean to them? There are not many masters of the warriors of the Free and Easy God Sect here, and after the few supernatural warriors were killed first, the rest were insignificant characters. In just 30 breaths of time, before Elder Shi Kun and Han Fei at the rear of the palace arrived, all the members of the Free and Unfettered sect were dead. The corpses were everywhere, and the blood flowed like rivers, but everyone who was still alive looked excited and looked around, looking for something in the crowd. After a while, everyone's eyes turned to one direction, where Yang Kai was walking towards the position of the elders of the High Heaven Pavilion. The first elder was Wei Zitong, the second elder was Su Xuanwu, the third elder was He Kupshui, and the fifth elder was Yu Zizai. In addition to the fourth elder Zhou Fei who was killed by the evil master, several elders Ling Xiao were the old age is all here. They seemed a little unbelievable, until Yang Kai came to the front and greeted them with a salute, and then heaved a deep breath. Wei Zitong said with tears, "Just come back, the sect is saved now." Yang Kai stared at him deeply, and said in a slump, "The disciple came back late, causing a few elders and teachers to suffer. This work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 928. It's not too late, it's not too late, it's time to come back. Su Xuanwu wiped the corner of his eyes and said with relief. When they were most in danger, Yang Kai appeared again and helped them resolve the crisis. Just like more than 10 years ago, all kinds of past events were vividly remembered. Although the times have changed, what remains unchanged is what everyone has for Yang Kai. Absolute confidence. It seemed as long as he was there, nothing to worry about. Brother-in-law, Su Mu was bound by Wu Wada, stood up tremblingly, grinned at Yang Kai and smiled, a little ashamed but more excited. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Su Mu has grown to the level of the transcendent realm. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a big smile, "Long time no see, the strength has grown quite well." While speaking, the rope on his body had been broken, and the seal in his body had been unlocked at the same time. Su Mu's growth was much faster than Fang Ziqi's. This is most likely related to the benefits he got in the inheritance cave. Su Mu also got some benefits in inheritance cave, but no one knew what he got. Moreover, the myriad medicine spiritual liquid that Yang Kai gave to Su Yan, this kid Su Mu also got a lot from his elder sister. It is not an exaggeration to have the myriad medicine spiritual fluid to improve his physique. "Where's my sister? Did you come back?" Su Mu looked around, but she didn't find Su Yan among the people who came, so she couldn't help being a little disappointed. "No, don't worry, Su Yan is now in a very safe place," Yang Kai said with relief. Su Mu nodded. When Yang Kai was talking to these old acquaintances, Li Rong and the others had already lifted all the restraints in the bodies of the three forces of warriors and regained their strength. Many warriors were surprised and inexplicable, showing excited expressions, and gathered around. Li Yuntian and Zhao Hu, who were familiar with Yang Kai, couldn't help but scream, and they were extremely excited. Their strength has not grown much, and they have not yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, all of which are only at the level of the true essence boundary. After all, they do not have the opportunities and aptitudes like Su Mu and Yang Kai. "Where's the master?" Yang Kai frowned, not finding Ling Taishu's figure, so he asked worriedly. Sect Master Tai went to Zhongdu to ask for help a few months ago, but the situation in Zhongdu may also be. Su Xuanwu explained sadly. "To Sect Master." Yang Kai raised his brows. "Who is the Sect Master now?" Su Mu smiled and pointed at himself. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement and nodded lightly. With Su Mu's current strength, he is also qualified to be the head of the High Heaven Pavilion. After all, several elders have not yet reached the transcendent realm. Su Mu said with a bitter face, "Brother-in-law, you don't know, since you left, the sect leader has been traveling around the world, and he doesn't care much about the sect's affairs. When he came back suddenly a few years ago, he took the sect leader. The position has been passed on to me, and if I don't agree, it's not enough. Hey. No wonder you are the only one who is tied up by Wuhua, and your treatment is a bit different. It turns out that your identity is different." Yang Kai laughed. "Brother-in-law, stop making fun of me." Su Mu scratched his head embarrassedly. "How can I compare with you? By the way, brother-in-law, what kind of cultivation are you doing now? Why do I feel that I can't see through you? Transcendent three-layer realm, what?" Everyone screamed in shock. Ling Taishu is still only at the second-level supernatural level, and the dragon can't see the end. In recent years, the Hu family sisters, who have been hailed as the best masters in the world, are only at the first-level extraordinary level, but Yang Kai has already reached the third level, environment level. When he left the central capital, he was only on the 7th floor of the immortal ascension boundary. Now it has only been more than 10 years. The speed of such progress is simply appalling. "What about my sister? She must not be bad, right?" Su Mu asked excitedly. "There should also be a transcendent three-layer." Yang Kai smiled slightly, "But I haven't seen her for several years, and I don't know her current situation." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "What's the situation on the Zongmen side? Has it been occupied by someone?" "Yes." Su Mu gave a wry smile. "Not only did our High Heaven Pavilion be occupied, but the nearby Blood War Gang and Wind and Rain Tower were also occupied. They didn't come much, only a few hundred people, but there are very powerful masters, we can't resist at all. Everyone talked about the current situation again and again. Similar to what Yang Kai guessed, the entrance to this world appeared near the Free and Easy God sect, and the Free and Easy God sect would naturally come to inquire. When they discovered the vastness and potential wealth of this place, they immediately dispatched a large number of experts to use thunder and lightning. The momentum suppressed the three nearby forces, the High Heaven Pavilion, the Wind and Rain Tower, and the Bloody Battle Gang, all of whom became prisoners. In order to ensure that it can swallow this big piece of fat, the Free and Easy God sect also called 2 or 3 people from other forces to come to help. Then, using this place as a springboard, we marched towards Zhengdu. This has already happened a month ago, and the situation in the central capital is unknown now, and the people here have not heard any useful news. But judging from the strength of these enemies, there is absolutely no resistance on the Zhengdu side. Otherwise, Ling Taishu would not be gone forever, and it is very likely that Ling Taishu also encountered something unexpected. The warriors of the 3 nearby sects also resisted many times, but every time they resisted, many people were killed. They didn't take us as human beings at all, and they all acted according to their preferences. Many people were killed for no apparent reason, like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Su Mu's camps were splitting. Many female disciples in Lao Su's bloody battle gang have been harmed by those beasts. Hu Man also rushed up and shouted angrily. Hearing what he said, the eyes of the Hu sisters suddenly became quite sad. I am also a little fortunate. When the entrance to the void corridor was opened, if the 2 of them hadn't stepped in to investigate, I'm afraid they would have suffered, let alone the reinforcement of Yang Kai. Nephew Yang, what are you going to do? We will listen to you. Xiao Ruohan, the owner of the Wind and Rain building, came up and looked at Yang Kai. They are bullying people like this. Yang Kai snorted coldly, his eyes cold. Well, I didn't want to make a big deal. Since they are so inhuman, then there is no need to worry, Li Rong. Lord, Li Rong was also a little angry and annoyed, her chest heaving. Let's go with Han Fei and clean up all the incoming enemies from the 3 nearby forces, don't miss any of them. Yes. Li Rong responded, and she and Han Fei shook their bodies and disappeared. A group of people were stunned, they didn't react at all, Li Rong and Han Fei had already left. Nephew Yang, don't be reckless. Xiao Ruohan was taken aback and hurriedly spoke out to stop him, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so turbulent. Among those people, there are still some very powerful experts. Yeah, there are more than a dozen of them in the Transcendent Realm, and many of them are in the Transcendent Realm 2 and 3. I even heard that one of them is a master of the Holy Realm. It seems to be even more powerful than the Transcendent Realm. Hu Man, he also shouted, would it be too rash for you to let the 2 girls pass by like this? Entering the Holy Land, Yang Kai grinned, shook his head and said, don't worry, even if you enter the Holy Land, it is not worth mentioning in front of the 2 of them. What realm are the 2 of them? Wei Zitong's body trembled as he stared at Yang Kai with glittering eyes. It's also a saint realm, but it should be much more powerful than the enemy. Not to mention that there is only one saint realm here, even if there are 100 people, they are not necessarily their opponents. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at monsters. Not to mention his own cultivation realm, he has grown from the 7th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary to the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm in just over 10 years, creating a legendary miracle, and he came back with 2 unexpectedly. Such a woman. Judging from the woman's previous address to Yang Kai and Yang Kai's attitude towards them, Yang Kai seemed to have absolute dominance, calling them back and forth like a master. Not only did they not complain at all, but they also obeyed Yang Kaian. Isn't their strength much higher than Yang Kai's? How could he obey his orders like this? Such a strange phenomenon left everyone at a loss and could not explain it. Good girl. Hu Man quietly came to the 2 sisters of the Hu family, and said softly, look at this, the 2 of you still have a long way to go. What way? Hu Mayer looked at her father suspiciously. Hu Man said, the 2 girls are powerful, beautiful, and obedient. You are no match for others. Why should we compare with others? Hu Mayer became more and more confused. Hu Jiaoer rolled her eyes, she suddenly wanted to understand something, and glared at Hu Man, I want you to talk more. Hu Man smiled. Isn't this worried about the lifelong happiness of the 2 good daughters for the father? Don't miss such a good man. Well, support you for the father, always support you, and find a chance to throw him. Now, you must be more active, but don't be too passive, there is no shortage of women for people like him. Hu Mayer finally reacted and said, what did you say? Hu Jiaoer smiled grimly and said, if you still want someone to give you a retirement, just keep your mouth shut. I won't say it, I won't say it. Hu Man immediately fell silent and sighed faintly, thinking that my concubine had more than 10 rooms and worked diligently every day. How could she only have 2 daughters and could not give birth to a son like Yang Kai? Woolen cloth. Now, if you want someone to take care of you, you have to look at the daughter's face. Everyone. Yang Kai had a conversation with the people of High Heaven Pavilion on the spot, and suddenly said loudly, it's almost time to return to the sect. If you feel unsafe, you can come to High Heaven Pavilion for a while. Su Mu, the pavilion can accommodate 3 more people. A sect person. Su Mu thought about it seriously and said, there should be no problem with a squeeze, but maybe the conditions are a little worse. Well, Master Xiao, Gang Master Hu, whether you want to come to High Heaven Pavilion or not, you decide for yourself. I and a few elders will go back to the pavilion first. Yang Kaichong informed them and walked in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan looked at each other and followed without a word. The invasion of the free and easy divine sect caused them to have a psychological shadow, and secretly felt that they were not at ease if they did not follow Yang Kai. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 929 Clean up the portal. The High Heaven Pavilion, the bloody battle gang, and the enemies in the Wind and Rain building were swept away, and all the outsiders fell to the ground and died. With the means of Li Rong and Han Fei, how could the people of the Free Divine Sect be able to match? Before they could understand the situation, they all died one by one. Under the absolute power, their resistance seemed so futile. Before they died, they could somewhat appreciate the feelings of the 3 sect disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion Blood War Gang and Feng Yulu who had been bullied over the past few months. The despair that there is no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth shrouded in their hearts, making them wish they would die sooner rather than later. At this moment, Li Rong and Han Fei were standing on the empty field in the High Heaven Pavilion, looking around curiously, wondering if this is the land where the Lord grew up. I didn't see anything magical, but it was strange to have cultivated people as miraculous as the Lord. Not all of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples were escorted to the Void Corridor, and a large part of them remained in the sect. Li Rong and Han Fei were like divine soldiers in the sky. These disciples all looked at them in amazement, not knowing why they saved themselves and others, and also helped all the brothers to unlock the seal in the body. A large group of people rushed in from the main entrance, and after seeing the appearance of the leaders, the disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion who stayed here immediately shouted excitedly, it's the sect master and a few long ones. Oh! They're back. Hey, the person beside the head is probably junior brother Yang Kai. It's really junior brother Yang Kai. Quote. The shouting spread out, and the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were hiding in the dark emerged from all directions and greeted them in tears. Su Mu gave a long sound of comfort before stabilizing the excitement of many brothers and sisters. Brother-in-law this time. Well, senior brother Yang is back. We won't have to be afraid of those beasts anymore. Another day, we will kill them all in the central capital and drive them all away. Drive them all away. The shouts were so loud that many disciples responded to Su Mu's call. Among the excited crowd, one person's expression changed, and he quietly slipped behind to hide in the dark, looking like he was about to leave secretly. Su Mu's eyes suddenly looked over there, and he shouted, Senior brother Xie, where do you want to go? The shouts of many High Heaven Pavilion disciples stopped, and they looked in the direction Su Mu was looking at, just in time to see Xie Hongchen standing in the same place at a loss. All kinds of contemptuous eyes were cast on Xie Hongchen, making him look embarrassed and embarrassed. The elders of the High Heaven Pavilion also shook their heads and sighed, revealing expressions of extreme disappointment. Senior brother Xie, Yang Kai raised his brows and looked at Xie Hongchen. This senior was the second master of the younger generation in the sect at the beginning. Apart from Su Yan, he was the most powerful. He also had a lot of disputes with Yang Kai. However, as Yang Kai became more and more powerful, he no longer cared about this person. But at this moment, when he saw the contemptuous eyes of the elders of the sect and the brothers, Yang Kai faintly understood why he was angry. After not seeing him for many years, Xie Hongchen has also grown to the 6th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, which is neither low nor high. Senior brother Xie, Su Mu sneered softly, walked towards him step by step, gritted his teeth and said, thanks to the many cares of my senior brother in the past few months, my brothers and sisters in the cabinet are very grateful. Junior brother Su has something to say. Xie Hongqian stepped back step by step, feeling the murderous intent emerging from Su Mu's body and the unkindness on his face. His body and mind were cold, as if death was waving at him. A person like you deserves to call me junior brother. Su Mu shouted. Sect Master. Xie Hongqian's legs softened, and he almost fell to his knees, begging, Senior brother, it is a last resort. I surrendered to the group of thieves, but to show the enemy's weakness, I want to find out if there is any chance of being able to rescue everyone is a burden of humiliation. Endure the humiliation. Su Mu suddenly laughed. How can I see my senior brother obeying the orders of those thieves like a dog and reporting all the secrets of my sect? That's all, you actually killed a junior brother. To show your loyalty, junior brother Sun Huan died at your hands, right? Don't deny it, there are many people here who have seen it with their own eyes. Xie Hongqian was speechless, aware of Su Mu's decisiveness and murderous intention. His heart panicked. He quickly turned his attention to the elders, knelt on the ground, and cried, Elders, this disciple knows wrong, take your life away from your disciple. The 4 elders looked at him with cold eyes. Wei Zitong shouted in a low voice, abandon your life. I wish I could slash you with 1,000 swords. Xie Hongqian, you are too disappointing for the old man. The old man used you as the hope in the sect was cultivated, but I don't want you to be so arrogant. The old man is really blind. The other 3 elders also showed a look of killing and then quickly. In a certain sense, the person in front of him is even more hateful than those invading enemies, but kill him. Junior brother Yang, junior brother Yang. Xie Hongqian saw that several elders didn't speak for him, and then turned his attention to Yang Kai. I know that you have the greatest face, you saved my life, I will be a bull and a horse in the future, will repay this kindness. Yang Kai looked indifferent and said lightly, Senior brother Xie, you talk too much. Xie Hongqian's face was stunned. Su Mu, was ordered by the Grand Sect to take charge of the High Heaven Pavilion. When the sect was in crisis, the disciple Xie Hongqian tortured and murdered his fellow juniors and brothers for his own selfish desires. Brothers and sisters, please take this as a warning, he will work hard every day, and he will shake my High Heaven Pavilion. Su Mu shouted loudly, slowly raised one of his own hands, and looked down at Xie Hongqian condescendingly, his eyes icy and bone-piercing. The true essence in the palm surged, forming a terrifying tornado. The palm of his hand gradually enlarged in Xie Hongqian's eyes, and the violent wind engulfed him. Not only did all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples onlookers show no sympathy, but instead showed a look of extreme joy. The gust of wind swept through, and Xie Hongqian fell to the ground softly. His eyes were cloudy, and his body rotted into a mass of blood, which burst open. Master, this junior brother really looks like a master. Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled, looking at Su Mu in surprise. Su Mu looked young, slightly younger than Yang Kai, but now he has the demeanor of a sect master. Yang Kai also nodded lightly. Sect leader Su, please arrange for the disciples of our 2 sects. Hu Man and Xiao Ruohan walked up together and said to Su Mu. Su Mu nodded, and first asked a few juniors to dispose of Xie Hongqian's corpse, and then hurriedly negotiated with a few elders, preparing to place the disciples of the other 2 sects. Everyone was busy, and Yang Kai walked alone in the High Heaven Pavilion. The High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed once. That time, Chu Yimeng, the eldest sister of the Chu family, came with a master and set fire to the sect after a battle with the master and several elders. The current High Heaven Pavilion was re-established. However, the layout is the same as before. Yang Kai went to the cabin where he lived before. This wooden house carries a lot of his memories. When he was weak and helpless, he lived here. I still remember that I was a trial disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion at that time. In this cabin, Yang Kai obtained the Black Book without words, and the road of life has undergone earth-shaking changes since then. The wooden house has been renovated, and the tables, chairs and benches inside are the same as when Yang Kai left, but it has been uninhabited for a long time, and there is a thick layer of dust on it. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yang Kai remembered that night when he returned from outside. Little senior sister Sha Ning Chong slept soundly on the bed. Yu Hua leaned down, and Yang Kai was shocked by it. That is, from that moment on, a beautiful figure was left in my heart. Every time I think about it, my heart is sweet and wonderful, and it is an indelible imprint. After sitting in the wooden house for a while, Yang Kai went to Su Yan's small attic. It was in this attic that Yang Kai inadvertently saw the scene of Su Yan changing clothes, and the smooth back of the soul-sucking curve made him unforgettable. At that time, Su Yan was furious and used the power of icy cold to freeze Yang Kai's entire body. It took several days for Yang Kai to unblock it, and through this, he realized the magical martial skill of unyielding Jiao. Sha Ning Shang, Su Yan, the 2 most important women in her life, both met here, knew each other, and knew each other. A little heartbeat, a little flustered. High Heaven Pavilion, pinning too much nostalgia and emotion in Yang Kai. He walked all the way, just as he was a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion many years ago. He walked on the familiar road he once walked, and cherished everything in those days. The contribution hall is still the contribution hall, and Yang Kai seems to be able to see shopkeeper Meng holding his hands inside, squinting his eyes, fascinated by the beautiful figures of the female disciples passing by, rushing at those plump breasts and tall upturned breasts. Round buttocks comment. The martial arts pavilion is still the same martial arts pavilion, and there are many hidden secrets of the High Heaven Pavilion. However, these things have no value to the current Yang Kai. He came to the Sleepy Dragon stream again. Beside the Sleepy Dragon stream, the wind was howling, the bottom of the stream was boundless and unfathomable. Several fruit trees stand there, fluttering in the wind. These are the fruit trees that Yang Kai planted in the past. They were only 1 person tall at the time, but now they have dense branches and leaves, which can be used by people to enjoy the shade. The body is vertical, allowing his body to fall into the trapped dragon stream. Halfway through, he dexterously folded and entered the cave that he had worked so hard to excavate. In the cave house, there are some bonsai that Shanning Shang brought over. After the evil magic energy flowed out of the stream, many green vines had already climbed here. There were even a few delicate flowers blooming next to the entrance of the cave. The body fragrance of Su Yan and Shanning Shang still remained in the cave. This cave dwelling is the secret place of the 3 of them. Several times, when Yang Kai and Su Yan had a romantic relationship, the little senior sister was sleeping deeply on the stone bed. Yang Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, closed his eyes, and opened his mind and body. After passing by and seeing the memory, he suddenly felt that his soul had been sublimated. This indescribable feeling made him very comfortable. A humming explosion sounded, Yang Kai's flesh and blood began to squirm, and the true essence flowing in his body surged like a river bursting through a dike. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 930. 2 days later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes shone brightly, as if there were electric lights flowing. There was a suspicious look on his face. He was a little puzzled by his own situation. Returning to the High Heaven Pavilion, after walking through and seeing the familiar scenery, he suddenly fell into a wonderful mood. At first, he thought he was going to break through, so he let nature take its course, but only after waking up did he realize that he did not break through to the Holy Land at all. The cultivation base is still only the extraordinary third layer realm, but it is the real essence surging in the body, which is very different from before. Close your eyes and use your spiritual sense to investigate. The real essence flowing in the meridians and flesh and blood has become more condensed and purer than before. If the real essence of the past was the water of the flowing river, then the real essence of the present is small and delicate crystals are attached to flesh and blood and meridians. When they are not used, they no longer flow, but once used, they are more handy and more destructive than before. The yang liquid stored in the dantian seems to be changing, becoming like golden gems, making people dazzled. Yang Kai was confused and didn't know what was going on. After carefully feeling the physical condition, there is nothing wrong with it. On the contrary, I am quite refreshed. It seems that the change in the strength of the body is a benign change, not only harmless but also a huge benefit. At the very least, Yang Kai has a feeling that he has become stronger. Divine Intent came out, and it didn't take long before Li Rong and Han Fei flew over together, dodged inside the cave, and bowed. "Lord, do you have any orders?" In the past 2 days, Li Rong and Han Fei were also guests in the High Heaven Pavilion, and they helped to deal with the current mess. Both of them also noticed that Yang Kai was cultivating here, so naturally they didn't come to disturb them. They hurried until Yang Kai took the initiative to call, "Come over. I have some questions to ask you too." Yang Kai motioned them to sit down and speak slowly. The two looked at each other and pursed their lips and laughed. Even Han Fei showed a trace of a smile, which instantly melted her icy mood a lot. In their impression, Yang Kai seems to be omnipotent. This time Yang Kai actually said that he has something to ask them, which made them feel very surprised. The two sat down, and Li Rong said, "Is there something you don't understand about your cultivation?" Yang Kai nodded and let go of his body and mind. "You can use your spiritual sense to check the power in my body to see if you can see anything wrong." "What's wrong?" Han Fei was surprised. "Then we will be offended." Li Rong didn't talk nonsense, she released her spiritual sense to investigate in Yang Kai's body. After a while, Mei Mei's eyes brightened, and she snorted softly, True Yuan Hua Sheng. Han Fei also showed an expression of surprise, looking at Yang Kai with a beaming look, and chuckled, Congratulations to the Lord, with the speed of the Lord's cultivation, I am afraid that it is not far from entering the Holy Realm. Yeah, they have already reached the point of becoming a saint. The growth rate of the Lord is so fast. I estimate that at most 2 or 3 years, you can become a saint. If there is some chance or epiphany, the time will be shorter. Quote. Stop. Yang Kai gestured, frowning at the two of them, with a blank expression on his face. First explain, what is true essence saint transformation? Why are you sure that I am not far from the saint realm? Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other, and they could see each other's expressions of astonishment, but soon, both of them suddenly burst into laughter. The giggling sounded like a silver bell, resounding in the cave. Yang Kai's stomach is not good. Li Rong laughed so cheerfully, even Han Fei, who had always been cold-faced, leaned forward and back with a smile, her branches trembling. She clearly found something funny, and this discovery was definitely related to herself. But he himself didn't know it. Have you two laughed enough? Yang Kai glared at them. Noticing that Yang Kai seemed to be a little embarrassed and angry, Li Rong and Han Fei quickly restrained their laughter, but they still couldn't help laughing. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, feeling helpless. After a while, Li Rong and Han Fei finally turned serious. The former said, My lord, haven't you been taught systematically in this way? Why do you ask? Because if someone has taught you systematically, you should know what true essence is, and you will know that this is the level of the Holy Realm. The level of entering the Holy Land. Yang Kai suddenly became interested, tell me about it carefully. Li Rong and Han Fei immediately explained it one by one. In this world, there are many Transcendent Realm warriors, but among these Transcendent Realm warriors, less than 1% of them can successfully break through to the Holy Realm. The biggest reason is this true essence transformation saint. A martial artist, from the very beginning of cultivation, to growing to the Holy Realm, walks down step by step. Every major breakthrough is very difficult and difficult. It can be said that every major breakthrough in the realm is from the inside. Baptism outside, but in the whole process of growth, there were 2 huge changes in the strength of the warrior's body. One time, from the separation and reunion realm to the real Yuan realm, the vitality in the warrior's body will be converted into real Yuan. Compared with the two, there is a huge disparity in the power contained in the two. I must have a deep understanding of the master himself. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Before the separation and reunion realm, the martial artist's body was flowing with vitality, and after breaking through to the real Yuan realm, the real Yuan flowed in the body. This is fundamentally different. Abandoning the improvement of realm cultivation base, from the perspective of power transformation alone, when the vitality is converted into true essence, the combat power of the warrior will suddenly skyrocket a lot. And the second time, it was the transcendent realm breakthrough to the sacred realm. Li Rong's voice was low and excited, because the holy realm powerhouse is not the real essence flowing in the body. Not true essence. Yang Kai raised his brows, somewhat unacceptable. No one had ever told him about this. Yes, Saint Yuan is flowing in the body of the Holy Realm powerhouse, and it is not of the same level as true Yuan. Yang Kai was shocked, unable to speak for a long time. Han Fei thought for a while and said, for example, a spar of the same size, the energy contained in the high-grade spar is naturally much more than the low-grade spar, and the energy contained in the holy crystal is more than the high-grade crystal. There are many stones. If you compare it, the vitality is the inferior low-grade spar, the true essence is the high-grade spar, and the holy essence corresponds to the holy crystal. How could Yang Kai not understand such an obvious truth? Because of a certain opportunity, the true essence in the Lord's body has already begun to transform into the Holy Spirit. When it is completely transformed and the Lord understands the mystery of entering the Holy Land, it will be the time to break through to the Holy Land. Rong looked at him excitedly, and was sincerely happy for his rapid growth. Has no one told the Lord about this kind of thing before? Han Fei asked in surprise. The reason why they didn't tell Yang Kai this is because they thought Yang Kai knew this common sense, but they didn't want Yang Kai to know nothing about it. It's normal for no one to tell the Lord. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. The Lord's growth rate is too fast, and those seniors probably didn't expect him to experience the transformation of true essence. This kind of thing, even if the Lord doesn't ask now, someone will mention it to you in the future, at least the great elder of the Holy Land will tell you. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and after understanding the reason for his current situation, he also let go. Then what should I do now? Yang Kai asked after pondering. You don't have to do anything, just keep the way you were before. You can do whatever you need to do. Li Rong replied with a smile. Is there any way to speed up the progress of true essence transformation? Yang Kai frowned. I remember that when origin chi is converted into true essence, it can be assisted with medicine to make true essence more concise and purer. That was when the foundation was laid in the past. For those who can grow into the true essence of the saint, the foundation has already been opened. Now this situation can't be artificially accelerated, and can only be natural. I know. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a little excitement in his heart. When all the real essence is converted into holy essence, and after comprehending the mystery of entering the holy realm, you will be able to reach that realm. Yang Kai is not worried about the secrets involved. Maybe it is a difficult time for others, but for Yang Kai, it is nothing at all. He has absorbed too many sage practitioners, perceptions of heaven and martial arts. These things have become his own nutrients, and there is no suspense in breaking through into sanctuary. Now we just need to wait for the power in the body to transform, so the time it will take is probably much shorter than Li Rong's estimate. After a while, Yang Kai restrained his thoughts and did not deliberately think about the matter of becoming a saint. He stood up and asked, how is the situation at the High Heaven Pavilion? It's almost settled, Li Rong replied. Well, then we should go too. Yang Kai said so, and flew out of his cave first. He originally planned to revisit the old place and rush to the central capital immediately, but he did not want to delay for 2 days because of the matter of becoming a saint. The High Heaven Pavilion was overcrowded. The disciples of the 3 sects were all gathered here. Su Mu could only try to arrange a place for them to rest, but still couldn't accommodate them. Many people could only sit on the ground, using the sky as a quilt and the ground as a bed. In the discussion hall, Su Mu and several elders in the pavilion are all here, Hu Man from the Blood War Gang, Sister Shuanghua, Xiao Ruohan and Fang Ziqi from Fengyulo, gathered together. When Yang Kai arrived, they seemed to be discussing something. At this moment, all of them looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes, and their expressions were excited. Brother-in-law, are you going to the central capital? Su Mu asked suddenly. Yang Kai nodded. Then I wish the flag of victory and a triumphant return. Su Mu shouted. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. Su Mu grinned. We have self-knowledge, so we won't hold you back, but brother-in-law, you have to teach those people a good lesson, and absolutely don't show mercy. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I won't let them go back alive. Turning around, he shouted outside, Shi-kun. My subordinates are here. Shi-kun responded. You stay here and help me take care of my fellow students here. If anyone dares to come here, report the name of the Holy Land. I would like to see who dares to violate the prestige of my holy land. Yes, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please go to M to read. Chapter 931. The central capital, the north and the south are not facing each other, the first city in the world. Looking from a distance, the huge Zhongdu city is like a dormant ancient beast, quietly lying on the ground, and the desolate aura rushing towards it makes people feel awe. A azure light stopped in the air 50 kilometers away from Zhongdu, and the 3 figures of Yang Kai, Li Rong and Han Fei appeared. There is actually such a huge city here, Li Rong exclaimed with surprise. The scale of the central capital is extremely rare even in Tongshuan continent. It is hard for Li Rong to imagine how many years it took the aborigines here to create such a huge city. But there seems to be some signs of destruction. Han Fei frowned. Well, more than 10 years ago, the underground ley lines of Zhongdu broke out, and the entire city was destroyed. When I left, everyone was rebuilding Zhongdu. Although more than 10 years have passed, it seems that the reconstruction has not been completed. Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, the whole Zhongdu is slightly calm, even though it is 50 miles away, Yang Kai can still see the traces of many people moving in the Zhongdu. A little bit of light suddenly bloomed from the corner, shining Yang Kai's eyes. Lord, there seems to be someone fighting over there. Li Rong let out a low voice. Go and have a look. Yang Kai once again ordered Fati and Shuo to disappear in place. At the south gate of the central capital, a group of transcendent realm warriors fled in panic. The main south gate is the gate dedicated to the Yang family in the central capital. All the direct descendants of the Yang family will pass through this gate when they return from their trips. When Yang Kai returned to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, he once walked this road. And at this moment, those transcendent realm warriors who are fleeing are basically all masters of Yang family blood servant hall. They fled desperately, with the goal of escaping from Zhongdu. But behind them, followed by two incomparable enemies. You bastards, you slipped quite fast, let me see where you are fleeing now. One of the one-eyed middle-aged men followed behind them unhurriedly, not intending to take action immediately, but sarcastically, his eyes were full of jokes, like a cat playing a mouse, and his expression was relaxed. A mere group of extraordinary realms dare to be presumptuous in front of me, run away as much as you want, but don't get caught by me, otherwise you will be miserable. Quote, all the people being chased were stunned and their eyes were red, but everyone knew the tyranny of the enemy and did not dare to stop and fight against them. Pace. But these martial skills slammed into the one-eyed middle-aged man, and he couldn't help him at all. There were only layers of ripples on his body, and the attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no sound. This made the escaped group of extraordinary states feel ashes. Chu Shu, stop playing, Master Wu is waiting for us to return, quickly catch them and talk about it. In the other direction, a beautiful woman with a plump body lightly woke the one-eyed middle-aged man. That Chu Shu glanced at her from a distance, and hummed softly, you don't need to remind me. He cursed again in a very low voice. Little bitch, thinking that if you lean on the big tree Wuzhong, you can call me to and fro, and you don't even look at your own itching. It's really bad luck. As he spoke, his expression became violent, and he shouted down, run, run. Later, if any of you are caught by me first, I will let him experience torture all over the world, and know what life is better than death. Seeing that you have some strength and some usefulness, I asked you to work hard for me, and you dare to find an opportunity to escape. I really don't know how high the sky is. The voices of the man and the woman entered the ears of the people below, making their faces even more ugly. In the crowd, a burly man shouted in a low voice, brothers and sisters, spread out and live and die. If anyone can escape from here, they must live, find the young master, and tell him what happened here. Everyone nodded and shouted in unison, good luck. The next moment, everyone spread out in all directions. The one-eyed man named Chu Shu sneered at this scene when the man and woman who were chasing after them saw this scene. I thought you guys would stop and fight with me. You are not stupid either. Don't make trouble, it's quite troublesome to let them run away, you cut off their way, and I'll block their back. The rich and beautiful woman sighed, and at the same time, a surging sea of power burst out from her body, a layer of invisible barrier appeared behind the Transcendent Realm warriors, blocking their retreat, and advancing forward at an extremely fast speed, reducing their activity space. Seeing that she had already started, Chu Shu stopped talking nonsense and used the same method to cut off the way forward for the group of warriors below. Bang bang bang, one after another silhouette hit the invisible barrier, and layers of ripples appeared in the air. All these warriors were forced back in a daze, their faces ugly. Two sharp sword-like auras attacked from the front and back, forcing them to gather together again, leaning back against each other, raising their heads and glaring at a man and a woman in the sky. There is no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth. Under the absolute power, they can only be played by the enemy in the palm of their hands, and they cannot resist at all. Shu Shu, it doesn't matter if I kill someone to let out such a bad breath, right? Chu Shu looked at the fertile beautiful woman with his only one eye. The beautiful woman who called the beauty frowned and said dissatisfiedly, they are not strong enough, what's the use of killing them? The reason why the leader of the Uzumaki kept them alive is to make them surrender and serve us, as long as this group of people surrenders. It's easy to deal with the rest of the people, the spiritual energy here is not rich, and the resources are not rich, but there are a lot of people, so it's okay to bring them over to dig mining and do some rough work. Of course I know the intentions of the sect Master Wu, but, it's hard to understand the hatred in my heart if I don't kill them. Chu Shu shook his head slowly. Seeing his appearance, Chu Shu was disgusted, but she didn't want to entangle with him on this issue, so she nodded helplessly, okay, but you can only kill one, if you dare to kill more, I will definitely report the matter to Wu. Bishop. I know that you have a good relationship with Master Wu, but you don't need to use him to pressure me. I'm also the master of Wenshan Pavilion, and it's not his turn to take care of me. If you want to kill, hurry up and stop talking nonsense. Chu Shu shouted impatiently. Chu Shu sneered, and then he looked down at the group of people with one eye. His eyes wandered among the dozen or so transcendent warriors, ignoring their glaring eyes, suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed at one of them. It's her, I like killing women the most, especially beautiful women. Saying this, she glanced at the woman named Chu Shu, intentionally or unintentionally. She snorted lightly, knowing what he meant, and didn't pay any attention to what he meant. The face of the woman he had pointed to turned pale. Yushan. The others suddenly changed color. Tang Yushan smiled desolately. let's live and die, and don't resist. The place where they came should be the place where the young master went. When you get there, do everything possible to find the young master and let him avenge me and my dead brothers and sisters. All shook their heads. That woman, if you have any last words, you will quickly explain it and give you 10 breaths of time. Chu Zuling stood in the air, laughing wildly. It's too much to deceive people, I'll fight with them. Tu Feng shouted angrily, and his blood energy rose wildly, obviously to use Yang Kai's blood servant's secret, the tyrannical blood mad technique. If you want to die, let's die together. Anyway, we can't watch you get killed. Ying Ju's figure was erratic, and Ying Wu Kill was ready to shoot at any time. At this moment, an invisible pressure descended, causing everyone to remain motionless. Tu Feng's blood-tying madness that was about to be performed was directly suppressed, and Ying Ju's erratic figure instantly froze in place. Chu Shu laughed and said, I said that you are overestimated, you have no self-knowledge, how can the transcendent realm compete with the saint realm, and now let you see the huge gap between the two, I want to kill you, but it's just like pinching as simple as a dead ant. Saying this, he stretched out a big hand and shook it towards the void. Standing in the crowd, Tang Yushan exclaimed and suddenly found herself bound by an invisible force and slowly floated up. After a while, he settled at a position more than 10 meters away from the ground. The invisible force that bound her body gradually became stronger. Tang Yushan was breathing hard, her face flushed, and she resisted, but she couldn't exert any strength at all. The exclamation came from below, and it was terrifying. A clicking sound came from Tang Yuxian's body, and her bones seemed to be about to be crushed. Feeling that death was beckoning to him, Tang Yuxian's heart was calm, but he just stared coldly at the one-eyed man named Chu Shu. The look of death in his beautiful eyes made Chu Shu unable to bear for a while. Call out! A sword-like attack suddenly shot from the void, cutting through between Chu Shu and Tang Yushan. There was a sound of something being cut off. Tang Yushan, who was bound in the air, gasped, and the enormous pressure on her body disappeared at this moment, her body regained her freedom, and she fell straight down. Blue light flashed, and 3 ghostly figures appeared in midair, wrapped in bone-chilling cold air. Who? Chu Shu and Shu Shu's expressions changed drastically, and they shouted at the same time. The warriors in the transcendent realm below also hurriedly turned their eyes there. All looked dull. The next moment, the scream of surprise resounded. Little boy, Yang Kai nodded lightly and looked down. Familiar faces flashed before his eyes. Tu Feng, Tang Yushan, Ying Ju, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Yanling Xing, Wu Ju. Most of the masters of the Yang family blood servant hall are here. Is Yushan okay? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes were full of excitement, and he kept nodding. It's just a little injury, little boy, don't worry. That's good. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Who's here? Chu Shu frowned, quietly stood with Sholi, and asked sharply. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 932. 2 changes today. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For some reason, when these 3 people showed up, Chu Shu felt a sense of horror for no reason, as if there was an aura of death coming towards him, making him shudder. Without standing with Sholi, he has no sense of security. Just now you said that the transcendent realm can't compete with the saint realm. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Chu Shu coldly. Yes, dare to ask who is your excellency. Chu Shu frowned. I don't have to tell a dead person my name, do I? Your excellency is so arrogant, who are you? Chu Shu's expression was cold and severe, and he also noticed that the visitor was not good. He quietly gave Chu Shu a wink and told her to act according to the opportunity. Chu Shu nodded lightly. Yang Kai ignored him, just instructed Li Rong. The woman will be handed over to the 2 of you, and this man will be handled by me. Li Rong nodded. Master, be careful. Quote, she didn't stop Yang Kai. She naturally knew that Yang Kai was burning with anger and wanted to kill the one-eyed man who was bullying him just now. And with her and Han Fei on the side, even if Yang Kai lost to the opponent, there would be nothing. Danger to life. The 2 pairs of beautiful eyes stared straight at Chu Shu, and invisible coercion descended from the sky. The fertile and beautiful woman named Xu Xie suddenly stiffened her hands and feet, and the power in her body could not flow smoothly, as if she had fallen into a quagmire and was blocked endlessly. Fang Xin was horrified, and only then did she understand the tyranny of the 2 women who suddenly appeared in front of her, and her delicate body couldn't help trembling. Chu Shu also changed his face. As soon as Li Rong and Han Fei used their strength, he sensed something was wrong, and he was full of horror. Fly away. He is going to find Wu Zheng. Although he was dissatisfied with the benefits Wu Zheng gave him, in the final analysis, Wu Zheng had the strongest strength here, and he had the cultivation of the two-layer holy realm, which was much more powerful than him. Just when he moved his body, the figure in front of him flashed, and the seemingly ignorant young man had already stopped in front of him. Transcendent three-layer realm. Chu Shu pierced through Yang Kai's true cultivation at a glance, and his expression was overjoyed. The secret way is that there is a way to heaven, you don't want to go, and there is no way to go to hell. On the other hand, he reached out and grabbed it towards Yang Kai. In an attempt to capture Yang Kai in his hand, he can fight for a chance for himself. Yang Kai didn't move, just stared at him coldly, his expression indifferent, until his big hand put on his shoulder and squeezed tightly before he suddenly burst out the power in his body. The scorching air wave erupted. Chu Shu gave a strange cry, and quickly retracted his hand. The color suddenly changed, a little unbelievable. On the opposite side of this young man who only had the transcendent third layer, the power radiating from his body was even purer and more powerful than his own in the Holy Land. The scorching true essence penetrated all the way through the meridians of the palm, ramming through the flesh and blood and the meridians, infiltrating the internal organs, trying to destroy the vitality in his body. Not daring to be slighted in the slightest, Chu Shu hurriedly mobilized his Saint Yuan to suppress the scorching heat. His body temperature suddenly increased a lot, and the blood all over his body showed signs of boiling, making his eyes red. Before he could slow down, a golden spear had already broken through the air, and the spear exuded sky-shattering energy fluctuations, as if it could tear apart space, breaking through the shackles of distance, and quickly magnifying in his eyes. Chu Shu was horrified, felt the killing inside the spear, and hurriedly dodged. Call out! The sky-punishing spear hit the air and flew out for dozens of miles before gradually turning into a little fluorescent light and disappearing. One after another, the heaven-punishing spears formed in Yang Kai's hands, and he stood in the air, throwing them without stopping. Like locusts passing through, the golden light flickered in the sky. Chu Shu was in a state of embarrassment, and he was only able to dodge by these 9 divine skills, and he had no power to fight, and his face was pale. Hide, keep hiding, I'll see how long you can hide. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, his strength burst out as if there was no bottom line, and he still learned Chu Shu's previous yin and yang tone, and spoke sarcastically, like an ancient giant god. Mighty, the sky-punishing spear stared at Chu Shu and kept shooting, streaks of golden light. Chu Shu didn't have the time to answer, avoiding these attacks already made him struggle, and his face was extremely ugly. Aren't you in the sacred realm? Let go of your hands and feet to fight. What are you afraid of? What am I doing in the transcendent realm? Come on, show off all your means, the young master will let you see today how the transcendent realm is beheaded. Entering the holy realm, Yang Kai grinned ruthlessly, following the heaven punishment spear, the Xuantian sword and the Netherian lock also burst out one after another, and the 9 heavens' divine skills radiated brilliantly. Below, Tu Feng and the others were stunned, their emotions fluctuated, and they could not calm down for a long time. They were cultivated by Yang Kai back then, and they had been promoted to the level of transcendent realm long before Yang Kai left, standing at the pinnacle of this world. Yang Kai has been away for more than 10 years, and they have also cultivated diligently. Now basically every blood servant sees the hope of transcendent 2-layer realm, and uses this as the goal to break through himself. But a few months ago, a group of enemies suddenly appeared that they were invincible, and they controlled the 8 great families of the central capital. Today, he was chased by this one-eyed man named Chu Shu, who had no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the ground. Seeing that Tang Yushan was about to be crushed and killed by him, the young master shot out from the sky, and this Chu Shu, who was attacked by thunder, ran away, not even having the time to answer. The blood servants were excited, and a sense of pride rose leisurely. Looking at the previously powerful Chu Shu, everyone was very happy. Li Rong and Han Fei were also watching the brilliance in their eyes, with expressions of surprise on their faces. Although the two of them knew that Yang Kai was very powerful, since following him here, they have never seen Yang Kai fight with any masters, and they don't know where his bottom line is. Just now, the two women secretly decided that if Yang Kai is a little unsupportive, they will immediately help. But the situation was completely different from what they were worried about. A first-level saint-level master had no chance to resist in front of Yang Kai. The two can even be sure that Yang Kai can easily kill each other. Because Yang Kai has not yet performed the demon god transformation, he is only fighting against that person with his own fundamental strength. At this moment, they finally let go of their hearts, and while putting pressure on Shu Shu, making her unable to help, they paid attention to Yang Kai's battle. I fought with you, Shu Shu suddenly shouted sharply while dodging in embarrassment. Layers of rays of light rippled, and the sound wave formed a shock, spreading in all directions. The heaven-punishing spear and Xuantian sword flying towards him stagnated for a while, and their attacks weakened a lot. And the people in the blood servant hall watching the battle below, when they heard the bell ringing, everyone showed a very painful look, their bodies trembled, their blood flowed, and their faces were flushed as if they might explode and die at any time. Li Rong waved her hand to dissipate the pressure on their side. Only then did everyone in the blood servant hall recover their expressions and glanced at her gratefully. Shu Shu's spiritual sense burst out to control the big bell's secret treasure, inspiring all the power of the secret treasure. He hid behind the big bell, resisted Yang Kai's attack with the secret treasure, and rushed towards Yang Kai desperately. He is obviously going to make a last-ditch effort, hoping to lose both sides with Yang Kai. It would be even better if he can capture Yang Kai because of this. Spiritual grade high-grade secret treasure. Yang Kai sneered, ignoring the impact of the demonic sound, not only did not retreat, but also greeted him fiercely. True Yang Yuan Qi burst out, and Yang Kai was like a flaming fireball, rampaging in the sonic disturbance. After a while, a loud noise came. The huge bell reverberated in the entire Zongdu, causing people to churn with blood and feel uncomfortable. Shu Shu, who was hiding behind the big bell, was smashed by a huge force and flew out like a kite. Blood dripped in the air and his face was pale and his eyes were confused. He couldn't believe what had just happened. That extraordinary third-layer young man actually hit his own secret treasure with his flesh, not only blocking the attack of the secret treasure but also sending himself flying. But he just took a dozen steps back and stabilized his body. How powerful is this physical quality to be able to face the secret treasure with the flesh? It was only at this moment that he completely understood that his combat power with this young man was not at the same level at all. Although his cultivation was lower than his own, he was the kind of monster that could fight beyond the ranks. Shu Shu's eyes darkened, and he flew upside down, roaring loudly, "Wu Zheng!" The big bell was pinched in Yang Kai's hand, and when he threw it, he disappeared, his body swayed, and he had caught up with Shu Shu. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you call anyone, you will die today." One after another of pure essence was punched into Shu Shu's body by Yang Kai. Shu Shu was willing to resist, but could not defend. The body was suddenly hot and dry, the blood boiled like boiling water, and huge blisters appeared on the surface of the skin. Boom! Shu Shu's body burst open, and in midair, a gorgeous flower of blood bloomed, and his death was extremely miserable. The beautiful body was trembling, and her heart was terrified. She watched the whole battle from the beginning to the end, but until the end, she didn't understand why a saint realm was killed so easily by a transcendent realm. This scene completely subverted her perception of the strength of the martial artist. Looking at the terrifying back of the young man, Shu Shu couldn't help being terrified. "Lord, what should I do with this woman?" Li Rong asked softly. "Kill," Yang Kai responded indifferently. "Understood," Han Fei responded, and while her delicate body was shaking, she came to Shu Shu's side, and Qiancheniu clapped her hands a few times. The next moment, the body of the enchanting beautiful woman was covered with a layer of ice crystals, which was gradually frozen, like a lifelike ice sculpture, and the panicked expression on her face was clearly reflected through the ice layer. The ice sculpture fell down, hit the ground, and shattered directly. This enchanting beautiful woman also died with no bones left. Who was murdering here? A roar came from far and near, and after a while, an old man with a ruddy face appeared leisurely. His expression was extremely annoyed, and his eyes looked around. After seeing Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but change color. "The Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Tickets, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 933 The Death of the Blood Servant. As the leader of the free and unfettered divine sect, Wu Zheng naturally recognized Yang Kai. After all, he, Chu Yi from the Tianmu Mansion, and Fang Yubai from Yansuolo chased the ancient demons all the way to the outside of the Nine Peaks. He also quite hated this young man who colluded with evil spirits, and was even a little jealous. There is no other reason. This guy is young, but he is already the master of a big power, and he is more able to subdue so many obedient demon powerhouses. The power in his hands makes anyone jealous. Wu Zheng didn't know where he was inferior to him, why this kind of good thing couldn't be his turn. "Wu Zheng," Yang Kai grinned at him, silent and mysterious. "Holy Master Yang, it's been a long time." Wu Zheng looked around and frowned. "I don't know why Holy Master Yang came here." Have you seen Chushu and Chushu before? I heard Chushu's cry just now. There is another fluctuation of the battle here, shouldn't it be Holy Master Yang? If you say that one-eyed man and a middle-aged woman, they are already dead. Dead? Wu Zheng's expression changed and he stared at Yang Kai deeply. Wouldn't it be that he died in the hands of Holy Master Yang? That's right, Yang Kai admitted frankly. Wu Zheng looked cold and narrowed his eyes. Why do you want to kill them? They don't have any grudges with Holy Master Yang, right? You can't kill people without hatred and no grudges. Yang Kai laughed, squinting at Wu Zheng, reaching out to him, and said with a sly smile, not only are they going to die today, but you are going to die too. Wu Zheng's face twitched, he glanced cautiously at Li Rong and Han Fei, and forced a smile. What is the meaning of Holy Master Yang? There's nothing wrong with someone in Wu, right? He heard Chushu's shout just now, and immediately realized that something was wrong. He rushed over without stopping, and saw Yang Kai here, but he didn't understand the whole story, and Wu Zheng didn't have much sense of crisis. After all, as the master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai could not kill someone for no reason. He Wu is also the master of a force, no less than Yang Kai. He took it for granted that everyone had the same status, and if there was anything, they could sit down and talk. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai had no intention of negotiating with him at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was full of murderous intent. How else do you want to offend me? Yang Kai's eyes are cold and his tone is cold. This place is my home, you come here with friends to bully my family. Before Yang Kai finished speaking, Wu Zheng knew that something was wrong. Regardless of whether his words are true or false, it is a fact that Chushu and Chushu are dead. Yang Kai dares to kill both of them, and maybe he will kill himself. Wu Zheng is also a decisive person. Without waiting for Yang Kai to explain the reason, he immediately sacrificed a shield's secret treasure, turned it into a layer of light shield to guard around his body, and flew out of the central capital at the fastest speed. Yang Kai frowned, looking at the direction in which he fled, and waved his hand strangely. Han Fei didn't say a word and chased after him. Wu Zheng's ending no longer needs to be guessed, he must die. The ancient demon clan displayed the demon transformation, and almost every one of them was able to fight beyond the ranks. At first, Li Rong was at a tie with Shui Li on the basis of her cultivation at the second level of sainthood. Today, Han Fei is also at the second level of sainthood. If she wanted to kill Wu Zheng, it was a matter of time at most. Li Rong, take a walk around Zongdu and clean up all the people Wu Zheng brought. Yes, Li Rong responded, then disappeared and disappeared. The huge divine sense spread out like a tide, infiltrating every corner of the central capital. Yang Kai then flew down. Little son. The blood servants looked at him excitedly and shouted loudly. Yang Kai glanced at them, nodded and said, it's okay, go back and talk about it. It is good. By the time Yang Kai arrived at the Yang family, Li Rong had already completed the cleaning work, and most of the people Wu Zheng had brought together gathered at the Yang family, so she could take it out in one fell swoop. After hearing the whole story from Li Rong, many of the Yang family's direct descendants happily waited for Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Sai's husband and wife were even more eager to see what they saw. Dong Suzu kept wiping away tears and was extremely relieved. After a while, the figures of Yang Kai and many blood servants appeared in the field of vision. Dong Suzu ignored the fourth master's block and rushed all the way to Yang Kai. Mother! Yang Kai shouted eagerly. Dong Suzu looked at him up and down, as if he wanted to see if he was intact. After making sure that his son was not injured, he hugged him. It made Yang Kai breathless. Li Rong looked at the scene of the mother and son reunion with a strange expression. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to call her, she would have thought that this seemingly young woman was Yang Kai's older sister or younger sister, but she didn't expect it to be the Lord's mother. Okay, everyone is waiting. What does it look like if you hold Kair in your arms? Seeing that there was no movement there for a long time, fourth Master Yang had to step up to remind him. I care about them. This is my son. Dong Suzu's tears rained down, and she felt extremely aggrieved, as if someone wanted to rob her of Yang Kai. Father. Yang Kai grinned and greeted fourth Master Yang. Well done. Fourth Master Yang nodded heavily, and there was a hint of relief from the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai has been away from home for more than 10 years, and has not heard from him. He and Dong Suzu are the parents who are most worried. Now not only has his son's safety been confirmed, but he also learned that Yang Kai led someone to rescue Zongdu. Share pride rose leisurely. After a while, Dong Suzu's mood gradually calmed down and let go of Yang Kai. Wait for the evening, our family will talk again. Yang Kai patted her hand and said with relief. Kindness. Yang Kai stepped forward, his eyes swept across the faces of the elders and 7 brothers in the clan, and greeted them one by one. A group of peace. 9th brother. All the brothers looked at him with uneasy emotions. Yang Kai was the youngest of the 9 brothers, but now it seems that he has the highest achievement. In comparison, no matter who it is, he is a little ashamed. Some are happy for him. 2nd brother, how is the head of this family? Yang Kai laughed and looked at Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao sighed. I don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are when I'm not at home. 2nd brother used to think things too simply. If you give me another chance, I won't participate in the battle for succession. Among the 9 brothers of the Yang family, apart from Yang Kai, the most suitable patriarch is Yang Zhao. Although the eldest Yang Wei has great personal strength, he is obsessed with martial arts and doesn't care about other matters. Therefore, after Yang Kai left, the family has been taken care of by Yang Zhao. I haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, and all the brothers have already married and established their own businesses, with children and daughters under their knees. Go in and talk, the brothers have not been reunited for a long time. Yang Zhao stepped aside and greeted. In the Yang family morning hall, Yang Kai, under the order of the 4th master, came in and put incense sticks on the ancestors. According to 4th master's words, the reason why he was able to save this time was all because of the blessings of the ancestors, and it had nothing to do with Yang Kai's half a cent. Yang Kai can only follow his will. After the worship, Yang Kai walked out of the morning hall and followed the 4th master to the Yang family hall. At this moment, the hall was full of people, and when they saw Yang Kai's arrival, everyone's expressions were shocked, and their eyes looked over. Master. Yang Kai saw Ling Taishu in the crowd at a glance, rushed over and shouted with joy. Ling Taishu smiled and nodded, but he seemed to be seriously injured, his face was as pale as paper, and his body trembled slightly. Yang Kai's head tightened and he hurriedly asked. It's okay, I just got slapped by the man named Wu Zheng. Fortunately, he didn't mean to take my life, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand here. Ling Taishu said with relief. Yang Kai couldn't help but put his hand on Ling Taishu's wrist to investigate carefully. After a while, his face relaxed slightly. Master Shi's injuries were not light, but he did not worry about his life. It is not difficult to get healed with his current methods. Master, take this pill. Yang Kai put a pill in his hand. Ling Taishu didn't hesitate, swallowed the medicinal pill directly, patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, let's talk about it another day, I will refine the medicinal effect first. It is good. Master, I'll take you off. 4th Master Yang quickly came out and helped Ling Taishu leave. Senior Ling was injured by that person because he wanted to save us. Tu Feng suddenly said, if it wasn't for Ling Taishu attracting the attention of those people this time, we wouldn't be able to escape the Yang family. Unfortunately, we were almost caught back. Thanks to the timely appearance of the young master, Senior Ling's hard work was not wasted. Tang Yushan lowered his head in shame. Don't take it to heart. Since the master did this, he must have his own considerations. Isn't there nothing right now? Yang Kai smiled, come in and sit down and talk. In the hall, everyone rushed in, each looking for a seat to sit down, and those who didn't have a seat stood directly next to each other, and everyone turned their attention to Yang Kai, waiting for him to speak. 2nd brother, is there any loss for the family this time? Yang Kai found a place to sit down and asked Yang Zhao at the top. Hearing this, everyone's faces darkened, and Yang Kai's heart sank. The biggest loss is the Blood Servant Hall. Yang Zhao sighed heavily. When those people came, we had no idea how powerful they were. If you die, the entire Blood Servant Hall will be beaten to pieces. The Blood Servant Hall is an institution most loyal to the Yang family, and it is also a gathering place for the strong people cultivated by the Yang family. When danger comes, they will naturally resist. The Hall Master Feng Sheng and Vice Hall Master Zhou Feng and Yang Kai were all impressed. After all, I had dealt with them before, but I didn't expect that they had already been killed in this foreign invasion. Tu Feng clenched his hands into fists, his body trembled, and he choked out, Ku Gaoyi, Ji Li, Xiao Shun, Luo Hai, Fu Kong, are also dead. Yang Kai's body shook. The names of the blood servants that Tu Feng reported were all the ones who followed him in the inheritance war. In the last stage of the inheritance war, Yang Kai gathered 13 blood servants and created 13 blood servants. A supernatural powerhouse. Especially among them, Ku Gaoyi, he and Ying Ju were the two who followed Yang Kai from the very beginning. Hearing that all the familiar names had passed away, Yang Kai frowned. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 934. The Blood Servant Hall suffered heavy losses, and the surviving blood servants were sad and solemn. In addition to the Blood Servant Hall, several elderly elders in the clan also died in battle. Yang Zhen, the first seat of the Elder Hall, died tragically at the hands of the Free God sect. It can be said that such a catastrophe has come, and the high-end strength of the entire Yang family has shrunk by nearly half, which is the biggest blow in history. Not only the Yang family, but the 8 great families in the central capital, almost every family. Fortunately, Wu Zheng didn't want to kill them all, and he had absolute confidence in his own strength. He believed that with the strength of Zhongdu's people, he would not be able to make any waves. After killing for a while in the early stage, he sealed the masters of the major families' strength, ordered them to surrender to themselves and serve themselves. He took a fancy to the human resources here. Whether it is to bring the people here to Tongshuan continent to work as coolies, or to sell them as slaves, it is a considerable amount of wealth. It is precisely because of this that the 8 great families of the central capital did not suffer any devastating blows and retained a chance of survival. Old Jew, that Wu Zheng's methods are amazing, his strength is earth-shattering, how can the person you bring really get him? Yang Zhao asked a little uneasy. Yeah, I never thought that there are still such powerful people in this world. Some elders also said worriedly. Is there anything I can do? Seeing is believing. Yang Kai smiled, listened for a moment, nodded and said, I have come back. What's back? Yang Zhao was stunned. A beautiful figure flashed in from outside the hall, wrapped in a cold heart-piercing chill. Han Fei appeared. Holding a bloody head in his hand, he walked straight in, threw the head on the ground, and bowed to Yang Kai. Lord, fortunately not to be humiliated. It's hard work. Yang Kai nodded lightly. In the hall, everyone's eyes turned to the head that rolled on the ground. Looking at the pair of widened and lost eyes, Yang Zhao slowly straightened up and said in a low voice, It's Wu Zheng. Really dead? It's good to die. The eyes of many Yang family members were bright and excited. Looking at Han Fei again, everyone's eyes were filled with respect and gratitude. Before Li Rong rushed here to eliminate the masters brought by Wu Zheng, they acted vigorously and resolutely. Before everyone could react, those disciples of the free and unfettered divine sect died inexplicably. They did not see Li Rong's methods, nor did they know her tyranny. But now that I saw Wu Zheng's head being brought in by Han Fei, I naturally knew how amazing this beautiful woman with a cold temperament was. For a while, the unreal feeling of being in a dream could not help, and many people even leaned over, wanting to take a closer look to see if it was Wu Zheng's head. After the confirmation, the body trembled. Lao Ju, this lady is. Yang Zhao looked at Han Fei hesitantly with strange eyes. We are the subordinates of the Lord. Han Fei took the initiative to explain, lest everyone think wrong. Subordinate. Yang Zhao's face twitched slightly, not knowing what to say. Lao Ju has been away for more than 10 years, and has not heard from him. As soon as he came back, he brought such a powerful subordinate and swept the intruding enemy and saved the entire central capital. On the contrary, he, the head of the Yang family, was helpless when the enemy invaded. Compared with the two, Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But it's alright, this lady is so amazing. In the future, my Yang family will not be afraid of being bullied again. Yes, Lao Ju, won't you leave when you come back this time? The brothers asked in a row. Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Suzu, who was sitting beside Yang Kai, turned pale, couldn't help holding Yang Kai's hand, and said in a low voice, Kaier, are you still leaving? Yang Kai smiled. I want to leave, but this time I want to take you all with me. Quote, let's go together. Yang Zhao frowned. Not bad. I hope everyone can go to Tongshuan continent with me and give up the central capital. The hall became silent all of a sudden. The root of these people was in the middle, and Yang Kai let them give up with a word, and they felt a little reluctant to give up. Yang Kai naturally understood their mood, stood up and said, in the past, my Yang family was the king and hegemony here. It was the head of the 8 great families, and it was also one of the best forces in the whole world, but now the situation is different. The world here is different from Tongshuan. The channel on the mainland has been opened. This time Wu Zheng came, and next time it may be someone else. It is not safe for you to stay in China. Anyone else coming? Many people changed their faces. They didn't realize the seriousness of the situation at all. They thought that when Wu Zheng died, they would be able to be at peace, but they didn't think that the truth was not what they thought. According to Yang Kai's words, this place seems to have become a piece of fragrant pastry, and the strong want to take a bite. If this is the case, then it's time to make some plans. Yang Zhao looked solemn, pondered for a moment, and suddenly looked at Yang Kai and said, Old Ninth, second brother asks you a few questions. Yang Kai nodded. If we follow you to leave the central capital and go to the Tongshuan continent, can we live in peace with the strength of the people like us? The second brother is not arrogant, but after this incident, we did realize our short-sightedness and our own ignorance, insufficient. Yes, I still have some weight over there, and I can say a few words. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. What about the place to place us? Is there a suitable place? Yes, I have already found the place, you don't have to worry about that. Yang Zhao asked again, where are the materials for cultivation? We can get it here, but when we get there, we are not familiar with the place of life. It may not be easy to get some materials for cultivation, right? Yang Kai he laughed. The most important thing I don't need now is the cultivation materials. There are too many crystals to be used up. All kinds of materials of the spiritual level and holy level are far beyond your imagination. I guarantee that you will have everything there, absolutely. No need to worry about training materials. Quote, everyone was dumbfounded. Tu Feng hesitantly said, Little young master, I've heard of the spiritual level. What is the level of the holy level? Above the spiritual level, Yang Kai explained. Then what is a spar? Tang Yushan also asked. This thing is a spar. Yang Kai threw a piece to her, Yu Xian took it, and many blood servants gathered around to check it out, like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen the world, with a look of surprise. My God, there's a lot of energy in this thing. And it seems that it can be directly absorbed and converted into its own true essence. If there is this thing during the battle, won't it recover quickly? The exclamations continued to sound, and the blood servants flushed with excitement. Well, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth over there is not comparable here. The energy of any place is stronger than that of the blessed earth cave here, so the martial artist over there is also much faster than here. Yang Kai described the beauty of Tongshuan continent, and the Yang family's eyes became brighter and more full of expectations. Heaven and earth are rich in spiritual energy, so there is no need to worry about their own safety, there are sufficient training materials and there is a place to live. Yang Kai has already arranged everything, they just need to follow the past. Of course, I just hope that you can go to Tongshuan continent with me. If someone doesn't want to leave here, don't force it. After speaking, Yang Kai expressed his attitude, those who want to stay here can still stay here, not everyone is as disgusting and hateful as Wu Zheng, maybe the strong people who come here in the future will not do anything to bully the weak, you choose. My Chu family is with you, I wonder if the young master is willing to take us. Suddenly there was a coquettish shout from outside the hall. Yang Kai raised his brows and turned his head to look out. A figure like a dancing butterfly walked in from the outside, looking at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, pursing her red lips. Although she pretended to be calm, anyone could see that she couldn't hide the excitement and joy in her heart. Feelings. The Chu family patriarch is here. Yang Zhao stood up to greet him. Beauty, long time no see. Yang Kai also stood up and stared at the woman who walked in outside the hall. Autumn memory dream. As decisive and resolute in the past, before others have made a decision, she can identify the direction and entrust her own interests and future to Yang Kai, without turning back. Yeah, long time no see. Chu Yimeng's eyelashes trembled a few times, her brows looked aggrieved, but she quickly recovered and greeted generously. Miss Luo. Yang Kai nodded to the woman standing behind her again. That woman had a huge chest and sheer weight. It was Luo Xiaoman from Zhuegu and Chu Yimeng's best friend. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, Luo Xiaoman's fear of Yang Kai still hasn't disappeared, he just nodded lightly and timidly hid behind Chu Yimeng. I don't know why, when Luo Xiaoman saw Yang Kai's face, he remembered the milky white flowing from the corner of the mouth of the girl named by Luo in Kangyun Shady. My Chu family is with you, is the young master willing to bring some more people there? Chu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai seriously and asked. Don't be so outspoken. Yang Kai grinned, I didn't plan to take the Yang family only when I came back this time. Since you are willing, it would be better. You still have some conscience. Chu Yimeng gave him an angry look, and she smiled, and the hall suddenly became much brighter. I heard that Mr. Kai is back, is it true? There was another shout from outside the door, full of excitement. Before the voice fell, Huo family Huo Xingchen had rushed into the Yang family hall like a gust of wind, looking around. While shouting, where is Kai Xiao? The next moment, I saw Yang Kai standing not far away, rushed up without any reason, gave Yang Kai a bear hug, and slapped him on the back. Brother, you are back, Chu Yi dreams of dying for you, already. Chu Yimeng's pretty face changed, and she gritted her teeth and shouted, Huo Xingchen, you think I ripped your mouth off? Huo Dagongzi smiled, and then let go of Yang Kai. The smile on his face became more and more bright. Brother, I miss you too. You guy, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, why is your cultivation so far behind? Yang Kai laughed, and he was also delighted to see the familiar faces. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 935. In the battle for the inheritance that year, all those who followed Yang Kai gained huge benefits. Little senior sister Shaning Shang used the myriad medicine spirit liquid to configure a pool of medicinal liquid, so that they could be reborn, washed the rafts of sutras, and everyone's aptitude, have been improved to varying degrees. Important people like Huo Xingchen and Chu Yimeng have benefited even more. It can be said that their future achievements will not be too low. Even if they only stay in the central capital, they can be promoted to the level of the transcendent realm. After not seeing him for 10 years, Chu Yimeng has reached the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, but Huo Xingchen, who was not inferior to her in the past, was only at the 6th level, which surprised Yang Kai. I don't know why his cultivation is so far behind. Hearing Yang Kai's question, many people in the Yang family hall secretly laughed, as if they knew something. Chu Yimeng even covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. Huo Xingchen grimaced and cried, You don't know Kai Xiao, brother, my life is bitter. Talk it out. Yang Kai's expression became extremely strange, and he was speechless. The Huo family is one of the 8 great families in the central capital, but the previous generation patriarch Huo Zheng only had a son like Huo Xingchen, and he had a lot of daughters, who regarded them as treasures and took care of them in every possible way. After Huo Xingchen took over as the patriarch, the elders of the Huo family learned the painful lessons of the previous generation of patriarchs, and began to arrange marriage for Huo Xingchen early, allowing him to start a family and start a business. Over the past 10 years, the Huo family has searched for more than a dozen ladies and gentlemen for Huo Xingchen to fill his harem. Under the coercion of many elders, Huo Xingchen has been diligent every day, extending the incense for the Huo family. It is strange that Huo Xingchen's cultivation cannot fall behind. Hey, after all, this young master already has 15 concubines plus a full-fledged wife. Huo Xingchen looked at Yang Kai with bitterness and hatred, patted his shoulder and sighed, I have a chance to give you another day. Let me introduce, although everyone is beautiful, Ben Shao is really powerless. Yang Kai looked at him with sympathy, and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he said, sorry. In the hall, everyone burst into laughter. It seems that the news of Yang Kai's return has come. Immediately after Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen, the other young patriarchs of the 8 great families all came to the Yang family. The head of the Meng family is Meng Shanyi, the head of the Lu family is Lu Qingyao, the head of the Kong family is Kong Jian, the head of the Gao family is Gao Rangxian, the head of the Yi family is Yi Jingli. The 5 people Meng Shanyi and Lu Qingyao and Yang Kai were familiar with, but he didn't know much about the other 3. When they came together this time, they naturally heard that Yang Kai had returned, and led people to sweep the news of the free and unfettered divine sect, and wanted to come over and ask what to do in the future. Knowing that Yang Kai wanted to take the Yang family to leave the central capital and go to the Tongshuan continent, the 5 were unable to make a choice for a while. A family's affairs are not something they can decide casually. And they also have concerns. The Huo family and Chu family had the closest relationship with Yang Kai back then. Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen had also been assisting Yang Kai. The 2 of them are now following Yang Kai without a doubt, but the remaining 5 the family has been against Yang Kai in the past, and now the situation has changed, and they don't know how to express their position. Yang Kai casually invited them to go to Tongshuan continent with him. The things of that year have passed, Yang Kai doesn't care, no matter what, these 5 families are also people from the central capital, and helping Yang Kai is a little effort, and it doesn't cost anything. However, all 5 of them said that they would go back and discuss carefully with the elders of each family before making a decision. It didn't take long for the 5 of them to leave the hall, and countless people came in a mighty manner. All of them were friends of the Yang family when they participated in the inheritance war. Han Shaoqi, Yahan, Lu Qingru and Hua Ruian of Wanhua Palace. Shui Yutang's wind shallow marks. Ask the left side of the Xin Palace, Li Xinyuan. Chen Zushu and Xu Xiaoyu of Yinyumen. Dao Yang and Zhao Rong of the Treasure Sect. Leng Shan, Shen Yi, Chen Ying from Ghost King Valley. After Yang Kai left, these people have been helping to rebuild the central capital. The Yang family is also grateful to them for assisting Yang Kai at the beginning, and they signed some contracts with the sect where these people belonged, and let them take care of them, so these people he has also been living in Zhongdu, as the contact of the Yang family and their respective sects. In this catastrophe, they were not affected, and everyone was intact. The old acquaintances met each other happily, and the 4 girls in Wanhua Palace had grown up and became mature. After the lively greetings, Yang Kai told them about the plan to come back this time, and everyone also said that they had to ask the elders of the sect before making a decision. After they left, Yang Kai said, "Second brother, discuss with the people in the elder hall, whether you want to come with me, give me an answer as soon as possible, I will stay here for a while." "No need to discuss, since you have arranged everything, Lao Ju, my Yang family will naturally follow you." Yang Zhao was extremely refreshing and agreed. Everyone else also nodded, no one objected, and everyone in the blood servant hall was even more excited, secretly happy and could follow the young master and serve him. "Okay, then you can take advantage of this time to pack up your things and bring your most important things with you. As for some supplies, you can give up and don't want them. Those things are worthless in Tongshuan continent." Yang Kai urged with one sentence. He turned his attention to Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen. Huo Dagongzi said, "What Chu Yimeng does, I will do it. Her eyes are farther than mine. I'm going to take the Chu family to Tongshuan continent." Chu Yimeng glanced at him. Huo Xingchen shrugged his shoulders. "Then I'll go back and inform Dad, and let the people in the clan quickly clean up." While talking, he left quickly. "Then let's tidy up quickly." Yang Zhao stood up and ordered the Yang family in the hall, just as Lao Ju said, "Keep everything simple, and don't bring anything you don't need to bring." Yes, everyone took the order and quickly dispersed. Soon only Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei, Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were left in the hall. "Lord, let's go outside and wait for you." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, and walked out with Han Fei. With her eyesight, she could tell when the girl named Chu Yimeng was looking at the Lord, "Something wrong with your eyes. That kind of longing and obsession can't be hidden at all." She deliberately stayed, apparently wanting to be alone with Yang Kai for a while. "Sister Chu, I'm going out too." Luo Xiaoman murmured and followed behind Li Rong and Han Fei. Inside the hall, it was quiet and silent, the atmosphere was a little weird. Chu Yimeng just looked at Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai said embarrassingly, "How do you look at your attire and appearance? It seems that you have never been married, and you are not young." "Wait for you." Chu Yimeng raised her head, revealing her slender and fair neck. "Stop joking." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Do you think I'm joking?" Chu Yimeng snorted coldly, and suddenly gritted her teeth. "I know you have other women in your heart, and I don't expect you to like me. The gap between you and me is now. It's too big, I'm somewhat self-aware." Yang Kai looked at her helplessly. "But it's rare for you to come back, so I'll tell you. You said it before, if you don't fall in love with me, it's okay to have fun." "Have I said such beastly words?" Yang Kai was stunned. "I said it," Chu Yimeng said angrily, biting her red lips and glaring at him. "You also know that this is too beast, I still think you don't know. When you're young, you don't care, you're young and frivolous. It doesn't matter, then let's have fun. I don't expect it to last forever. It's too unrealistic. I don't want to wait any longer. I'm suffering every day, I just hope that I can have it once. Isn't it?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded, secretly shocked by Chu Yimeng's bold words. "I don't care what you think of me, wait for this time, to the Tongshuan continent, after everything is stable, I will let you know how powerful I am." Chu Yimeng said this, and her delicate body rushed up. And regardless of whether Yang Kai is willing or not, he stood on tiptoe, and his red lips were attached to his mouth. Yang Kai screamed and reached out to touch his lips, where there was a burning pain. Chu Yimeng turned around gracefully, and the person was getting farther and farther away, and a silver bell-like laughter came over. "This is just a little interest, and I will ask for it together with the interest when I get there." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little confused. After a stick of incense, Yang Kai walked out of the hall with a serious expression. Li Rong and Han Fei, who were waiting outside, glanced at him, then quickly turned their eyes away, looking like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Their shoulders trembled, and it was extremely hard to hold back. "Laugh, wasn't it just bitten by a woman?" Yang Kai touched his mouth, feeling so embarrassed. "That girl is actually quite good," Li Rong said solemnly. "If she was born in Tongshuan continent, her cultivation level would not be too low now." "Yeah, this world has restricted their development." Han Fei also agreed. "So I want to take them away to see the wider world." Yang Kai's eyes were deep. This world is too small, although there are more dangers there, but there are also better conditions. Both women nodded slightly. After a while, Yang Kai ordered, "The two of you temporarily stay in the Yang family to guard this place to avoid any unexpected situation." Quote, Li Rong was startled. "Where is the Lord going? I still have 2 places to go. Then let me follow you or let Han Fei follow you." "No, I can do it by myself. There is no need to worry about safety issues. If there is a flying shuttle, no one can catch up with me, and the world is not dangerous." Li Rong thought for a while, but didn't insist any longer. She only warned, "Then, be careful on the way, Lord. Tell my parents and say that I will have a lot of time to accompany them in the future." Yang Kai said, and then sacrificed the flying sky shuttle. The azure light flashed, and the people were already hundreds of miles away. Staring at the direction where he disappeared, Li Rong and Han Fei flicked their tender bodies and disappeared in place, rushing to the 4th master's mansion to accompany the 2nd elder instead of Yang Kai. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 936 Hello, Shadow King. Yaowang Valley, Union Peak, azure light flashed, and Yang Kai appeared. He did not fly up directly, but took the initiative to stop at the foot of the peak. This is the holy place in the hearts of alchemists in the whole world. Here is the first alchemy master in the world, Xiao Fusheng. Anyone who comes here will not fly up the mountain regardless of etiquette. Back then, Yang Kai stayed in Medicine King Valley for a period of time. Although he never learned the way of alchemy from Master Xiao, this old man taught Yang Kai many precious experiences. On the way of Yang Kai's growth, these experiences have helped a lot on many occasions. Yang Kai sincerely respects this gracious Grand Master, and the 2 beautiful women who served the Grand Master, who gave Yang Kai the best resources back then. Yang Kai is very grateful for their generosity and help to him. This time, I was also planning to bring the 3 of them to Tongshuan continent. Xiao Fu's lifelong wish was to refine a spirit-level pill, but due to the constraints of this world, he has never been able to achieve his wish. As long as you reach Tongshuan continent, it is not difficult to refine the elixir with the resources there and the means of Xiao Fusheng. Yang Kai began to walk up Union Peak slowly, looking at the medicinal herbs cultivated in the mountains along the way, recalling the 2 months he lived here. Can't help but smile. The Medicine King Valley is not much different from before. Wu Zheng led a group of people to do evil in Zongdu and High Heaven Pavilion, but it did not seem to spread to this place. After a short while, they reached the top of the mountain. As always, there are a few thatched huts, very shabby. 2 plump figures were sweeping leaves and dust in front of the house, and a silk scarf was wrapped around their hair to prevent their hair from being stained with dust. Hearing Yang Kai's footsteps, the 2 women raised their heads. The one standing in front wiped the fine sweat on his forehead, and Mei Mu looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Aunt Shang, Aunt Lan." Yang Kai grinned and greeted loudly. "You are." Aunt Shang was stunned for a moment, and then her beautiful eyes burst into a surprise light, put down the broom in her hand, and quickly greeted her, "Yang Kai." "It's me." Aunt Lan also hurried over, nodded lightly, looked at him up and down, pursed her lips and smiled. "I haven't seen him for so many years, I almost don't recognize him." "Yeah, you are much stronger than before. Your body and bones didn't look very good before." Aunt Shang greeted warmly. "Come in and sit." Kindness. Inside the thatched hut, at the humble table, Yang Kai and Aunt Shang Lan sat down with 3 cups of rough tea on the table. Aunt Lan said, "There's nothing to entertain, so don't show up." Aunt Lan is very polite. Yang Kai drank the tea in front of him and smiled. "Although I haven't seen it for many years, Aunt Lan has not changed, she is as young as before." The 2 women looked at each other and both pursed their lips and smiled. A glib person knows how to please people. Aunt Shang looked at him angrily. "Have you lied to a lot of little girls?" Quote. "How can there be?" Yang Kai scratched his head. "I heard that you left Zongdu more than 10 years ago. I don't know where you went. Now you are back." "Well, it's only been a few days since I came back. Just come back safely. The master has been talking about you before, saying that you are proficient in alchemy, but you don't know anything about it. When you came here, you fooled him. At that time, I really didn't understand it back then. Master, why didn't I see him? He was retreating underground and refining pills." Yang Kai asked. Aunt Shang and Aunt Lan's faces suddenly darkened, the smiles on their faces subsided, and their expressions were faint. Yang Kai's head sank, and a bad feeling rose. "Master, He passed away 5 years ago. Aunt Shang turned her head away, her eyes were red, and she whispered. Yang Kai was stunned in place, feeling uncomfortable for a while in his heart. It was then that I suddenly remembered that the reason why Master Xiao publicly accepted apprentices was because he realized that his future was short, so he was so anxious. But he didn't want him to have left the world 5 years ago. Master. Yang Kai opened his mouth. My wish has been fulfilled. Aunt Shang resisted her sadness and took out a jade box from her bosom. Just 7 days before he left, he spent the last of his life and refined a spiritual pill, which is what he was at that time. Refined stuff. Yang Kai took it, his hand was heavy, and it seemed that he was not holding a spiritual pill, but a human life. Looking at it, the elixir is round and full, the aura is compelling, and the medicinal effect is condensed. Even an excellent spirit-level alchemist may not be able to refine such a good elixir. Master walked very peacefully. Aunt Shang wiped the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile. So we don't need to be sad for him, but the master said that the spiritual level is not the highest peak of an alchemist, and there must be more than the spiritual level, higher quality. Yang Kai's body trembled, secretly surprised by Xiao Fusheng's vision. At this moment, Yang Kai seemed to understand that the reason why Xiao Fusheng expected to be able to refine the elixir was not because he wanted to make a breakthrough in his alchemy technique, but because he wanted to use the power of one person to break the shackles of this world. He made it. He refined the spiritual level medicinal pills that had never existed in the world. Where is the master buried? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Aunt Shang stood up and greeted, come with me. Union Peak, in a very remote mountain, a dirt bag stands there alone, not too far from the peak. It is hard to believe that such a simple tomb is actually the burial place of the #1 alchemist in the world. Everything was done according to the wishes of the master before his death. There are no bones of the master here. After the bones of the master were incinerated, they were scattered into the river. There are only a few things in his life. When Yang Kai was worshipping, Aunt Shang stood aside and explained. Your named disciple can come and see him. If the master knows, he will be very happy. Aunt Shang covered her mouth, and when she said that she was crying, Aunt Lan also had red eyes and tears. It's what I should do. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Half a day later, at the top of Union Peak, Yang Kai said goodbye to Aunt Shang Lan. The two of you won't think about it anymore. Maybe it won't be too peaceful here in the future. This world has already been linked to a place called Tongshuan Continent. In the future, there may be many powerhouses that are beyond imagination. Yang opened to persuade. Just now he wanted the two women who had taken care of him in front of him to go to Zhongdu with him, but they rejected his kindness and insisted on staying here. No need, we've lived here all our lives and don't want to go anywhere else, and, the master is here too, we can stay with him if we stay, and if we leave, he'll be the only one left here. If you have this heart, we are very happy. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. The attitude of the two of them is firm and Yang Kai can also feel it. They know that it is useless to persuade them. They can only say, then I will have time to come back to see you later. By the way, if anyone dares to come here to trouble you, you will report it. My name might be of some use. Understood. Aunt Shang smiled and nodded. Take care of those two. Yang Kai clasped his fists in a stern look and turned to go down the mountain. You also have to be careful in everything, and don't try to be aggressive. Aunt Shang Lan waved at the top of the peak. After getting off the Union Peak, Yang Kai placed the jade box that Xiao Fusheng refined into the elixir, and cherished it in the black book space. The target is directly at the evil land of the cloud. He left the central capital this time, mainly to two places, one is Medicine King Valley and the other is Canyon Evil Land. He was going to see Shan Qingluo. Although the demon girl was sloppy, she was still very good to Yang Kai. She helped a lot during the battle with the evil master. The most important thing is that Yang Kai planted a kind of love in her heart, so that there is an indelible connection between the two. It's rare to come back from this trip, so naturally, it's better to take her to Tongshuan Continent, lest she be bullied here. As for what she wants to do when she arrives in Tongshuan Continent, Yang Kai will not care about her. 2 hours later, Yang Kai had already arrived near Piaoshang City. This city can be said to be the most prosperous and stable city in the entire Canyon Evil Land, and it is also the place under Shan Qingluo's jurisdiction. After the evil master died and the 6 evil kings suffered heavy losses, the entire Canyon Evil Land also fell into chaos, but only Fragrance City was not affected because the seductive queen returned safely. The prosperity and stability here is in stark contrast to the slaughter in other parts of the Canyon Evil Land. Many warriors who don't want to be frightened outside will come to Piaoshang City to seek a way to make a living, resulting in more and more people in this city, and more prosperous. Yang Kai came all the way, thinking in his heart what attitude he should use to talk to her when he sees the enchanting girl. That enchanting woman is too charming. If she really acts like a spoiled brat with herself, Yang Kai doesn't know if he can bear it. And she is also very good at pushing her nose on her face, so she has to. After a while, he arrived in front of Shan Qingluo's palace in Piaoshang City. At the entrance of the palace, there was a man in ragged clothes like a beggar leaning on the wall, holding his hands and closing his eyes. Anyone who passes by here will not look at him much. The existence of such a person will only be annoying. Yang Kai glanced at him casually, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, and walked slowly in front of him, ignoring the stench emanating from his body. The noon sun was blocked by Yang Kai's figure. The beggar narrowed his eyes, looked up, and then closed his eyes carelessly, and continued to close his eyes to rest. He treated Yang Kai as non-existent and turned a blind eye. Yang Kai grinned and said to him, "Shadow King, hello." The beggar's body was shaken. Huodi opened his eyes, and there was an electric light surging in his eyes. It was only at this moment that he seemed to recognize Yang Kai's identity, and he couldn't help but change color, and the thin skinny body swayed in place. Current surge has disappeared. Unfinished to be continued. This article is written by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Paintings Hong Kong. Supply. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle starter filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 937. Yang Kai turned his head away, stared at the direction where the beggar disappeared, sneered softly, and passed away like a thunderbolt. In the sky above Piaoshang City, the beggar was galloping fast, looking back in the direction of the palace with an anxious face, but he didn't see the young man at all. The trace of the person. I hurriedly searched under suspicion, but didn't want to see a flower in front of me. That person had already caught up with me, and was walking side by side with me. God. It was a mess with ease. You. The beggar's eyes widened, with a ghost-like expression. He couldn't believe that he was surpassed in speed. What he is best at is the explosion of speed, and he believes that no one in the world can match him, even the amazing and talented evil master Yang Bai. He also praised his speed well, and considered himself inferior. But this young man caught up with him in the first place, and judging from his appearance, he didn't use all his strength at all. How could this not shock him? Shadow King, don't waste your energy, you can't escape. Yang Kai snorted coldly, and the scorching power erupted from within his body, like a. Only an invisible heavy punch slammed the beggar when he was caught off guard, and the beggar's figure was suddenly messed up. Somersault. After a while, he was able to stabilize his body, standing in the void. His expression changed, and he looked at Yang Kai with a look of dread, and there was a thick expression between his brows. Unwilling and apprehensive, he didn't expect that not only was he inferior to the opponent in speed, but the opponent was also superior to him in terms of strength, but with that blow, he was already. Recognizing the huge gap between himself and the other party, his mind to resist and escape also faded. The other party said it well, in the face of absolute power, any resistance is a futile struggle. The power fluctuations that erupted in midair disturbed the warriors in Fragrant City, and they all looked up. After seeing the two figures in the air, many people exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that guy the beggar in front of her Lady Queen's palace?" Yeah, staying at the gate of the palace all day doesn't know how her Lady Queen can bear him. If it were me, I would have driven him away long ago. But looking at the way he looks now, it doesn't seem like he's just a beggar. Why is he down when he has such strength? So far. Quote, who is that young man, who seems to be more powerful? Quote. The exclamations continued, and the warriors in Piaoshang City moved closer to this side, all wanting to see more clearly, not a moment's effort, the street below. Gao, the roof was full of people, and there were many brave warriors who flew into the air and gathered around with a look of good show. Yang Kai turned a blind eye to this, and he really didn't pay attention to the strength of these warriors in Piaoshang City. Boy from the Yang family, do you really want to kill them all? The beggar let out a low voice in grief and anger. It's not that I want to kill them all. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm just curious. The Flash Movie King, one of the 6 great evil kings, is actually. What are you doing, pretending to be a beggar and hiding in Fragrant City? Quote. The Flash Movie King. An exclamation sounded from below, and everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't it? That beggar is actually the king of Flash movies. It looks a bit like. It really is the Flash movie king who has disappeared for more than 10 years. We only think that he is dead. He is still alive, and he is in Fragrance City. Damn it, when I passed by him a few days ago, I spit out his saliva. Isn't it dead now? Pale and frightened, I also kicked him. Lord Shadow King won't settle accounts with me, someone else said with a sad face. The warriors next to him all cast sympathetic eyes, and the expression on your face that you are dead makes the person who speaks even more terrified. It's okay, when I passed by him last time, I lost some money to him. Fortunately, I have good thoughts in my heart, ha 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 ha. Someone. Sad and happy because the identity of the beggar was revealed, everyone had different expressions. The king of Flash movies, together with the king of Thunder Beasts, the king of Extinction Poison, the king of Ghosts, the king of Body and Power, and the queen of Bewitching, are called the 6 evil kings. Before the evil lord came out, the entire Canyon evil land was under the jurisdiction of the 6 of them, competing with the central capital. When the catastrophe of the central capital came, the 6 evil kings, under the leadership of the evil master Yongbai, rushed out to kill the central capital. But in the end, Yongbai died in the battle, and the 6 evil kings also suffered heavy losses. Except for Shan Qinglo, who was unscathed, 4 of the other 5 evil kings died. Only the Flash movie king escaped from the central capital by relying on his own speed. Since then, there has been no news of him. Some people say that he is dead, and others say that he is incognito, hiding in the mountains and forests. After all, the experts in Zhongdu are like clouds. If he dares to show up, he might be targeted. No one could have imagined that he actually turned into a beggar, hid in Piaoshang City, endured humiliation, and survived. If it wasn't for Yongkai coming to Piaoshang City to find Shan Qinglo today, I'm afraid his identity would not have been exposed. He can hide from others, but he can't hide from Yongkai's perception. The cultivation of the transcendent 2-layer is already the pinnacle of existence in this world, and it is difficult for Yongkai not to notice him. Boy Yang, I'm no longer the king of Flash movies, and I'm no longer an enemy of the 8 great families in Zhongdu. I've only been here for a living these years. Live, why are you so aggressive? The Shadow King shouted. Then why are you hiding your identity in front of Shan Qingluo's palace? Are you trying to be detrimental to her? Yongkai snorted coldly. It's not good for her. The Shadow King was stunned for a moment, then raised his voice. Did you misunderstand? I can stay in front of her palace, it's all hers. I agree, otherwise you thought I would stay here. Quote. She agreed. Yongkai frowned, raised his hand, and a golden rope flew towards the Shadow King, directly shoving him. Bound, yes or no, you can confront it later. If the truth is not what you said, you will die today. The Shadow King broke free, but found that the true yuan rope was not something he could break at all, and being bound like this, he used his strength to use it. Not the slightest bit, with a look of horror on his face, it seems that he did not expect Yongkai's strength to be so great. He hurriedly said, you can't find her, she is no longer in Piaoshang City. Not here. Yongkai's brows wrinkled a lot more, and when he released his spiritual sense, he really didn't notice Shan Qingluo's breath, and his heart couldn't help but pour out a sense of loss. Where did she go? There are still a few people in the palace, you can ask them. The Flash movie king said angrily. Okay. Yongkai nodded, pulled the Shadow King and flew into Shan Qingluo's palace. The warriors in Piaoshang City watched this scene in shock and couldn't calm down for a long time. The evil king is the supreme force of the Canyon evil land. Every evil king is synonymous with power, but now this is coming out of nowhere. The young man actually captured an evil king with a single gesture. It's as easy as pinching a turtle. This gave them an unreal feeling, and many rubbed their eyes hard to see if they were seeing hallucinations. All I saw was the backs of Yongkai and the Flash movie king gradually disappearing. In the palace, several maids heard the movement and rushed out, just in time to meet Yongkai, who walked in. Seeing the appearance of the people who came, they all exclaimed. The beautiful woman Yunli and the maid Ruiyu Ruaoking were still here, and the 3 of them were the same 3 people who were sent by Shan Qingluo to serve Yongkai. Young Master Yang, Yunli cried out, covering her mouth. Yongkai smiled and nodded. Shadow King, how are you? Yunli looked at the embarrassed Flash film king again, her beautiful eyes complicated. Please explain to this boy from the Yang family, did your master allow me to stay in Piaoshang City? The Flash movie king angrily. Road. Yongkai looked at Yunli. If you tell the truth, don't be afraid of him. Yunli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She nodded and said, Young Master Yang, it is indeed her lady queen who agreed to let him stay here and let him be a part of the palace. A guard, the adults have been away for so many years, and it is also the Shadow King who is secretly guarding the entire Fragrance City, so that there is no major disturbance here, outside. People don't even know that her Lady Queen has left here long ago, only when she has been in seclusion and cultivation. Quote. Yang Kai frowned unexpectedly, but since Yun Li said so, it means that the Shadow King is not lying. Unraveled Utian at will. Locke said, you said just now that Shan Qinglo is no longer in Piaoshang City. Where did she go? Yun Li and Ruoyu Ruoking both shook their heads. We don't know where your lord went, but before she left, she seemed to have told the Shadow King. Wang should know some clues. Quote, Yang Kai turned his head away and looked at the Flash Movie King. The Shadow King murmured a few words that seemed to be swearing, and then said angrily, Shan Qinglo said he was looking for you, where did I go? Also unclear. Quote, looking for me, she should know that I'm not in Zongdu, so how could she find me? She didn't go to Zongdu to find you. Before she left, what she said was very strange. It seemed that she mentioned some higher level world. What was said was somewhat similar. Quote, Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and he suddenly remembered that when he left, he really told Shan Qinglo about these things. When did she leave? 2 years after you disappeared, she left. She said that you have her soul-chasing mark in your body. As long as you can find the world you are in, and want to. Finding you is a breeze. Quote, Yang Kai nodded, confirming that the Shadow King was telling the truth. There is Shan Qingluo's soul-chasing mark in his body. Except for the parties, no one knows about this. The Shadow King can know, it should be Shan Qing. Luo mentioned it to him. Where's Bai Luo? Take it away too. Yang Kai sighed, unable to do anything. He didn't expect that the demon girl actually left the evil land of azure clouds in order to find herself, and even promised to find a higher world. I don't know if she has found it or not. If she does find it, it means that she is also in Tongshuan continent, but why does she keep? Didn't come to see yourself. Yang Kai completely lost her clues. I felt a little lost in my heart. When the demon girl was entangled with him, Yang Kai was very annoyed. She appeared before, but when she really felt lost, Yang Kai felt a little melancholy. Suddenly I feel so stupid. I've said what I should say. Since it falls into your hands today, if you want to kill or cut it, you can do it yourself. The Shadow King snorted coldly, pretending to be dead. As in return, unfinished to be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Paintings Hong Kong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come filled upper left triangle. Starter filled lower right triangle vote for recommended votes and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 938, Altar. In the seductive Queen's palace, the Flash Movie King proudly raised his head, as if he would never give up. Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and waved. Go away, I'm not interested in killing you. The Shadow King looked at Yang Kai somewhat unexpectedly, as if he didn't expect that he would be willing to let him go. The reason why he kept his name incognito over the years and was willing to be a beggar was because he was afraid that the experts in the central capital would trouble him, but now that he accidentally fell into Yang Kai's hands, how could he still have a chance? Why don't you get out? Yang Kai shouted. The King of Shadows gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead came up. Thinking of him as a King of Shadows, it was enough to endure the humiliation and suffer the eyes of the world. Now this young man in front of him is yelling at him at will, and he doesn't take him in his eyes at all. He was very upset. A posture that wants to fight Yang Kai desperately. In the end, he held back and said coldly, Shan Qinglo went to the Spider Mother's lair before she left. She seems to have found something there. If you want to find her, there might be some clues there. After speaking, the Shadow King left like lightning. The Spider Mother's nest, Yang Kai muttered to himself. He naturally clearly remembered this place, where there lived a 7th order monster that could communicate with people using spiritual sense, the Spider Mother. It is also the only 7th order monster in the entire world. The physique of Shan Qingluo Poison Widow was derived from it, and the emotional poison contained in her body was dissolved by the Spider Mother's inner alchemy. Young Master Yang, Yun Li called softly, are you going to find her Lady Queen? Go and have a look. She may not be still there. Well, she should be gone a long time ago. Oh, then young Master Yang is careful all the way. Yun Li and Ruoyu Ruoking nodded slightly, but did not hold back. Yang Kai glanced at them and suddenly said, you adults are no longer here, what are you still doing here? Yun Li smiled and said disappointedly, then where else can we go? At least there is a place to stay here, but if we go to other places, with our appearance and strength, what will we encounter outside? Young Master Yang, it should be clear. These 3 women, 2 big and small, all look very good, and they don't have much strength themselves. If they really don't have the protection of this place and go outside, they will only be reduced to men's playthings. I'll take you away, can you leave? Yang Kai made a temporary move. Young Li's eyes lit up, she glanced at Ruoyu Ruoking and said, okay, if young Master Yang can reunite with her Lady Queen in the future, we can continue to serve her Lady Queen. Then you clean up, I'll be back as soon as possible. By the way, ask the other people in the palace if they can leave, I remember there are 2 maids. Yang Kai ordered, Young Li hurriedly responded. Half an hour later, the spider mother's lair. Yang Kai stood in the air, overlooking the huge spider statue below. He had never thought about it carefully before. How did this huge spider statue come to be? And when he came here after more than 10 years, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. There used to be countless huge spiders here, and the spider mother also lived here, but they are monsters after all, and it is impossible to build such a statue. Moreover, this statue has been vicissitudes of life, and at first glance it is an old thing. Yang Kai estimates that it has a history of at least tens of thousands of years. At this moment, the spider mother's lair was lifeless. After the spider mother died, the huge spiders that lived here didn't know where they had gone. When Yang Kai arrived, he didn't see a single creature at all. The figure fell, came to the front of the statue, and entered through the mouth of the huge spider. Inside the statue, there is a huge space, there are sticky spider silk everywhere, and the ground is also covered with a thick layer of dust. Apparently no one has come in for many years. Yang Kai looked around, and suddenly his expression was stunned. His eyes looked in one direction. There was something that looked like an altar. The ravines were intertwined, and it seemed to form a strange formation. At this moment, in that formation, there is some dark black stuff. Yang Kai could see at a glance that those dark black ones were the products left over after the blood had dried up. The altar is not big, at most 2 or 3 people can stand on it. Yang Kai looks at it and can clearly see that there are 2 different pairs of shoe prints on the altar. Because of stepping on blood, it will not be erased. Trace. Is it the shoe prints left by Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo? Yang Kai didn't know, but he felt a breath of void from this altar. Although it was very light, it couldn't hide his perception. The altar has been damaged, and there are many cracks left on it. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to touch it, but he didn't think that it could not even withstand this power and collapsed directly. Staring blankly at all this in front of him, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. There is a strange formation on the altar, and the breath of the power of the void remains. It is not difficult to infer that there has been a void corridor here. If those 2 pairs of blood-stained shoe prints were really left by Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo, then they must have left this world through the void corridor. Where will they go? When she was separated from the demon girl, she was only an extraordinary first-level cultivation realm. Such strength is nothing at all in Tongshuan continent. After searching for a while, I still couldn't find any useful clues. I had to leave the huge spider statue and stretched out my palm to press into the void. Cover the sky. A huge palm print fell from the sky and slapped the spider statue. The rocks rolled down, the statue shattered, and the dust flew up and was buried in the ground forever. Yang Kai's mood is subtly complicated. This time I left Zhongdu, and I went to 2 places in total. I wanted to bring 2 groups of people to Tongshuan continent, but I didn't want Xiao Fusheng from Yaowang Valley to have passed away. Aunt Xianglan volunteered to stay with him to accompany him. Cheng Fan Qingluo also disappeared, and there was no news. None of the things he ordered were fulfilled. Reluctantly, she returned to the palace in Piaoshang City. Young Li and several maids were already ready. Apart from Ruoyu Ruoking, there were indeed 2 other maids left in the palace, and Yang Kai took them with him. Now, fly to Zhongdu. After half a day, return to the Yang family. Seeing Yang Kai brought 5 beauties back, Li Rong and Han Fei's expressions suddenly became strange. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain to them, so he just told 4th Master Yang and asked him to make arrangements for Yun Li and the others. In the future, before Shan Qingluo appeared, these 5 women would stay in the Yang family as maids. 4th Master Yang agreed. Yang Kai, cousin. 2 calls came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and found that Dong Qinghan and Dong Qingyan brother and sister were rushing from not far away. Fatty Dong is not fat anymore. He seems to have lost dozens of pounds of meat, and has become tall and powerful, with a dignified appearance. Cousin Dong Qingyan is even more slender. The big place is big, the small place is small, and it looks quite eye-catching. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he grinned. When he came back a few days ago, he saw a lot of old friends, but he didn't see anyone from the Dong family. It was only today that the two cousins appeared in front of him. Dong Qingyan rushed over. Mei Mei looked at Yang Kai up and down, and said with a smile, "Cousin, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, you are much more handsome. The little mouth is really sweet." Yang Kai was very satisfied, but Dong Qingyan smiled wickedly, and stretched out a small hand to Yang Kai. "Is there any reward for my cousin?" Yang Kai was stunned. Fatty Dong was smiling and looking at Yang Kai with a look of schadenfreude. "I'll give you this thing." Yang Kai took out a spar, handed it to Dong Qingyan, and said solemnly, "Well, this is a treasure. It contains a huge amount of energy, which can be directly absorbed and transformed into true yuan. Whether it is used for recovery or cultivation is of great benefit." Dong Qingyan's eyes lit up, her hands clenched the spar tightly, and she repeatedly praised, "This thing is so clear and beautiful, it's like a huge gem. Is this really for me? Is there any reason to recycle the things that are sent out?" "Thank you, cousin." Dong Qingyan was very happy, and put the spar into her purse solemnly, with a look of satisfaction. Li Rong and Han Fei stood aside, a little bit unbearable that this little girl was being deceived by Yang Kai like this, but they were embarrassed to say that the crystal stone was not a valuable item at all, and they both shook their heads slowly, laughing dumbly. "Little sister, go to the side to play, I will talk to Yang Kai about something." Dong Qinghan gave Dong Qingyan a wink. Mysterious and mysterious, there must be nothing good. Dong Qingyan snorted and disappeared in a blink of an eye. With only two cousins left, Dong Qinghan looked up and asked in a low voice, "I heard that you are going to take the Yang family to a place called Tongshuan Continent. Well, how did your Dong family arrange it? My father and my mother should have sent you a message, right? It was just when I received a message from my aunt and uncle that I rushed over here. The Dong family is also packing up and preparing to advance and retreat with your Yang family." Dong Qinghan looked serious, and asked in a deep voice, "But it depends on the matter. Spectrum. If it's not reliable, will I let the whole family follow me? I'm not that unplanned." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Of course I know this, but, suddenly leaving home and going to an unknown place is a little scary. I got used to it slowly." Yang Kai said with relief, "When I went there, I was confused, but there are more exciting and more opportunities there, suitable for young people." "Ha." Dong Qinghan laughed loudly, "I just asked casually, but since Chu Yimeng has chosen to go with you, then this matter will not be too bad. If you say something unpleasant, I believe that Miss Chu's eyes." Yang Kai was speechless. "When are your Yang family going to leave?" "As soon as possible, the journey is too long. From here, it will take at least 3 or 4 months to reach the destination. If there is a delay on the way, the time will only be longer." "So long?" Dong Qinghan's expression changed. "The vastness of Tongshuan Continent is far beyond your imagination. In this way, your Dong family will not use the central capital to join the Yang family. You send a letter back and ask them to pack up and go to Lingxiao Pavilion. I will take the Yang family to pass by there." Sighed. "Okay." Dong Qinghan nodded sternly, "I'll make arrangements now." To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update team at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for the recommendation. Monthly pass, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 939. The central capital city was busy. The Yang family, Chu family, and Huo family were all packing their things. Although Yang Kai ordered everything to be simple, it was quite time-consuming for so many people to act together. Yang Kai waited for 10 days in Zhongdu before everything was ready. With an order, nearly 1,000 people from the 3 major families marched in the direction of the High Heaven Pavilion in a mighty manner. There are naturally more than this number of people from the 3 families combined, but no matter which family, there are some people who are reluctant to leave the central capital and voluntarily stay here. The situation of the Yang family is better, and 90% of the people have followed Yang Kai. Those who stayed were some old people who were unwilling to travel long distances. At least half of the Huo family and Chu family stayed, and only those direct descendants, under the strict orders of Huo Xingchen and Chu Yimeng, joined the long-distance team without landing. Those friends of Yang Kai are also in the team. They have already passed the news back to their respective sects. How to deal with them depends on the attitude of their sect elders. Yang Kai has already told them that anyone who is willing to follow him to Tongshuan Continent can go directly to High Heaven Pavilion. Outside Zhongdu City, the team traveled far and wide. At the city gate, many people gathered there, looking at the direction the team was leaving, with complicated expressions. Most of these people are from the other 5 families in Zhongdu. Brother Meng, is it correct that we chose to stay here? Kong Jian, the head of the Kong family, looked at the thousands of people who were drifting away, and couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. Those people are going to go to a higher level world and a higher end place, but they have to stick to the middle of the capital and cannot integrate into it. Meng Shanyi, the head of the Meng family, shook his head and sighed. I don't know if it's right to stay here or not, it's just, our family has never had much friendship with Yang Kai and really followed him, and it's not necessarily that we got there. It's better than this. If he has any good resources, he will definitely provide it to the Chu family and the Huo family first. The 5 of us will not be valued, and maybe they will be excluded or even annexed. Brother Meng is right. Yi Jingli, the head of the Yi family, nodded and nodded. It was because of such concerns that we refused his invitation. I think he could guess our concerns, so he didn't insist. Are we thinking too much? Since it's a higher level place with the capital of our family, I'm afraid Yang Kai doesn't like it, right? Kong Jian hesitated. Maybe he invited us over this time, just a little effort. That's it. If you think too much, you will think too much. Now that you have rejected it, can you still keep up with it? Brother Liu, what do you think? Gao Rangxian, the head of the Gao family, turned his attention to Lu Qingyao and asked. Lu Qingyao was the #1 expert of the younger generation in the middle of the year, and among these people, he still had some weight. I have no opinion. Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head, not willing to say a word. Yang Kai and Huo Xingchen Chu Yimeng walked side by side 10 miles away from the central capital city. Huo Xingchen looked back and said, Kai Xiao, don't care about those people. What to do? They don't want to follow me, so I can't force it, right? Everyone has their own destiny, so let's go with the flow. Yeah, this is their own choice, what are you worrying about? Chu Yimeng gave Huo Xingchen a blank look. Huo Xingchen laughed dryly. It's not that I'm worried about them, it's just that everyone has lived together in Zhongdu for so many years, and it's a bit reluctant to suddenly leave like this. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about them. I'll introduce to you my 15 concubines and wife, they are all very interested in you, so let me introduce you. Yang Kai's face darkened. Forget it. More than a dozen ladies-in-law, greeting is a hassle, in case I ask myself for a greeting or something. How can this be done? If you don't go to see them, they will have to settle accounts with me tonight. Huo Xingchen shouted. Yang Kai was extremely helpless. When he was about to agree, he suddenly frowned, turned his head and looked in one direction, his face gradually became solemn. Lord, Li Rong shouted from the side. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said in a hurry, Brother Huo, Chu Yimeng, you two continue to walk with the team, I will come when I go. Saying so, the figure disappeared in a flash. Li Rong and Han Fei looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Chu Yimeng and Huo Xingchen froze in place, wondering why they all ran away. What did Kaier do? Dong Suzu walked up quickly and asked. I don't know, it seems that I found something. Chu Yimeng was thoughtful. Will it be dangerous? Dong Suzu was extremely worried. Don't worry, Auntie, there are 2 masters protecting Yang Kai. Although I don't know the strength of those 2, they should be very powerful. Chu Yimeng smiled in relief. Hearing her say that, Dong Suzu also breathed a sigh of relief. 4th Master Yang laughed and said, Your son is getting older, what do you always care about him? Let him do whatever he wants. Kaier has his own measure. The team continued to move forward. Except for a few people nearby who found that Yang Kai had left, the others were unaware of the matter. 100 miles away from this team, a bloody light, a black light, is galloping towards this side rapidly. The speed of these 2 rays of light is extremely fast, obviously the strength is not low, and in the speeding, the unbridled exudes a terrifying evil spirit, and the trees are withered wherever they pass. It seems that they have experienced long years of erosion, and their vitality has been drained. Dry up. All the creatures who sensed this terrifying evil spirit shivered and curled up in place, and those who were almost psychologically able to bear it directly died of panic. That kind of terrifying evil spirit is simply not something that the warriors of this world can bear. Hey! An exclamation came out from the shadow, and the shadow immediately stopped in midair, revealing a tyrannical body. As soon as he appeared, he showed a mountain-like aura. The bloody light also stopped by his side, with a slender figure, graceful, she was a woman. Someone actually got here first. The majestic man frowned and showed an interesting expression, and he's still a member of my demon race, isn't it Gushi? The woman shook her head and said, It's not like, if Go Kai came here, he would definitely act with us, how could he come alone? It's not Gushi, then who else in my demon race has such a cultivation? The man showed a puzzled look, and suddenly his expression changed again. No, there is another human. This human breath, why? It feels a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. He muttered softly, but he still couldn't think of where he had seen this human. Just when he was puzzled, the graceful woman's face changed and she said in a low voice, I know who is here. Who? The woman sneered softly. It's really the enemy's road is narrow. It's actually that woman. Speak clearly, the man shouted impatiently. The woman glanced at him coldly, and hummed, do you still remember my injury 2 or 3 years ago? The man thought for a while, and said with a look of schadenfreude, you mean, you went to the human territory without authorization, and you were injured by the strong human race there. Of course I remember this, why, it has something to do with the person who came. The woman gritted her teeth and said, it's more than a relationship. She was the one who fought with me at that time. She was obviously a member of my demon clan, but she was willing to join forces with humans. It's really a shame for my clan. The man raised his brows and grinned, then you have a chance to take revenge today. The woman said in a cold voice, she is not weak, at that time she was only the cultivation of the 2nd level of the Holy Land, and she was able to tie with me. Quote, how is that possible? Are you still awake? The man changed color suddenly, you are a dignified demon general. How come you can't even win against an opponent 1 level lower than yourself? That woman is different from others. If I read it correctly, she should be from that family. Which clan? The woman glanced at him faintly and said solemnly, the clan that served the great demon god back then. The man changed color suddenly, his expression was gloomy and uncertain, and he seemed to be very jealous of this clan. He pondered for a while before saying, are you sure she belongs to that clan? I've played against her, I don't know yet. The magical power she showed is simply the demon transformation that the great demon god passed on to that family. This is really strange, that family actually still has bloodlines. The man's expression gradually became excited, as if he had found some treasure, his eyes were full of greed. Mongo, are you interested in her? The woman glanced at him and asked casually. I'm not interested in her, but I'm interested in demon transformation. The man named Mungo chuckled. I'm also interested. The woman giggled, in this way, you and I join forces, there are 3 people who come, 2 are the legacy of that family, and there is a human being, the 2 are divided between you and me. As for the human, quote, are you also interested in humans? Mungo looked at her unexpectedly, and suddenly became alert. Surely, what the hell are you doing, what is there for that human being worth your attention? Based on what he knew about this snake and scorpion woman, if it wasn't for that human being too special, she would not have been able to move her mind. The human strength who came here was only at the extraordinary 3rd level, and in front of the 2 demon generals, she was as weak as an ant and could be killed at will. Shui Li giggled and smiled. Mungo, you think too much, it's just that the human escaped from my sand city back then, which made this seat very embarrassed, so I want to take him back and torture him to solve the problem in my heart, hatred. Mungo was stunned and remembered this. Back then, there was a human who escaped from the Sand City in charge of Shui Li, and the incident was widely circulated in Mojiang for a while. Several other demon generals regarded this as Shui Li's laughingstock, and made fun of her every time they met. Makes Shirley very annoyed. As you please. Mungo waved his hand impatiently, as long as you don't harm my interests, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Shui Li nodded in satisfaction, a hidden glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 940. It is true that the human stinky boy escaped from the Sand City, but he has the golden blood of the devil in his body. No one told Shirley this secret. This time, as long as he catches that kid and absorbs and refines the golden blood of the devil in his body, he can become the first female devil in history with his own strength. What an honor this is. Thinking of this honor, the blood in Shirley's body began to boil. Come here, it's coming towards us, you're very courageous. Mungo sneered softly, standing carelessly in the air, and he didn't mean to avoid it. The 2 devil generals are here, and they have nothing to fear. It's Shui Li, Yang Kai whispered. As the distance approached, he also noticed the identity of the powerhouse over there, and frowned slightly, but there is still a master. This breath is a bit familiar, why does it seem to be where have you seen it? He and Mungo both gave birth to a feeling of déjà vu. Lord, be careful with yourself later. Yang Kai nodded, his mind turned sharply, just now he noticed that the aura of the powerhouse was approaching, and it was coming from another direction, which made Yang Kai very concerned, so he left the team and took Li Rong with him. He and Han Fei came to investigate. After confirming that the person who came was actually Shui Li, Yang Kai couldn't help but sank. The world here is not small, and there must be more than one channel connected to Tongshuan continent. I came from High Heaven Pavilion, and where did Shui Li come from? After a while, Yang Kai and a group of 3 appeared in the field of vision of the 2 demon generals. They stopped and looked at each other from a distance of hundreds of meters. Human boy, I didn't expect to see you again in this place. It's really a narrow road for friends. Shui Li's beautiful eyes were burning with scorching anger, as if she was about to set the world on fire. She sneered gloomily. It's true that the enemy's road is narrow. I let you escape last time, this time you won't be so lucky. Yang Kai snorted coldly. The tone is not small. Meng Jie laughed, looked at Yang Kai with great interest, and frowned. Boy, have we met somewhere? Why do I think you are familiar? Which one are you? Yang Kai frowned, he also felt that this guy was very kind. Must have seen it somewhere. This seat is under the command of the Demon Lord, the Demon General Meng Jie. Meng Jie replied proudly. Meng Jie. Yang Kai looked startled, his expression became weird, he laughed lowly. No wonder the face is familiar, it turns out to be you. Mungo looked at him suspiciously. What, don't you remember me? Yang Kai raised his brows and said with a smile, do you still remember the person who killed you when you were distracted? Meng Jie's face changed, and he carefully looked at Yang Kai's face, and finally got an impression, and shouted, it turns out to be you. It's really nowhere to go after stepping through the iron shoes, it takes no effort to get it. In the fierce and evil cave in the Canyon Evil Land, Meng Jie was distracted, and his cultivation base was detached, but Yang Kai used the magic chain to destroy it with a single blow. This has been the past many years ago. Not only Yang Kai's impression has faded, but Meng Jie is also the same, causing the two to really meet at this moment, only to feel that the other party is familiar. Being reminded by Yang Kai, Meng Jie suddenly burst into anger, and said with a grinning smile, I've been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come to the door today. Well, I will avenge the revenge of the year today to vent my heart. Hate. While speaking, a suffocating aura, almost condensed into substance, charged towards Yang Kai. Shui Li's face changed greatly, she waved her hand, and a ray of blood intercepted it in the air, blocking Meng Jie's suffocating energy, and shouted, Meng Jie, you and I agreed before, this human belongs to me, if you dare to kill him, I'm not finished with you. Meng Jie didn't care about her threat at all, but just sneered, today, he will surely die, and no one can stop me. If you dare to stop Shirley, don't blame me for disregarding many years of friendship. What happened back then was regarded as a great shame by Mongo, and he was always stuck in his throat, and he didn't vomit unpleasantly. Today, when he saw Yang Kai, the culprit, how could he still hold back? I can't wait to peel Yang Kai's skin and cramp, and smash his bones into ashes. That ray of distraction, he cultivated for many years, and after being beheaded, he has not been able to cultivate another ray of distraction until today. Yang Kai's actions back then made him suffer a big loss. If you want to kill him, get past me first. Shui Li was not to be outdone, her attitude was firm. Yang Kai smiled and watched the 2 demon generals quarreling endlessly, and even Li Rong and Han Fei who followed him kept shaking their heads. Before the fight started, the 2 demon generals were at war with each other. Shirley and Mungo looked at each other and refused to give in to each other. When their eyes met, they didn't know what kind of communication they had, and their anger was suddenly annihilated. Mungo nodded and said, this human matter will be discussed later, and these 2 women will be solved first. That's what I mean too. Shui Li nodded lightly and turned her eyes to Li Rong and Han Fei. The 2 leaders of the ancient demon clan raised their eyebrows and stood up without fear. Go, you don't need to be merciful. Yang Kai commanded lightly. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded at the same time. Mungo laughed and said, boy, you are so loud, don't you think too much of our demon generals? Do you think these 2 women can win us? Last time was too hasty, and I didn't have a good grasp of your great tricks. This time, let's compare carefully. Shui Li also looked at Li Rong coldly and looked for her directly. Okay, Li Rong nodded lightly, and a series of afterimages suddenly appeared on her delicate body. After she was solidified, she actually appeared beside Shui Li and patted her chest lightly. Shui Li's pretty face changed, her whole body was full of blood, and a strong bloody aura suddenly spread around her with her as the center. Li Rong's face was quickly covered with bizarre magic marks, and the small palm with a destructive force directly broke through the defense of the blood, and printed it on Shui Li's delicate body. In exclamation, Shui Li avoided the key point and directly escaped 100 feet away. Li Rong didn't pursue her, she just stood there quietly and looked at her indifferently. Your cultivation level. Shui Li's expression changed, and she sighed in disbelief. The last time Li Rong performed demon transformation, she went all out to tie Shui Li, but this time, as soon as she made a move, Shui Li felt a lot of pressure. That kind of pressure is just like the Lord Demon Venerable gave him. This made her a little bewildered. She couldn't help but have the illusion that if she fought with the opponent again this time, she would definitely die. After thinking about it for a lifetime, Shui Li's delicate body trembled, and she shouted, "You shouldn't have broken through to the third layer of saints, right?" Li Rong nodded. Yes. The blood on Shirley's face suddenly faded a lot and became a little pale. As a demon general, she knows better than anyone the power and strangeness of the lineage that has served the great demon god. They have obtained the transformation of the demon god personally passed down by the great demon god, and everyone can fight beyond the ranks. This woman named Li Rong was able to tie with her when she entered the second layer holy realm, but now that she has reached the third layer realm, she has no hope of victory at all. Turning her head to look at Mongo in a hurry, Shirley took a deep breath and could hardly believe what she saw. When she and Li Rong started, another woman had already met Meng Jie, and the bone-chilling artistic conception swept across a radius of dozens of miles, making it a frozen world, full of permafrost in the sky. The heavy snow fell with goose feathers, dyeing the ground white. That kind of cold, even the two demon generals had to run the holy yuan with all their strength to resist. Meng Jie, who had an arrogant attitude just now, was entangled by the woman with the cold aura at the moment. The suffocating energy that emerged from his body was frozen one after another, and he fought, with a look of bound hands and annoyed expression. Even if the strength of this woman is not as good as that of Meng Jie, it is not far behind. It is impossible for Mongo to capture her or take her life. Shirley's heart trembled, and she immediately realized that nothing could be done. She and Mongo completely underestimated each other's combat effectiveness, resulting in the loss of the initiative in the first battle. The other party dared to come here so unscrupulously, obviously he had some ability. Shui Li, it seems we should go. Meng Jie also realized this, looked at Han Fei angrily, and gritted his teeth. Let's go. Shui Li was quite decisive, and she turned into blood in the low drink and ran away directly. Mongo also shook his body, wrapped in a black cloud, like a wisp of ghost, followed by Shirley with monstrous aura. The two demon generals shouted for a while with heavy thunder and little rain, but they evacuated in less than 10 breaths. No need to chase. Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong and Han Fei stopped when they heard the sound, dissipated the demon god transformation, and returned to their original appearance. The two of them were the top experts in the third layer of the Holy Spirit. If they ran away, Li Rong and Han Fei couldn't stop them. Returning to Yang Kai's side, he looked solemnly at the direction where the two demon generals disappeared. There seems to be a place called Dianguo. Yang Kai frowned, thoughtfully. In this world, he is only familiar with Dayan, and he has also been to the nearby Heavenly Wolf Kingdom once, but he is not familiar with that Dian Kingdom at all. My lord, there are actually two demon generals here, shouldn't they be from? Li Rong said worriedly. It didn't come from the High Heaven Pavilion. There should be other passages in this world that can lead to Tongshuan continent, and together with it is actually the demon border. With the means of the demon race people, I am afraid that they are already lifeless. What do we do now? It doesn't matter. The original intention of their coming this time is probably to go to the central capital, but they don't want to bump into us halfway. After suffering a loss, I think they should not go to the central capital again. Yang Kai took a breath. Go back, this world is big, everyone has their own lives, I can only take care of my relatives and friends, and it is the real business to bring them back to the Nine Heavens Holy Land quickly. The Lord said yes. Li Rong nodded lightly in agreement. After a while, a group of 3 people returned to the team. Yang Fourth Master simply asked a few questions, but Yang Kai prevaricates it. After a long journey for a month, a group of more than 1,000 people finally came to the High Heaven Pavilion and joined the people from the 3 nearby sects. Chapter 941 Uninvited. Returning to the High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai did not leave in a hurry, but waited here as agreed. A few days later, the direct descendants of the Dong family rushed over. A few days later, a group of beauties of all sizes from Wanhua Palace also arrived here, yin yin yan yan, making people dazzled. In a few days, the people from the Treasure Artifact sect will come. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a group of people rushes from different places to join the team heading to Tongshuan continent. Yang Kai will not refuse anyone who comes, as long as he is sure that the person who comes is his friend's classmate, he will be eagerly accepted. It makes them very grateful. The world is in chaos, the central capital has fallen, and suddenly there is a strong man who has entered the holy realm. Just when these sects did not know what to do, Yang Kai showed them a clear path. Therefore, after receiving the news from the disciples residing in the central capital, he did not hesitate at all, hurriedly packed his things, and rushed to the high heaven pavilion to join Yang Kai. The team grew day by day, and more than 1,000 people snowballed, but it took 10 days to become a huge crowd of 4,000 or 5,000 people. While waiting, Yang Kai was not idle, while letting Li Rong, Hanfei, Shikun and the others instruct those people on the way of cultivation, while at the same time refining some medicinal herbs. The refined medicinal herbs were properly distributed, and all the medicinal herbs were properly distributed. Do everything possible to help them increase their strength. Everyone was ecstatic. In front of Li Rong, Hanfei, Shikun and the others, there were countless warriors sitting day and night. Good students generally listened to their insights and explanations on the Tao of Heaven and martial arts, and absorbed them. The 3 Saint Realm powerhouses who followed Yang Kai spoke dryly every day, but when they saw the eager eyes of those people, they couldn't ignore them cruelly. So bite the bullet and teach the practice experience. Among them, the blood servants of the Yang family and the sisters of the Hu family have grown the most. In less than 10 days, their true essence and realm cultivation seem to have undergone subtle changes. Bound by this world, even if they break through to the transcendent realm, they will not be able to comprehend much. But after being broadcast by Li Rong and others, she immediately became enlightened. Outside the crowd, Chu Yimeng looked at the transcendent warriors with some envy, then re-examined her own cultivation and sighed slightly. These days, she has talked a lot with Yang Kai. From Yang Kai, she has learned about the wonders of Tongshuan continent. Knowing that transcendent realm is somewhat of a master there, this kind of cultivation is already in line with that world. On the contrary, she is the pinnacle of the immortal ascension realm. She is considered a strong person here, but when she gets there, she is nothing. Immortal ascension boundary martial artist, there are simply as many as the hair of a cow. Fang Xin was secretly anxious. I envy their cultivation base. Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and asked in a low voice. What's the use of envy, aptitude is here. Chu Yimeng pursed her lips and smiled, besides, I'm just a woman, and I'll work on housework and take care of children in the future, this life will be over, what do you do with such a high level of cultivation? You're not a woman who can be satisfied so easily, right? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her. Chu Yimeng forced a smile. I am easy to satisfy, but you are not satisfied with me. Stop, don't keep talking like crazy. Yang Kai couldn't bear it. Chu Yimeng glared at him faintly, and said with anger like a little woman, okay, I just envy them, so what's the matter, I can't envy them if I'm not as good as them. Especially the Hu family sisters, you don't know. In the past, their cultivation was not as good as mine, but since you left, they don't know why they are crazy. Is it red now? Saying this, Zhao Chu took the initiative to stick it up, and while twisting the flesh around Yang Kai's waist, he gritted his teeth and said, to be honest, did you give them something good but didn't give it to me? How can there be? Yang Kai felt wronged and died, isn't the myriad medicine spiritual liquid given to you at the beginning? Those spiritual liquids are enough to improve your qualifications. Then why are they so powerful? They have their own opportunities. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain it. Then what about your brother-in-law? Chu Yimeng looked at him pitifully, he is also a latecomer. He also has his own chance. Yang Kai bite the bullet. However, when Chu Yimeng said this, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that the younger generation, only a few people who had benefited from the inheritance cave in the past, now stand out. Even Chu Yimeng has not been promoted to transcendent realm level. It can be seen that the benefits in the inheritance cave are huge. I'll trust you. Chu Yi dreamed of Yang Kai's embarrassed appearance, no longer persecuting, and proudly said, you are always a bowl of water that will be level in your work, I know you will not treat me badly. Quote. Yang Kai kept nodding his head, his spiritual sense swirled around her, and suddenly laughed mysteriously, wait until Tongshuan continent will give you a surprise. What surprise? Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes lit up. You'll know when you get there, don't ask too much now, just practice well. Chu Yimeng pouted, what the hell are you doing by pretending to be a ghost? Yang Kai smiled without saying a word, acting inscrutable, causing Chu Yimeng to tickle his teeth with hatred, but there was nothing he could do. The biggest advantage of Chu Yimeng is that she doesn't treat herself as an outsider. Even though there is a huge gap between her strength and Yang Kai's status, she still dares to maintain the close relationship with Yang Kai as before, and she did not deliberately alienate herself. This makes Yang Kai very pleased. Huo Xingchen did the same. On the contrary, the four girls from Wanhua Palace, Chen Zushu and the others, are now somewhat restrained when facing Yang Kai, and no longer speak freely as before, without any scruples. The gap between strength and status makes them dare not do that. While chatting happily with Chu Yimeng, Yang Kai's expression changed suddenly, looking up at the sky in the distance. Lord, Li Rong and Han Fei, who were teaching their cultivation experience over there, drank at the same time. Fuck, Yang Kai couldn't help but scolded, with a gloomy look like the eve of a storm. He rarely swears, unless he is too emotional. What's wrong? Chu Yimeng hurriedly asked. From the change in Yang Kai's face, she also noticed that something was wrong. It seemed that some huge danger was approaching, and Chu Yimeng's complexion also turned white. Listen, if you feel that there are fluctuations in the battle over there, immediately arrange for the people here to pass through the void corridor over there, and don't delay for a moment. Yang Kai hurriedly urged. What happened? Chu Yimeng stomped her feet in a hurry. The strong enemy is coming, and it's coming with several. Yang Kai explained casually, no longer wasting time, winked at Li Rong and Han Fei, and prepared to take them to stop them. He didn't need to spy on the identity of the person who came. From the shocking wave of evil spirits, he could smell the breath of the demon generals Mungo and Shirley. More than a month ago, they were driven away outside the central capital city. Yang Kai thought that they would no longer make fun of themselves. After more than a month, they actually made a comeback. And this time, there is another strong person's breath. This person's breath is deeper and farther than Mungo and Shirley, and it is as vast as the sea. Is there another magician? The three demon generals, even if Li Rong and Han Fei joined forces, would not be able to defeat them quickly, and would not be able to take care of the safety of thousands of people here. Yang Kai made a decisive decision and was not prepared to let the enemy approach this place. Unexpectedly, he hadn't moved, but a loud shout came from the thick cloud layer. This deity is uninvited. I have something important to ask Holy Master Yang. Please don't blame Holy Master Yang. The owner of this voice was still 100 miles away, but the voice sounded directly beside Yang Kai's ear, very clear. The thousands of people gathered here also all looked up at the sky, only to see that the sky, which was originally bright and sunny, was now gradually clustered with thick black clouds, obscuring the light above their heads. The thick, as if it can't be melted, is pressed on the top of the head, making people feel uncomfortable. Yang Kai's expression changed and he stopped in place. Li Rong and Han Fei looked at him with their inquiring eyes, and Yang Kai slowly shook his head, signaling them to calm down. Before the other party arrived, he took the initiative to send a voice over, and it seemed that there was a good taste, which made Yang Kai confused, not knowing who the visitor was and what he wanted to do. At the edge of the sky, a black curtain swept the world and was rapidly approaching here, like a devastating disaster, making everyone pale and fearful. Yang Kai snorted coldly and shouted, "Can your excellency take away this suffocating energy? You scared my friend." The sound was like an arrow from a string, piercing the dark cloud like thick ink, piercing the sky, breaking a huge hole in the cloud layer, allowing a ray of sunlight to shine straight down, hitting the high heaven pavilion with precision. The oppressive breath was stagnant, and everyone gasped and breathed as much as they wanted. Soon, an apologetic voice came from there. "I'm sorry, I'm used to being rambunctious. I didn't expect so many people to gather here. Well, Holy Master Yang, forgive me." As he spoke, the dark clouds in the sky quickly melted away, as if being stroked by an invisible big hand. Heaven and earth regained clarity once again. Yang Kai's eyes showed deep fear, and even Li Rong's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. They all sensed the tyranny of the person who came. Soon, three figures suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision, quietly suspended in midair, as if they had been standing there from beginning to end. Among the three, the leader was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, wearing a large cloak carved with dragons and phoenixes, with bright colors and extremely fancy. And standing behind this middle-aged man are the demon generals Shuili and Mongo. Both of them are one position behind this middle-aged man, with serious expressions. When looking at the middle-aged man's back, there is even a trace of, with fear and respect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and a storm surged deep in his heart. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 942 Demon Lord Changyuan. Before seeing this scene, he thought that Shui Li and Meng Jie were unwilling to be humiliated, and called other demon generals to come to help, but after seeing the scene in front of him, Yang Kai immediately determined that this bland-looking Chinese young people are not magic generals at all. Baidu search. He screamed in surprise from the depths of his heart. His expression tried to maintain a calm expression, and he stared deeply at the middle-aged man, his eyes filled with fear. The middle-aged man wearing a fancy cloak has a plain appearance, but his eyes are quite dazzling, shining with divine brilliance, making people dare not face him, and his aura is also vast, distant and unfathomable. He tilted his head, his eyes swept around the crowd, and he stared at Yang Kai at once, showing a warm smile like a spring breeze. Holy Master Yang. He had never met Yang Kai before, but he found him precisely among the thousands of people at a glance, showing the viciousness of his eyes. Yang Kai nodded lightly and snorted, "Demon Venerable." The middle-aged man raised his brows, laughed out loud, and praised, "Holy Master Yang has good eyesight, and he has penetrated the identity of the deity in one fell swoop. I admire him." He didn't expect that Yang Kai's eyesight was not bad, and no one could be so indifferent when he knew his true identity. All those who recognized his details would be panicked, as if facing a great enemy, or attack directly. Yang Kai is different. Although there is fear in his eyes, he has not lost his senses, and he is still calm. He really admired it. Yang Kai snorted softly. His ability to recognize people's identities was also inferred from the attitudes of Shirley and Mungo. These two are demon generals, with incredible strength, people who can make them willing to fall behind by a position, and who are in awe. Apart from the current demon venerable, there are others. Yang Kai had fantasized about it several times. What kind of person is the demon venerable today? Maybe he has big shoulders and round waist, as strong as a bear. Perhaps the face is sinister, insidious and cunning. Or let loose and unrestrained. But he never thought that the current demon venerable is actually such an image, plain and ordinary to the extreme. If it weren't for him wearing that fancy cloak, even if he was walking in the crowd, he would not be able to attract the attention of others. Others looked at him. The only thing he cared about was his clothes, not who he was. Is this the demon venerable who sealed Mengya's strength? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel an unreal feeling. Holy Master Yang doesn't have to doubt that the deity is indeed the current demon venerable, Zhang Yuan. Well, Shui Li and Meng Jie can prove this for me. Demon venerable still smiled indifferently, said warmly, "I have no doubts." Yang Kai took a breath. "I just don't understand. You don't sit in the demon border, but why do you come to this place so far? There doesn't seem to be anything worth visiting here, right?" Aware of Yang Kai's hostility and rejection, Zhang Yuan touched his nose and said with a smile, "The deity said, I came here to talk about something with Holy Master Yang." "What do we have to talk about?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes," Zhang Yuan insisted. Looking left and right, he said, "This is not the place to talk. Can Holy Master Yang arrange a quiet place?" After finishing speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Lord Li Rong was standing behind Yang Kai. Mei Mu looked at Zhang Yuan with dread, and said solemnly at this moment, "Be careful of what conspiracies he has. Don't promise him." Han Fei also interjected. Yang Kai frowned and shook his head. "Let me talk to him, look at him like this. It doesn't seem to be here to find fault, it seems that he really has something to tell me. If it is to find fault, or if you want to embarrass Meng Jie and Shui Li, you need to talk too much nonsense with Zhang Yuan's strength, just start the fight directly. It may not be possible to get Yang Kai, but the top powerhouses who have entered the third level of the Holy Spirit are fighting here, and the thousands of people gathered in the High Heaven Pavilion will probably suffer. This is the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai. Please come inside." Yang Kai shouted, and stretched out his hand to signal them to speak inside the High Heaven Pavilion. While speaking, they should lead the way. Naughty. Zhang Yuan nodded lightly, and followed behind Yang Kai with Meng Jie and Shui Li. After the figures of the 6 people in this group gradually disappeared, thousands of people took a deep breath. Who was that guy just now? He seems to be very powerful. Senior brother Yang calls him Demon Venerable. What is Demon Venerable? Elder Shi-kun, how much do you know about this matter? Ling Taishu, 4th Master Yang and others walked up to Shi-kun and asked. They knew too little about the place called Tongshuan Continent. Shi-kun's complexion was pale, and many people whispered in his ears, smiling bitterly, "Those who know say so." Demon Venerable, I haven't even seen him before, but the people here are discussing what Demon Venerable is. I believe that if this name is reported anywhere in Tongshuan Continent, it will cause an uproar, but here, it just arouses the curiosity of many people. Ma Zhen can be said to be one of the strongest and top experts in Tongshuan continent. As for how strong he is, well, let's make an analogy like this. Do you think I am powerful? A group of people gathered around Shikun nodded sharply. Entering the Holy Realm, the people here did not know what it meant to enter the Holy Realm half a year ago. The blood servants of the Yang family blood servant hall had personally experienced the huge difference between the holy and the extraordinary. The Holy Land is in front of them, of course, powerful, that kind of earth-shattering means, they can't resist at all. Shikun smiled bitterly. In your eyes, I'm really powerful, but even if there are 100 of me, if you meet that demon Venerable, you'll be deadly suspicious, and people can turn me into ashes with just one finger. Everyone changed color suddenly, and finally understood the tyranny of demon Venerable. Isn't it dangerous to Kair? Dong Suzu screamed. Shikun scratched his head. Not necessarily, Ma Zhen doesn't seem to want to fight this time. And the lady named Li Rong next to the Holy Master is not bad. With her protection, Ma Zhen may not be able to hurt. Holy Lord. You mean, that lady's strength is the same as that of demon Venerable? Everyone was surprised, it seemed that they didn't know Li Rong's background until this moment. I don't know either. Shikun shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definite answer, but he couldn't understand why someone like Ma Zhen came to this place even if he wanted to break his head. And bluntly said that he wanted to discuss important matters with the Holy Master. The two have never met before, what can we discuss? In a hall of the High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and Demon Venerable were seated, Li Rong Hanfei was standing behind Yang Kai, and Shui Li Menge was standing behind Demon Venerable. The atmosphere in the hall was eerie, and the air was heavy. Yang Kai was full of doubts and did not speak, staring straight at Demon Venerable. Don't miss any of his moves. The Demon Venerable looked at the humble hall like no one, and praised, blessed land, such a place can actually give birth to people like Holy Master Yang, it is really a blessed land, I wish I could be born 1,000 years later. Brothers and sisters from the same sect, enjoy the wine, and travel the world. In the hall, everyone's expressions became weird, and no one knew what Zhang Yuan was going to do. As soon as he came up, he was so complimented that people couldn't help but feel that he was either a traitor or a thief. Ma Zhen, tell me if you have something to say. You are not welcome here. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, his expression impatient. With such a master sitting in front of him, Yang Kai was also under a lot of pressure. He wasn't worried about his own safety, even if there was a real fight. Even if his strength is no match for Demon Venerable, he can also directly tear apart the space and escape, and can control the flying sky shuttle at the speed of flying sky shuttle. Even today's Demon Venerable has to follow his ass to eat ashes, and never try to chase him for the rest of his life. He was worried about the safety of the thousands of people gathered here. There are my own classmates, my own clansmen, my own parents and brothers. He needs to worry too much. Presumptuous. Meng Jie shouted sharply, boy, don't give you 3 points of color to open a dyeing workshop, it is your honor that Lord Ma Zhen can come here in person. He came uninvited, I am the master here, I can't drive people away. Yang Kai sneered. Meng Jie shut up. Zhang Yuan drank, and Meng Jie lowered his head immediately. Although they are both at the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit, the Demon Venerable's strength is much stronger than that of all the demon generals, which is why he can secure his current position. Zhang Yuan glanced at Yang Kai and said with a smile, Holy Master Yang seems to be very wary of the deity, well, the deity will not waste your time, just straight to the point. He continued with a smile, actually, Holy Master Yang doesn't have to be like this. Let's put it this way, the power you have in your hands is not inferior to the deity. The lady behind you, even if her strength is not as good as the deity, is not far behind. There are 4 major demon generals, all of them are in the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit, but the others under the Holy Master Yang are not bad. If the 2 of us really fall out, it will not benefit anyone, do you think? Yang Kai frowned, his face sullen, and he said nothing. He didn't know why Demon Venerable wanted to clarify the strength comparison between the 2 sides. It's easy to think that Demon Venerable really doesn't want Yang Kai to go to war. The strength in each other's hands is almost different, and neither side has a huge advantage, and the status is naturally equal. Zhang Yuan pondered for a while, and then said, the deity heard that these 2 things under my command have no eyes, and I offended Holy Master Yang, it is the deity's discipline, you too, make an apology to Holy Master Yang, let's big things become small things become small, and no one will hate anyone in the future. As soon as these words came out, Mungo and Shirley's eyes became dull, and they looked at Zhang Yuan incredulously. Never thought he would say such a thing. Even Yang Kai's expression became weird. Even if Zhang Yuan wanted to be nice to him, it was too much, and with his status, why would he want to be nice to him? Yang Kai feels more and more that he has no intentions, otherwise, with a character like him, it is impossible for his capable subordinates to be humiliated. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed, and he looked at Zhang Yuan in a relaxed manner, with a freehand smile on his face. He wanted to see what the present demon Venerable wanted to do and what he wanted from him. As long as he has all the pictures, the initiative will always be in his own hands. Yang Kai is happy. Chapter 943 Magical Mystery Tome. Inside the hall, Yang Kai smiled indifferently, Demon Venerable Zhang Yuan looked calm. Shirley and Mongo, who were standing behind him, widened their eyes and trembled slightly, looking in disbelief. Lord Mazan actually wants to apologize to this abominable human being. They could hardly believe their ears, staring at Zhang Yuan in a daze, wanting to confirm, but they dared not ask. Zhang Yuan snorted softly and said displeased, "What? Are you too deaf or dumb? Didn't you hear what the deity said? Do you want me to apologize for you?" "Don't dare." Meng Jie and Shui Li trembled, aware of Zhang Yuan's anger, and no longer dared to hesitate, hurriedly clasped their fists, clenched their teeth and said in unison, "There have been many offenses a few days ago, please ask Yang Shengju Haihan." Quote. They looked like they had been humiliated. Although they apologized to Yang Kai under the pressure of Zhang Yuan, no one could see that as long as they found a chance, they would definitely experience this humiliation. Zhang Yuan's persecution and coercion not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but also deepened their hatred and anger towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai was indifferent and said nothing. Zhang Yuan laughed and looked very happy. "That's right, if you did something wrong, you naturally have to apologize. Well, everyone will stop hating each other in the future. I also want to make friends with Holy Master Yang." "I don't want to." Yang Kai chuckled. Zhang Yuan's face became bitter. "I won't give you this thin face, Holy Master Yang is too impersonal." Quote, "The two of you said a sentence to me." Although there was no knife and blood between the words, it made everyone standing behind them tremble with fear. However, both of them have a genial look on their faces, smiling constantly, and it seems that the atmosphere is harmonious. Mungo and Shirley's moods turned upside down, and they felt bad for a while. The last time, Shui Li trespassed into human territory without authorization, and was injured by Chuling Xiao, and hurriedly returned to the demon border. She didn't tell anyone about that time. A month and a half ago, she and Meng Jie met Yang Kai by chance, fought a battle, and left in a hurry. Originally, she also wanted to hide this matter, but Meng Jie, unlike her, was loyal to Demon Zun. After returning to Demon Border, she reported what happened here. Demon Zun Zongyuan heard about it and immediately set off from Demon Capital, rushed to this place, saying that he wanted to see this Holy Master Yang. At this point, Shirley was helpless and could only lead the way with Mongo. "I thought that the Demon Venerable went out to save face for them and take revenge, and secretly looked forward to it. On the way, the two of them had been thinking about how to make him suffer if the human boy fell into their hands. Soothe the hatred in your heart." But he didn't want Lord Mazan to have such an attitude when he saw this human stinky boy. The two demons filled the bitterness in their hearts through Wanglian. "Zhang Yuan, don't talk nonsense, tell me what you want to do." Yang Kai smiled faintly and asked the doubts in his heart. Playing a riddle with such a strong man is destined to be himself, Yang Kai decided to go straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed, not intending to hide, and said, "It seems that Holy Master Yang also guessed that the deity came here for some other purpose. Well, I came here this time mainly to confirm one thing." "Confirm what?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "I want to know if Holy Master Yang is the descendant of the great demon god." As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, and the two girls, Li Rong and Han Fei, looked at Zhang Yuan fiercely. Mungo and Shirley could not help but open their mouths wide, horrified. The three words great demon god have an unparalleled impact on any person in the demon race. Holy Master Yang doesn't have to deny it. Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and interrupted him. "Originally, this deity was just a little suspicious, so I hurried over to confirm it. After all, if you leave here, return when we arrive at the Nine Heavens Holy Land, even the deity will not dare to trespass into human territory. Now, it seems that Holy Master Yang really is, absolutely." His expression and tone are very certain. Yang Kai is noncommittal, pouted and said, "Why did you confirm it?" "Because these two ladies are loyal to you." Zhang Yuan cast his eyes on Li Rong and Han Fei with a hint of envy in his eyes, and said quietly, I have many treasured books in my hands, and there are some records on them. Unknown content, no one else knows about this content except the deity. One of the classics records the affairs of the lineage that served the great demon god. They call themselves the ancient demon clan, they are the cronies around the great demon god, and they swear that their descendants will forever serve and be loyal to the great demon god. It's a pity that the Lord Demon God disappeared before he fell, and no one knows where they went. Rumor has it that they have exterminated their clan, because they possessed too much power. Lord Demon God worried that after his fall, no one would be able to stop them, so he destroyed this clan with his own hands. But I know that the rumors are false. Lord Demon God sealed them up and left this power to his heirs. These two ladies are from the ancient demon family. Since they are willing to be loyal to you, then Holy Master Yang, the identity of the person is clear at a glance. Because the ancient demon family can't be loyal to anyone else, even the deity, they won't take it seriously. Demon Venerable Zhang Yuan spoke eloquently, and Yang Kai just listened quietly and did not interrupt. After he finished speaking, Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seems that Lord Mazan knows the secrets that many people don't know. His expression is categorical, even if Yang Kai wants to deny it, it is useless. That's right. Zhang Yuan nodded proudly. I also know why Lord Demon God sealed the ancient demon clan, and why he left this power to his heirs, all of which, the great demon god left some clues back then. Quote. Why? Yang Kai couldn't help but become curious. As soon as he said it, he realized that something was wrong. Silently, his thinking was actually driven by Zhang Yuan, and he suddenly lost the initiative. This discovery made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He had to pretend to be nothing, secretly reminding himself that the guy in front of him was an old fox who didn't know how long he had lived, but he must never repeat his words. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, for the coming catastrophe. Havoc. Yang Kai was stunned. Well, as for what the catastrophe is, I don't know, but Holy Master Yang can figure it out. Zhang Yuan said solemnly. How can I figure out what you don't know? Yang Kai kept shaking his head. Zhang Yuan looked serious, and said, in my demon city, there is a secret room left by the Lord of the Demon God. The secret room is very restricted and powerful. Several generations of demon venerables have wanted to see the mystery, but unfortunately no one has cracked it. You can't crack it either. Zhang Yuan shook his head, and a look of longing appeared on his face. Master Demon God's methods are beyond the sky. I can't compare. I always feel that his cultivation has surpassed the holy realm, perhaps reaching a higher level. Not sure. Yang Kai's body was shocked, and he involuntarily gave birth to a thought that was consistent with Zhang Yuan's thoughts. Before, he and the two great masters of the demon race entered that strange space, and they also saw the various methods of the great devil. At that time, he had this conjecture, but he couldn't believe it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan also thought so. I can't crack it, but Holy Master Yang should be able to. Zhang Yuan continued, I don't know why Holy Master Yang can become the descendant of the great demon god, but since it is his descendant, then you should have the magic mystery tome in your hand, right? Magic mystery tome, Meng Jie and Shui Li exclaimed in unison, with a hint of fanaticism on their faces. It seems that these 4 words made their blood boil. The great demon god didn't know where he got a complete soul-suppressing stone back then, and with that soul-suppressing stone, he made the magic mystery book, and all his magical powers are hidden in the mystery book. Who can unlock the magic mystery tome? Who is his descendant? Since Holy Master Yang is the descendant of the great demon god, he should have obtained the demon mysterious tome, and that thing is the key to unlocking the prohibition of the devil capital. Yang Kai's expression was weird. He thought for a while, and with a casual move, a black book appeared in his hand. What are you talking about? A bunch of eyes are biting on the black book without words. Meng Jie and Shui Li's eyes are full of greed, and even Demon Venerable Zhang Yuan can't help but be moved. Guessing is one thing, actually seeing it is another. But soon, Zhang Yuan's expression returned to normal. He took a breath, nodded and said, yes, this is the magic mystery tome. It seems that everything is as I guessed, but God's eyes are closed. The demon mysterious tome is actually in the hands of a human. He had a look of pity, without any concealment, showing his true feelings. This is also a matter of course. The descendant of the great demon god is supposed to be a talented person in the demon race, but the person who got the demon mystery tome is actually Yang Kai. This makes them unable to help but give birth to a kind of grief and anger that God does not favor me. I don't know if it is the magic mystery tome. I call it the wordless black book. Yang Kai said casually, and put the wordless black book into his body. Meng Jie and Shui Li suddenly became very lost, and looked at Yang Kai sharply, as if they wanted to see where he kept the magic mystery collection. So something made from a large piece of soul-suppressing stone, not to mention whether there are various magical powers of the great demon god hidden in it, the value of the material itself is inestimable. Anyone who sees it will be moved. The words have already been said. Zhang Yuan worked hard to maintain a stable state of mind, and looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. This deity came in person this time, and it came with sincerity. Logically speaking, the identity of the great demon god alone is enough. It is enough to take charge of the entire demon realm. After all, the demon realm was opened up by the demon god, and the deity also believes that as long as you are given enough time, you can grow to the height of the great demon god, which is beyond the reach of the deity. Quote. As soon as these words came out, Meng Jie and Shui Li couldn't help but swallow their saliva, showing a hint of jealousy, aware of the unkindness in their eyes. Li Rong and Han Fei's inner strength secretly condensed, ready to take action at any time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 944 We are friends. In the hall, because of Zhang Yuan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became eerie and tense. As long as there is enough time, Yang Kai can grow to the height of the great demon god, which makes Meng Jie and Shui Li feel more crisis. Even Lord Demon Venerable admitted that it was a height he could not have hoped for. Would it really be worth it if Yang Kai could grow up? The great demon god was able to sweep the world back then and was invincible in the world, and this Yang Kai could too. At that time, all beings in the world will be killed and taken away. The two demon generals involuntarily gave birth to a dangerous thought to kill Yang Kai here, lest that day really come. Don't be rude, Zhang Yuan shouted in a low voice. I said, I want to be friends with Holy Master Yang, so I will say whatever I want, and I will not hide it. If you two dare to be so murderous again, this deity I'll let you go first. Meng Jie and Shui Li were stunned. They never expected that Zhang Yuan would reprimand them for Yang Kai's sake. Only then did they understand the resolute attitude of Lord Demon Venerable, not just talking about it, and hurriedly bowed his head to admit his mistake. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and looked at Yang Kai again. Although you say so, but Holy Master Yang, don't expect too much. Now that the demon border is in the hands of this deity, it is impossible for me to give such a large piece of land to a human being. Quote. I don't have any idea of hitting the magic border. That's the best. Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled. Actually, the safest way is for the deity to kill you and rob you of the magic mystery book. But the deity knows that even if I kill you, I will not be able to get the demon god. The inheritance of the great demon god is a unique and irreplaceable thing. Since the great demon god has chosen you, there is a reason for him. All demons are descendants of the great demon god, so the deity only hopes that Holy Master Yang will not treat us as enemies in the future. I swear in the name of the great demon god, you won't be disadvantaged in the future. How about you don't make trouble with me? Yang Kai was secretly moved. No demon dares to swear in the name of the great demon god casually. 3 words have inestimable weight in the hearts of any demon, even today's demon venerable. Yang Kai deeply realized Zhang Yuan's sincerity, and he couldn't help but become serious, nodded and said, okay. Zhang Yuan laughed and looked very satisfied. Then let's make a deal. Although Holy Master Yang is young, he can do things decisively, which is very suitable for this deity's appetite. It's easy to deal with people like you. You're pretty cool too. Then we are friends. Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. It's not an enemy anyway. Yang Kai also smiled. Okay. Zhang Yuan stood up. Then that's what I said today. I should leave the other day. If Holy Master Yang has time, he will also invite you to the devil's capital, so that the deity can be used as a landlord. Friendship. Secondly, this deity is very curious about the secrets that Lord Demon God left in the past, and I want to use the magic mystery book. I wonder if Holy Master Yang can agree. Okay, I'll go. Thank you. If Holy Master Yang comes to the devil's capital in the future, please say hello in advance. My devil's border will allow you to travel freely, and no one will be against you. Li Rong, see off the guest. Yang Kai ordered. Li Rong acted immediately and sent Chang Yuan and the 2 demon generals out of the hall. After a while, he returned leisurely and looked at Yang Kai with Han Fei. Lord, do you really believe what Zhang Yuan said? What do you think? Yang Kai asked without answering. Li Rong thought about it carefully. He is indeed quite sincere, but after all, we are not familiar with him at all, so we cannot trust him completely. I think so too. Han Fei nodded. I think he's not bad. Yang Kai grinned, causing the two women to be startled. Yang Kai is not a child. If Zhang Yuan can deceive him with just a few words, he will not be alive today. Yang Kai obviously has his own deep thoughts on Zhang Yuan's attitude and words. Do you want the devil to go? Go, of course. Yang Kai nodded sternly. But it wasn't because of Zhang Yuan's invitation, but because he was also very curious about the secrets that the great demon god left back then. If the expectations are good, the secrets left there are definitely the same as what the great demon god said distractedly in that weird space. There are relationships. When he brought Meng Wuya and the little senior sister back, the great demon god's distraction also told Yang Kai that he would go to the demon capital if he had time, and when he got there, everything could be understood. Yang Kai didn't care much, but Zhang Yuan arrived today, and his words made him see the opportunity. The Shaoxuan realm under the world was fully opened because he destroyed that place. The great demon god distracted and said that it was the center of the entire continent. What kind of shocking secret was hidden in it? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out, and it was hard to sleep and eat. While pondering, a group of people swarmed in outside the hall, headed by Ling Taishu, who rushed over to ask for warmth and ask if the demon Venerable just now was not good for him. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, reassuringly. In the air dozens of miles away from the High Heaven Pavilion, Zhang Yuan took Mongo and Shui Li galloping and left quickly. The two demon generals followed behind Demon Venerable, looking at each other, thinking that they couldn't understand why Demon Venerable didn't take this opportunity to kill that human, but instead bent down to make friends. Such a terrifying person must be destroyed as soon as possible, lest he grow up and be detrimental to the entire demon border. Seemingly able to penetrate the doubts in their hearts, Zhang Yuan, who was flying, suddenly said, "You can't kill it, don't think about it." Mungo and Shirley were shocked. Zhang Yuan continued, "If he can be chosen as the successor by the great demon god, where can Yang Kai be? Don't think that he is only a young man of the transcendent third-layer realm. If he really works hard, I guess he can play a role. The strength of entering and leaving the holy two-layer." "No," Mungo and Shirley exclaimed, "why not?" Zhang Yuan chuckled. Lord Demon God was famous for his high-level battles back then. It is rumored that he can easily win the enemy with a few more ranks. You are also considered demon generals, and you won't even do this. I don't know the information. Meng Jie and Shui Li were speechless. They were naturally clear about this information, but they did not associate it with Yang Kai. That's just his own power. Maybe he has some magical powers. If he doesn't kill him with one hit, he will only be evil to him. When he really grows up in the future, my demon border will be over, and the deity can't afford it. This risk. Furthermore, the woman of the ancient demon clan who was following him, the deity can't win against her. As long as she follows Yang Kai, no one in this world can threaten his life. The two demon generals couldn't help being a little lost. Although they had personally experienced Li Rong's terrifying strength and compared the demon Venerable with him, they could not believe it when Zhang Yuan admitted that they couldn't win. What the Lord said today. Meng Jie hesitated. I didn't lie to him, I really want to make friends with him. Well, if you want to make friends with someone, you have to make friends with him when he is weak, and it will be too late to make friends with him when he is strong. Remember me. Stay, no matter what kind of grievances you had with him before, it's over today, don't have any conflicts with him in the future, I don't want to see the relationship that you worked hard for be destroyed by you. Meng Jie surely had mixed feelings in her heart, and she didn't know what to say for a while, so she could only nod her head. 5 days later, under Yang Kai's order, thousands of people marched through the void corridor and headed to Tongshuan continent. After waiting for so many days, the people who should come have already come, and those who haven't come probably won't come, so there is no need to wait any longer. What makes Yang Kai feel gratified is that almost all of the friends he has made are willing to follow him and entrust his life to him. They are confident in Yang Kai. In the vicinity of the free and easy divine sect, Yang Kai, Li Rong, Han Fei and Shi Kun had arrived ahead of schedule, and the warriors who were staying nearby were almost empty within a radius of 50 miles. Shi Kun looked at Yang Kai inexplicably. Holy Master, will this provoke public anger? In fact, as long as you free up a radius of 10 miles. He didn't quite understand why Yang Kai wanted to clear a place as large as 50 miles. You'll find out later. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at the void tunnel over there. One after another silhouettes suddenly appeared from there, and one after another their heads popped out. The first batch of people who came over was naturally the direct descendants of the Yang family. They all looked around curiously, as if they had arrived in Xintiandi, excited. When they noticed the rich spiritual energy of the world, They were all ecstatic, breathing the air greedily, and ecstasy expressions appeared on their faces. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, the first batch of Yang family direct descendants who arrived flew down from the sky, found an open space, and waited for the arrival of other clansmen. A beautiful shadow was mixed in the Yang family's direct line. After she walked out of the void corridor, she looked around, and immediately flew straight towards Yang Kai and landed in front of him with a smile. Isn't your Chu family the fourth batch? Why did you, the head of the family, come over here? Yang Kai looked at Chu Yimeng in amazement. Chu Yimeng stretched out a hand towards Yang Kai. I came to you for a gift. What gift? Did you say it yourself? You said it a few days ago, and when you get here, give me a big gift. During the conversation, Mei Mu became lost, and said faintly, what? You don't forget it, right? Quote. You said a gift. Yang Kai woke up like a dream and patted his head. I remembered, I have already prepared. Chu Yimeng immediately jumped with joy, and kept saying, give it to me quickly, if you can't satisfy me, you will look good. You must be satisfied. Yang Kai smiled and patted Chu Yimeng casually. What are you doing? Chu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and then looked at the place he shot, and found that there were no traces left. Just now, I spent a lot of energy and hit your body with a force to help you improve your current realm. Yang Kai looked at her solemnly. I feel it carefully, is there any special feeling? Chu Yimeng looked at him suspiciously, obviously keeping a vigilant attitude towards his words, but when she felt it carefully, her pretty face suddenly became stunned and murmured, oh. I seem to be about to break through. Quote. Go find a place to understand the mystery. The surrounding area of 50 kilometers is a safe place. Yang Kai waved his hand. Chu Yimeng didn't dare to delay at all, and disappeared without a trace. It's so deceiving. Yang Kai sighed softly. Li Rong and Han Fei pursed their lips and snickered. To be continued. This article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 945. It took a full 3 days for thousands of people and horses to safely pass through the void corridor and arrive at Tongshuan continent. Within a radius of 50 miles, many warriors from the Han dynasty each found a suitable position, sat cross-legged, comprehended the martial arts of heaven, broke through their own shackles, and improved their cultivation to a higher level. Because of the difference in the laws of heaven and earth, all warriors who arrive at Tongshuan continent can more or less gain some improvement in strength. Martial artists who are on the verge of breaking through will naturally be able to take advantage of this opportunity to advance in one fell swoop. This was the case when Yang Kai set foot in this world. When the ancient demon clan was taken out of the mysterious small realm by Yang Kai, it was the same, and the realm of many clansmen improved. Now that it is the turn of these big Han warriors, Yang Kai is already familiar with it and has long been prepared, so he will clear the area of 50 miles, just to give everyone a safe breakthrough environment. Thousands of people, at least 1/3 of them are at the juncture of breaking through. Although the others were not so lucky, they were contented. The surrounding area is guarded by the companions who break through. Chu Yimeng came from somewhere 10 miles away, her silver teeth clenched lightly, and she muttered, as if she was cursing something. He quickly rushed to Yang Kai's side, raised his head, and glared at him with his beautiful eyes. Is this the big gift you gave me? Are you satisfied? Yang Kai grinned. Satisfied is satisfied, but this has nothing to do with you, right? Look with wide eyes, so many people are breaking through. Chu Yimeng stretched her fingers around, and as far as she could see, countless warriors were sitting cross-legged on the ground, breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The scene is spectacular. Just be satisfied, don't be serious. Remember me, let the woman down, I'm not finished with you. Chu Yimeng stomped her feet angrily, no longer bothered to pay attention to Yang Kai, and ran to the place where the Chu family gathered. Yang Kai touched his nose and looked helpless. Holy Master. At this time, Shi-kun appeared out of nowhere, and hurriedly said, there is a large group of people approaching this side, and it seems that something is wrong. Who? Yang Kai frowned. My subordinates didn't have time to inquire, but the other party has a Saint Realm expert. Go and have a look. Yang Kai looked displeased. The only major forces nearby were the Xiaoyao sect, but after many masters were beheaded, the Xiaoyao sect seemed to be scattered, this time from the High Heaven Pavilion. When he came over, Yang Kai specially asked Li Rong to go to the Free and Easy God sect, but when Li Rong passed by, he found that there was no one there. At this time, who else ran over without a long eye? Not long after walking out, Yang Kai saw some small black dots on the horizon rapidly approaching here. As time went by, the figures of the group became clearer and clearer. When the divine sense was released, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Among the group of people he found, there was really only one saint realm, and he was a martial artist who entered the saint first realm. What makes him feel strange is not that these people are not strong, but that there are a lot of them that he is familiar with. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai laughed dumbly. The group of warriors who came over apparently also discovered the situation here, and stopped a mile away, and the leader shouted loudly, "Dare to ask that the friend over there is a friend of the free and easy God sect." Next is Chen Zhou, the head of the Dragon Phoenix Palace, come today to ask for advice. Dragon Phoenix Mansion, Li Rong, who was standing behind Yang Kai, frowned, not having any impression of this little-known sect. My own person, Yang Kai said casually and shouted, Sun Yu, but where are you? As soon as these words came out, the warriors of the Dragon and Phoenix Palace all frowned, and the palace master Chen Zhou moved his body without a trace to firmly block the figure of a young man in the crowd, so that Yang Kai would not see it. Tour, someone is calling you over there, why do you have any friends in the Free Divine Sect? Ling Jian looked suspiciously at Sun Yu, who was being protected in the middle. The life experience of his apprentice, he, as a master, is naturally the most clear. Sun Yu was picked up by Ling Jian when he was very young and brought to Longfeng Mansion to practice. After so many years, Sun Yu never left Longfeng Mansion. If he hadn't insisted on coming here this time, Ling Jian would have dared to let him go out easily. Now he is the future hope of the entire Longfeng Mansion, and there can be no mistakes. He has almost never left Longfeng Mansion, so how could he know someone from the free and easy divine sect? Ling Jian was confused. Palace Master Chen Zhou also turned his attention to Sun Yu and asked, do you know the person who shouted? Sun Yu looked ecstatic and didn't answer. He walked out of the crowd with a look of awe on his face and shouted, is it Senior Yang? Yang Kai smiled and nodded, yes. It's really Senior Yang. Sun Yu was overjoyed and couldn't help but escape from the crowd and flew towards him quickly. The expressions of the masters of Longfeng Mansion changed greatly, and they hurriedly followed him. Elder Ling, what is the origin of this Senior Yang in Sun Yu's mouth, and why is he so enthusiastic? Chen Zhou asked inexplicably while speeding. I don't know either. Ling Jian was equally confused. While speaking, everyone had come to Yang Kai. Sun Yu looked excited and clasped his fists respectfully. I have seen Senior Yang, so you are here too. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his eyes crossed Sun Yu, and turned behind him. In the Longfeng Mansion, almost all the masters followed Sun Yu and acted as guards. Even at this moment, those people were looking at themselves with vigilant eyes, for fear that they would be unfavorable to Sun Yu. By the way, let me introduce you. Sun Yu was in a good mood and pointed at Yang Kai, this is Senior Yang. Then he pointed to the people in Longfeng Mansion and said, this is our palace master Chen Zhou, this is my master Ling Jian, this is the elder Xiao Ling, this is. After introducing them one by one, Yang Kai nodded and said hello. Young man is young, what qualifications do you have to be a senior? Chen Zhou looked a little displeased. Sun Yu is now the dragon sovereign of his Dragon Phoenix Mansion. He has a high status and is more important than his mansion master. He actually calls someone younger as a senior when they meet him. This makes Chen Zhou very uncomfortable. He has a kind of dragon sovereign Your Excellency's anger at being demeaned. It would be fine if Yang Kai was a middle-aged man, but Chen Zhou saw that he was clearly just a young man under 30. Palace Master, this Senior Yang has been very kind to me. You are not allowed to speak of him like that. Sun Yu snorted. Chen Zhou was stunned, his face became embarrassed, and he clasped his fists and said, don't blame my friend, speak a little bit faster, there is no malicious intent. Palace Master Chen is serious. Yang Kai didn't care, because Chen Zhou immediately compromised and changed his attitude because of Sun Yu's words, which shows that he attached great importance to Sun Yu. Next to him, the elder of the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion named Xiao Ling suddenly stared at Shi Kun, hesitating for a while before saying, dare to ask if Your Excellency is the elder Shi Kun of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. It's she, have we met? Shi Kun looked at him suspiciously. Xiao Ling had a strange look on his face, and exclaimed, no wonder it looks familiar. Half a year ago, Xiao went to the Nine Heavens Holy Land to ask for alchemy from a master. At that time, Elder Shi Kun sat in the stone pavilion outside the Nine Peaks, so Xiao has seen you before, but Elder Shi Kun probably has no impression of Xiao. That's it, Shi Kun nodded. There are too many people who come to Jufeng every day to ask for pills. How can he remember them one by one? Where did your Dragon and Phoenix house go to ask for pills? Yang Kai looked at Sun Yu. Yeah, Elder Xiao came back and said that there were many people waiting in line there. He waited for a month before his turn, and all the pills he asked for were given to me to take. Sun Yuhan smiled. If you want to ask for pills in the future, just say find me directly, you don't have to wait in line. Yang Kai urged. In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the Dragon Phoenix mansion looking at Yang Kai changed. Chen Zhou Qii and asked cautiously, I dare to ask what is your relationship with Yang Kai, the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land? Holy Land Elder Shikun is here, one position behind Yang Kai, obviously he is the master. Sun Yu just called him Senior Yang again. This can't help but remind Chen Zhou a lot. He is also a person with shrewd eyesight and exquisite thinking, and he suddenly has some guesses. This is the Lord of my Holy Land, Shikun said solemnly. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix mansion was shocked and looked at Yang Kai incredulously. Chen Zhou's face was extremely embarrassed, and he clasped his fists again and again. It turned out to be Holy Master Yang. Chen did not know the depth just now, and he has offended many people. I also ask Holy Master Yang for your forgiveness. As soon as you met, he didn't know what to do and asked Yang Kai, where did he think that this young man was the most popular in the world? The strength of the Dragon Phoenix mansion and the Nine Heavens Holy Land is very different. If they really anger the other party, the Dragon Phoenix mansion will definitely not end well. Thinking of this, Chen Zhou was frightened for a while, and his whole body was cold. Palace Master Chen doesn't have to mind, Sun Yu and I are friends, so naturally we won't care about that. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Friends, all the people in the Dragon Phoenix mansion were dumbfounded, flushing flushed on their faces, and they were extremely excited. It seemed that it was a great honor to be able to make friends with Yang Kai. Looking at Sun Yu again, his eyes became more adoring and exhilarating. Everyone secretly thought in their hearts, the Dragon Emperor is worthy of being the Dragon Emperor, and he can actually make friends with such people. He is still so weak now that he can be favored by the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. It seems that the Holy Lord Yang is also a very discerning person, and he has already seen the extraordinariness of Sun Yu. A group of experts from Longfeng Mansion were thinking wildly over there, secretly happy, but Yang Kai looked at Sun Yu and said, why did you come here? Sun Yu scratched his head. Last time, Senior Yang asked me to inquire about the news, so I kept the house keeping an eye on the clues, and finally I found out that the Shaoshuan realm here has the information that Senior Yang wanted, so I brought someone here, who knows. Senior Yang, you are here too. Well, I also inquired about this not long ago. Then these people, Sun Yu turned around and found that there were 4,000 or 5,000 people gathered here, and couldn't help but stunned. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 946 Gemini Pavilion. 2 updates today, asking for a recommendation ticket, asking for a monthly ticket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The strength of the thousands of warriors in the vicinity is not too high. Only a dozen or 20 extraordinary realms can make people pay a little attention. This made Sun Yu and the masters of the Dragon and Phoenix Mansion puzzled. They didn't know where these people came from and what was their relationship with Yang Kai. They are all my relatives and friends. Yang Kai explained lightly and said with a serious tone, anyway, I will thank you this time. Just because of Yang Kai's original words, Sun Yu tried his best to keep Longfeng Mansion inquiring, and after getting the news, he even brought people to this place in person. This made Yang Kai very grateful. At that time, he couldn't help it, so he used all the relationships he could use. Yang Kai can imagine that Sun Yu insisted on going out this time, how the people of Longfeng Mansion blocked and persuaded him in every possible way, but he did not turn back. Nice guy, Shikun, tell the Great Elder when you go back, and let him walk around with Longfeng Mansion more in the future. Yang Kai said casually. Yes, Shikun responded quickly. This, Chen Zhou rubbed his hands together, and his smile burst into bloom. Some of them didn't know what to say, so I said, how is this good? The Dragon Phoenix Mansion is not very powerful now, but the Nine Heavens Holy Land is powerful, and there is a magical alchemy master in charge. No sect doesn't want to have a relationship with the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Once they become friends, there will be huge benefits in the future. Dan's way of coming will definitely be guaranteed. Chen Zhou did not expect that the Holy Master Yang was so enthusiastic, causing his mind as the palace master to shake, and his sense of proportions was suddenly confused. His face flushed with excitement, and Chen Zhou hurriedly said, Chen here, I would like to thank Holy Master Yang for his kindness. In the future, Longfeng Mansion and Nine Heavens Holy Land will advance and retreat together. He can be regarded as someone who has seen strong winds and waves, but his mood is still fluctuating because of Yang Kai's words. You're welcome, since you are here, then do me a favor. Yang Kai thought of something again. Holy Master Yang, please speak. Chen Zhou had a serious expression on his face. Palace Master Chen also saw that my relatives and friends have different levels of cultivation. The distance from this place to the Nine Heavens Holy Land is very far away, and there may be some accidents on the way. If it is convenient for Palace Master Chen, can you let your man or someone to help escort me for a while? Yang Kai smiled and said, of course, when you arrive at the Holy Land, there must be a great reward. Everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Mansion lit up. Sun Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Senior Yang, don't be so polite to me. If you have anything to do with your orders, it will be done. If we are here, we will go with you. As for the reward, don't talk about it. Chen Zhou calmed his mind and hurriedly said, yeah, Holy Master Yang is so disrespectful that he looks down on my Dragon Phoenix house. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Then, there is work for everyone. Sun Yu smiled happily. It's good now, I have the opportunity to study with Senior Yang again. The people from Longfeng Mansion immediately dispersed under Chen Zhou's arrangement, guarding the surroundings. There are not many people here, only about 30 or 40 people, but most of them are from the Transcendent Realm. If such a group of people joins, the team will definitely be much safer on the way forward. After all, they are still very interested in Tongshuan continent. Familiar, it is easy to deal with anything, unlike the warriors of the Han who know nothing about this place. Ling Jian quietly pulled Sun Yu aside and asked in a low voice, Teacher, when did you know that Holy Master Yang? Listening to your tone, you seem to have studied with him for a while. Why don't you know as a teacher? Sun Yu didn't dare to tell the truth, making Ling Jian even more suspicious. 2 more days later, everything was ready and thousands of people rushed in the direction of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. These warriors who came from the big man walked all the way, and were very curious about everything around them. From time to time, they pointed and pointed, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and whispered. The people from Longfeng Mansion became sweet treats, and everyone was surrounded by countless warriors, asking them about the situation on Tongshuan continent. The experts of the Dragon Phoenix Palace did not dare to neglect these relatives and friends of Yang Kai. Because they found that many common sense things, these people do not know anything about. I was filled with emotion, and I didn't know what kind of backcountry they lived in Shaoxuanji. At the back of the crowd, Yang Kai walked side by side with Sun Yu. Sun Yu asked some doubts about martial arts from time to time, and Yang Kai also taught them to his heart's content. Not far away, Chen Zhou, the head of the Longfeng Mansion, stared at the 2 beautiful figures in front of him with a deep look. Aware of this, Yang Kai moved his head and asked, Did Palace Master Chen find anything interesting? Chen Zhou smiled. It's not a big deal, I'm just curious about the feeling of the first 2 girls. They are almost exactly the same, not only in physical appearance, but also in the fluctuation of life breath and true essence. The only difference is it's their own temperament. If it wasn't for certain that they came to Tongshuan continent, I would have thought they came from that sect. Yang Kai raised his brows and shouted involuntarily, Zhao Mayor. The sisters of the Hu family who were walking not far ahead heard the shout and hurriedly stopped their steps. When Yang Kai approached, Hu Zhao said, Why? Yang Kai ignored her, but looked at Chen Zhou and said, Which sect does Palace Master Chen think they are from? Chen Zhou was stunned, and quickly replied, Gemini Pavilion, I wonder if Holy Master Yang has heard of it. Really? Yang Kai nodded. Naturally I have heard of it, and I have also heard that this twin pavilion and your residents have always been friends. Well, the relationship between the 2 of us is indeed very good, but it is not without reason. Chen Zhou smiled bitterly and explained. The 2 generations of friendship can be traced back to a long, long time ago. Just like Yang Kai's suspicions before, the Dragon Phoenix Mansion and the Twin Pavilion were extremely powerful sects a long time ago, and their status in the human domain was even higher than that of the Nine Heavens Holy Land today. It's just that for some reason, a pair of top masters in the Twin Pavilion disappeared together with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Queen. Since then, the 2 forces have broken the highest inheritance and gradually declined. The 2 have a good relationship from the beginning, and they are connected by fate, and the relationship has become more and more intimate over the years. Our Dragon and Phoenix Mansion is better. Sun Yu is very good enough to start the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor and inherit the mantle of the Dragon Emperor. During the holidays, as long as he finds a suitable candidate for the Queen of the Phoenix, my dragon and Phoenix mansion will definitely return to its former glory. But the Twin Pavilion, hey, there is still no news about their inheritance so far. Chen Zhou sighed, a little fortunately. Sun Yu, who was beside him, lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. Gemini Pavilion. Hu Jiaoer listened to it for a long time, but she also reacted somewhat, and asked with a slightly excited expression, what kind of sect is that Twinkle Pavilion? Chen Zhou laughed. It's a very special sect, because this faction only recruits twin brothers and sisters, so the disciples of that faction go out in pairs. Well, this is somewhat similar to our Dragon Phoenix Mansion. But they are siblings, and we are both men and women, and the nature is different. The power that only recruits twins. The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes lit up. Yes, and their disciples give the impression that they are very similar to the two of you. After practicing their exercises, the twin brothers and sisters' breath, true essence, and life fluctuations will gradually become the same. Infinite, but the two of you seem to be more powerful than them. I have also visited the Twin Pavilion many times and have met many disciples of the Twin Pavilion. In this regard, they are not as good as you. Senior, do you know what exercises they are practicing? Hu Jiaoer asked anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation, and she was secretly nervous. Yang Kai glanced at her and knew that she was suspicious. The exercises they practiced seem to be called the same Qi Lianji Shengong, but they are missing a large part. Although they have been compensated by later generations, they have never been able to reproduce the glory of their ancestors. Chen Zhou said casually, a sect practiced. Although the exercises of the sect will not be spread freely, the name of the exercises is not a secret, so it is not a big problem to say it. Same energy and even branches. Hu Jiaoer's delicate body was shocked, and her beautiful eyes became more and more brilliant. Sister. Hu Meier also covered her mouth and murmured in disbelief, isn't that the exercise we got? What did you get? Chen Zhou exclaimed, looking at the Hu sisters in shock. Hu Jiaoer nodded sternly. Our two sisters are practicing the same Qi Lianji magic art. Could it have something to do with the Twin Pavilion? How can it be okay? Chen Zhou looked excited. That must be the lost inheritance of the Twin Pavilion. I didn't expect it to be obtained by you. No wonder your auras are so consistent. After talking for a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. If Wu Fa and Wu Tian learn about this, I'm afraid they will be so excited that they won't be able to sleep. Wu Fa Wu Tian. Yang Kai was stunned. Oh, the two pavilion masters of the Twin Pavilion, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, are twin brothers. Chen Zhou quickly explained. This name. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. It was a coincidence, but this name is too wild. It is easy to provoke hatred value. Maybe some grumpy masters encounter them, they will let them learn what to do. Call it true lawlessness. So that set of exercises came from Gemini Pavilion. Hu Jiaoer had a complicated expression and her beautiful eyes were faint. Ever since she and her sister got the same Qi Lianji divine art, the path of life seems to have changed. The two of them have improved their strength at a speed that exceeds the ordinary number, and in just over 10 years, they have been promoted to the extraordinary realm. The cultivation base has become one of the few strong men on the Han side. They are very grateful for this exercise, and they are naturally in awe of the senior who left this exercise. Now that they know the source and sect of this exercise, they both have an idea. Go to the Twin Pavilion, go to see the sect from which this exercise comes from, and see those who practice with themselves. Twin brothers and sisters who have practiced the same exercises. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 947 Placement. The sisters of the Hu family were naturally unable to hide from Yang Kai. And Yang Kai has already planned. Sun Yu was treated as a treasure just because Chen Zhou and others thought that he had started the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. If the sisters of the Hu family go to the Twin Pavilion with the same Qi Lianji magical art, the treatment will not be bad. It will definitely become a rising star in the Twin Towers. Because what they got was the most orthodox magic art of the same Qi, and it was not completed by the descendants of the Twin Pavilion. More importantly, the Twin Pavilion might have the information that the Hu sisters need. Over the years, the two sisters have been trying to figure out and cultivate on their own. Although their strength has reached the transcendent first level, they are nothing on Tongshuan continent. Those people in the Twin Pavilion have no doubt more profound research on the magic of the same Qi and Lianji than them, and can teach them a lot of experience, which is much better than if they practice alone. Yang Kai, we want to. Hu Jiaoer looked at Yang Kai for a while, but was interrupted by his gesture. Palace Master Chen, how are the two pavilion masters of the twin pavilion? Yang Kai asked sternly. He knew the thoughts of the Hu family sisters, but he didn't worry about letting them go to the twin pavilion. In terms of people, Holy Master Yang can rest assured. I have dealt with them for many years, and they are all honest and responsible people. There are not many disciples in the twin pavilion, and they add up to only 1,000 people, so they have always kept themselves safe. I haven't done anything destructive, but although there are only 1,000 people, the status of Gemini Pavilion on the mainland is no worse than that of my Dragon and Phoenix Mansion. Then Wu Fa and Wu Tian are both at the first level of sanctification. A certain amount, but the two of them joined forces, but they were able to defeat most of the powerhouses in the second layer Holy Realm. Chen Zhou explained happily. Then there is no problem. Yang Kai nodded. Chen Zhou's eyes lit up. If these two girls can go to the Twin Towers with the complete power of unity, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will be ecstatic. Don't worry, Zhao Mayor should go back to the Nine Heavens Holy Land with me first, and it's not too late to make a decision when I get there. Yang Kai chuckled. Oh, the Hu sisters were very obedient. Then, can Chen Mo send a letter to Wu Fa and Wu Tian to tell him the good news? Chen Zhou asked cautiously while checking Yang Kai's face. Then there is Palace Master Lao Chen. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you. Chen Zhou quickly called Elder Shaoling from Longfeng Mansion with gratitude, and asked him to quickly go to the Twin Pavilion to convey the news of the Hu family sisters to Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Longfeng Mansion and Gemini Pavilion have always made good friends with Chen Zhou and Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Sun Yu started the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor and made the Dragon Emperor's power reappear after thousands of years. He also felt sorry for the Twin Pavilion while he was happy. Seeing hope in the Hu sisters, I also wanted to quickly inform my two friends and secretly be happy for them. Yang Kai has already stepped into the middle of the team, walking side by side with Ling Taishu. Hu Zhaoer and Hu Mayer couldn't hide their excitement. They accompanied Chen Zhou from left to right and asked him about the situation at the Twin Towers. Chen Zhou knew that there was no end to his words, and the three of them talked happily. Holy Master Yang has taken great pains to think about the two of you. Chen Zhou suddenly smiled mysteriously as he spoke. What do you mean by this, senior? Hu Zhaoer was puzzled. Chen Zhou explained. Holy Master Yang asked you two to go back to the Nine Heavens Holy Land with him first, and I will pass the news to the Twin Pavilion. If Wu Fa and Wu Tian want to find you, they must go to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. There is a relationship with Holy Master Yang. Among them, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will definitely not treat you badly in the future. On the contrary, they will regard you as the future hope of the sect. On the contrary, if the two of you go directly to the Twin Pavilion, the situation may be different. Hu Zhaoer thought about it and felt that this was reasonable. Mei Mei glanced at Yang Kai in front of her, and said, there are so many ghost eyes. He is also for your good. Chen Zhou nodded and smiled. His smile was ambiguous, as if he saw something. After 3 months of long-distance trek, thousands of people and horses are finally about to arrive at their destination. The news spread, and everyone was excited and looked forward to it. After such a long time, these warriors from the Big Han are also exhausted. After experiencing the initial curiosity and freshness, they can't wait to find a place to live and enjoy the rich spiritual energy of this world and the gift of this continent. This world is many times better than the cultivation environment on Dayan's side. Everyone secretly expects how they will develop in the future. Nearly 100 miles away from the 9 peaks, a group of figures dashed over from the 9 Heavens Holy Land rapidly. When they were near, they clasped their fists and saluted, Holy Lord. Several elders of the Holy Land were dispatched in full force, none of them fell, and their gazes flowed around the thousands of people, showing curiosity. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked, is everything ready? First Elder Shu Wei said. Everything is ready. According to Elder Shikun's message, as early as a few days ago, we have rebuilt the old site of the Battle Spirit Hall, and now we can move in at any time, but there are still some places that need to be renovated. It's okay. Yang Kai nodded, expressing satisfaction. There were already 3,000 disciples in the 9 Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai brought 4,000 to 5,000 people this time. No matter what, the 9 peaks could not be accommodated. Even if they were reluctantly placed, so many people gathered in one place, and they would cultivate in the future. The supply of spiritual energy is a problem. So he had already thought about a place to place everyone. The old sites of Pozan Mansion and Battle Spirit Hall are good choices. These two sects are also considered to be very spiritual, with beautiful scenery, which is very suitable for long-term living. The most important thing is that the buildings there are ready-made. It's just that Pozan Palace now has an entrance to the Gate of Starry Sky. Yang Kai didn't worry about arranging these people from the big man there, so he shoved them all into the old site of Battle Soul Hall. Elder Shikun also set off ahead of the month and rushed back to the Nine Heavens Holy Land to convey Yang Kai's instructions. It's all set up over there now. Just waiting for the people brought by Yang Kai to enter. The Battle Soul Hall is not far from the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The most valuable thing is that it is located in the middle of the Holy Land and the Netherworld sect. In this way, no matter who wants to harm them, they must pass through the Nine Heavens Holy Land or the Netherworld sect. The safety of these warriors of Dayan has a strong guarantee. When Yang Kai was on his way, he also told everyone about the matter. Yang Zhao, Chu Yimeng, Huo Xingchen and other leaders of various forces all said that there was no problem. Living in the old site of the Battle Soul Hall, it is very convenient for them to find Yang Kai or come to the Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future, and it does not take half an hour to travel. As the huge team walked forward, Yang Kai introduced the elders of the Holy Land and the leaders of the various forces on the Big Han side, so that they would get familiar with them first. The humility shown by Xu Wei and others towards these people brought by Yang Kai made some leaders of the younger generation a little flattered. They are very clear in their hearts, with their own little cultivation base, if it is not for Yang Kai's relationship, these Saint Realm powerhouses may not even look at themselves. But now, these masters who have lived for hundreds of years are very polite to themselves and others. For a time, a subtle sense of excitement was born, and it also profoundly learned Yang Kai's extraordinary status in this world. Holy Master Yang, since we have arrived, we will leave first. Chen Zhou suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. It has been several months since they left Longfeng Mansion, and it is time to go back. Palace Master Chen is tired all the way, let's go to the Holy Land for a few days first, and let me do the friendship of the landlord. Yang Kai sincerely said, this journey has indeed encountered a lot of things. Thousands of people walk together, and there are always some guys who don't have long eyes to cause trouble. If the people from the Dragon Phoenix Mansion did not handle it properly, Yang Kai would probably have killed him long ago. Chen Zhou and the others also tried their best to escort them, and when they arrived at the door of the house, Yang Kai wouldn't go there if he didn't say something. Chen Zhou hesitated. Senior Yang's invitation, let's not refuse it. Sun Yu interjected. Chen Zhou smiled bitterly, you child. Nodding his head, he clasped his fists and said, that's it. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Sun Yu sneakily came to Yang Kai's side, lowered his voice and asked, Senior Yang, when can I tell the palace master the truth of the matter? Every time I see them being so respectful to me, I feel a sense of guilt. Let's do it. When this matter is over, I'll find someone, and when I find that person, I'll go to your Dragon Phoenix Mansion to explain everything. Really? Sun Yu was overjoyed. Kindness. Could it be that the person Senior Yang is looking for is Empress Feng? Sun Yu guessed casually. But he didn't want Yang Kai to nod his head and admitted, yes. It's also time to bring Su Yan back. She has been with Ice Sect for more than 10 years, and it has been 7 years since the last meeting with Yang Kai. Now everyone in High Heaven Pavilion has come to Tongshuan Continent. It's time for her to return to the sect. Find her back and inherit the inheritance of the Phoenix Queen there, presumably her cultivation will be improved to a higher level. Yang Kai secretly looked forward to it. An hour later, the huge team passed through 9 peaks. Under Yang Kai's order, Xu Wei personally entertained a group of people from Longfeng Mansion into Nine Heavens Holy Land with great enthusiasm. The others continued to move forward, rushing towards the old site of the Battle Spirit Hall. Yang Kai had already instructed Xu Wei to send some medicinal herbs to the Dragon Phoenix Mansion as a thank you gift, so Xu Wei could handle the matter well. Another hour later, everyone finally arrived at the old site of the Battle Spirit Hall. In the distance, Wu Jia of the Nether Sect flew over, clasped his fists and greeted, Holy Master Yang, long time no see. Sect Master Wu, why are you here to help? Yang Kai was a little surprised. Wu Jia laughed a few times. I have nothing to do, so I brought some disciples over to help. These are people from the hometown of Holy Master Yang. There are a lot of people. While talking, he looked behind Yang Kai, secretly surprised. Well, they will live here in the future, not far from the Nether Sect, so Sect Master Wu will have to worry a lot. Don't worry, as long as my Netherworld sect does not fall, no one will be able to cross our sect's defense line and bully this place. Wu Jia patted his chest and assured him. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at Shuyu Mengmo. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 948. At the old site of the Battle Spirit Hall, various forces from the Big Han settled in safely. After more than 10 days of discussions and arrangements, each force has its own place to live. The Battle Soul Hall originally had thousands of disciples, covering a vast area, and the internal space was used to accommodate the warriors of the Han dynasty. New home, new atmosphere, a thriving. Yang Kai summoned the heads of the various forces and warned them about some things, especially the passage into the Gate of the Starry Sky from Po Xuanfu, focusing on the key points, so that they strictly ordered their disciples not to enter at will. In that kind of place, even if you enter the Holy Land, you will die, not to mention the group of people who came from the big man. This side is different from the big man's side. You can't stand on your own as before. Everyone has to treat each other as a family. It may take you several years, 10 years, or even decades to integrate. In this world, although the road ahead is bumpy, there is more room for development here than there. Yang Kai looked at everyone and said. The heads of the various forces nodded their heads. They were willing to follow Yang Kai to come here, and naturally they were already mentally prepared. If they want to develop and earn a living, they must seek common ground while reserving differences, abandon the previous concept of clan and sect as a portal, and treat everyone as a whole. This kind of thing does not need Yang Kai to say, they all understand. Fortunately, young people are basically at the helm now, and it is easier for young people to talk to each other. A large amount of training materials were sent from the Holy Land, and they were properly handed over to everyone, so that the warriors who came here did not need to worry about the problem of training materials and could improve their realm cultivation without any worries. It is too simple for the Holy Land to collect these cultivation materials now. The 5 masters and Shanning Shang have been refining pills. After the turmoil in the Shaoshuan realm passed, the number of people who came to the Holy Land to seek pills gradually increased. There is a huge amount of income every day, and there is no problem in feeding 10 holy places. In the past 10 days, Shanning Shang also rushed over. She lived here for a few days and met with the people of High Heaven Pavilion, but because there were too many people in the Holy Land asking for pills, she had to return. After another 10 days, everything was finally on the right track. In a corner of the Battle Soul Hall, Yang Kaiyu appeared, glanced at him and stood there quietly, looking into the distance. Ling Taishu, who had deep eyes, stepped forward. Master. Ling Taishu turned his head and nodded with a smile. Are you tired these days? Not tired. Yang Kai smiled. It is also my original wish to put all my relatives and friends here. Ling Taishu looked approvingly. This time, you handled the matter properly. I think everyone who comes here will be grateful to you. Yang Kai took a deep breath and showed a worried look. The only thing I'm worried about now is that they will have conflicts in the future. Ling Taishu laughed. There will definitely be contradictions. After all, the people who come here belong to too many forces, but you don't need to worry about them. They are not unreasonable people. Even if there are contradictions, you know how to deal with the resolution. As long as they have the heart to become one, they can truly become a family after a generation or two has passed. It is all just a matter of time. I hope so. Yang Kai nodded. He has done what he should do, and the rest depends on the efforts of the warriors of the Han dynasty. Kaier, the Soaring Heaven sect you mentioned to me on the way here. Ling Taishu suddenly changed the subject. Is there really the founder of my High Heaven Pavilion there? Yang Kai nodded sternly. It's true, when the disciple first came to this world, he was also taken care of by the ancestors and the uncles. When they came over, Yang Kai and High Heaven Pavilion talked about the matter of the Soaring Sky sect. At the time, High Heaven Pavilion was very interested and a little excited. Now that it is suddenly mentioned, it is obvious that they have some plans. The patriarch is still alive. Ling Taishu's face showed a look of longing. Is his strength at the realm of good luck? The top cultivation base, Yang Kai said solemnly. Ling Taishu took a deep breath. I want to go and see you. He is the head of Ling Xiao Pavilion, but compared with Chu Ling Xiao, he is a lot of generations behind. Now that he knows that the founder of his sect is still alive, he naturally wants to meet him. I'll take you there, Yang Kai said immediately. No, you have a lot of things to do, just find someone who knows the way to take me there. Ling Taishu waved his hand. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. If you let someone else go with you, it will take at least 4 months to come and go, but if the disciple sends you, it won't take a few days to go back and forth. Oh, Ling Taishu raised his brows. How can you be so quick? I'll know when I meet the master. Yang Kai smiled and thought about it. Take Su-mu with you. Ling Taishu pondered for a while, then nodded and said, all right, how can I say that he is also the head of the High Heaven Pavilion now, so he should go with me to see the patriarch. Yang Kai immediately released his spiritual sense and looked for Su-mu in the old site of the Battle Soul Hall. After a stick of incense, Su Mu rushed over in a hurry. Brother-in-law, Grand Sect Master, what are you calling me for? Take you to see the patriarch of the sect. Yang Kai grinned, took out the flying shuttle, flew up, and greeted Su Mu and Ling Taishu. After they also stood up, the flying sky shuttle immediately turned into a blue light and disappeared. Feeling the horror of that speed, Ling Taishu and Su Mu both changed color. Su Mu exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what kind of secret treasure is this? Something is wrong with the speed." He is now in the Transcendent Realm cultivation base, and when his spiritual sense is released, he cannot capture the flow of the surrounding scenery at all. Flying shuttle, a secret treasure specially used for flying. Yang Kai explained casually. This is amazing. At this speed, if I want to go to the Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future, I'm afraid it will be there in the blink of an eye. Su Mu was very excited and shouted, "Brother-in-law, get me one too." Yang Kai's face darkened. Ling Taishu said with a smile, "Don't be delusional about this thing, I'm afraid it's not an easy baby to start with." "Well, in the world, only I have this one." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Su Mu was disappointed for a while, only then did he know the preciousness and rarity of the flying sky shuttle. With a look of surprise in his eyes, "Brother-in-law, you can even start with this unique treasure, it's really lucky. By the way, you just said you would bring it with you." "I'm going to see the patriarch." "What patriarch?" Yang Kai was about to talk about Chuling Xiao and the Soaring Heaven sect. When Su Mu heard this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. There was nothing to do along the way, and Yang Kai also took this opportunity to instill some knowledge of Tongshuan continent to Su Mu and Ling Taishu. 2 days later, they successfully arrived at Soaring Heaven sect. Yang Kai rushed directly into Shisho Peak. Before entering the corridor in the mountainside, a coquettish cry came from the side of the ear, "Little martial nephew." Following the voice, she turned her head and saw that Uncle Fei Yu was standing not far away and beckoning at her. It was obvious that she had discovered her arrival, and by her side were Kang Yan, Li Wan, Fei Jian and others. Yang Kai looked overjoyed, and hurriedly rushed over with High Heaven Pavilion and Su Mu. "I think which guy with short eyes dared to trespass on Shisho Peak, so it was you who came back." Fei Yu was filled with enthusiasm, her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai, and said angrily, "I don't want to say hello in advance when I come back. It's so elusive every time." "Just got here." Yang Kai smiled, "I'm not an outsider anyway. You are the only one who dares to enter or leave my Shisho Peak at will. If Ricky and the others dared to do this, I would have beaten them all over the place to find their teeth." Fei Yu snorted. Ricky looked aggrieved. "What about me? I've never run over without knowing you." "These two are." Kang Yan looked at Ling Taishu and Su Mu suspiciously, wondering why Yang Kai brought 2 people to Soaring Heaven sect. "This is the Master Ling Taishu I mentioned to you before. This is my younger brother Su Mu. Well, now he is the head of the High Heaven Pavilion." Ling Xiaozh. The 4 uncles shook their bodies, and their eyes showed surprise. "Is that the sect created by the ancestor in another world?" "Kindness." Ling Xiaozh. Ling Taishu, I've met a few senior brothers. Ling Taishu clasped his fists, although he looked much older than Kang Yan and others, but Ling Taishu knew that in terms of real age, each of the 4 of them one is much older than himself, so it is natural to call him a senior. Su Mu has met several uncles. Su Mu also hurriedly saluted. Okay. Kang Yan laughed, and returned the salute to the 3 of them, then said, "This time, the junior brother and the junior nephew have recognized their ancestors and returned to the ancestry. Well, if the ancestors knew, they would be very happy." "What about the other people in High Heaven Pavilion?" Fei Yu asked with concern. "I've been placed near the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The journey is too long. They just arrived at Tongshuan continent, so they didn't let them come." "It doesn't matter, if there is a chance in the future, bring them together." Kang Yan greeted. "Come, follow me to meet the patriarch, just as we have business to go. Senior brother Lao is here." Ling Taishu's mood fluctuated, secretly excited. In the secret room where Chuling Xiao retreated, a group of people sat cross-legged each looking for a place. After learning the origins of Ling Taishu and Su Mu, Chuling Xiao was also a little emotional. After speaking for a while, Chuling Xiao said, "I created the High Heaven Pavilion back then, and it was also my intention to guard the demon general's body there for too long, so I found a few descendants and taught them casually, but I didn't want to leave after me. After that, a few can carry forward the High Heaven Pavilion. Well, I am a little irresponsible. If I had known this, I would have left more secret manuals there. I have suffered for you all these years." Quote. "The patriarch is serious," Ling Taishu said quickly. It is also thanks to the patriarch that the disciples can achieve today's achievements. The disciples can see the patriarch in their lifetime, and they are already blessed by the ancestors of the High Heaven Pavilion. You can also smile, Juquan. Okay, Chu Lingxiao nodded lightly with a look of relief. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Huachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 949, Seeing the Bone Race Again. Chu Lingxiao was very concerned about the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion, and Ling Taishu also wanted to chat more with this patriarch. Seeing that they seemed to have a lot to say, Fei Yu waved to Yang Kai, and then quietly backed out. Yang Kai pleaded guilty and left quickly. Outside the secret room, following Yang Kai, Kang Yan and the others also came out. They came here originally to report to Chu Lingxiao, but seeing that he and Ling Taishu were having a good conversation, they didn't say anything to disturb them. Junior nephew, I heard that your Nine Heavens Holy Land is developing well. Fei Yu looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Let's be so. Yang Kai chuckled. I also heard that your saints in the Nine Heavens Holy Land are obedient to the Holy Master, isn't it? How many saints did you find, little nephew? He exhorted. Although the young man is young and strong, he must be in moderation in everything, so don't hurt your body. Yang Kai had a black line on his face. He didn't know what to say, and quickly changed the subject. Several uncles seemed to have come back from outside just now. Kang Yan nodded, go to the snowy mountain to check the situation. What happened? Yang Kai was stunned. The four of them looked at each other. Fei Yu thought for a while and asked, Junior nephew is not an outsider either, so it's nothing to talk about. Kang Yan nodded. Seeing their solemn expressions, Yang Kai suddenly realized that this matter was a bit unusual, otherwise how could the four Saint Realm powerhouses be treated so solemnly? Come with us. Fei Yu beckoned, and then led Yang Kai to the side with the other three uncles. About half a year ago, the world's Shaoshuan realms began to open up on their own, should my little nephew know? Kang Yan asked in a deep voice while walking. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and he was also very suspicious that the reason why the Shaoshuan realm was fully opened had something to do with the space where he destroyed the distraction of the great demon god at that time. Although there is no definite evidence, the time is quite consistent. It was the destruction of the space that opened the entrance to the Shaoshuanji. We don't know if there is any relationship between these two things, but since the entrances to Shaoshuanji were all opened, something suddenly happened on the snowy mountainside. What's the situation? Yang Kai asked. A master with top-notch strength has appeared strangely. Kang Yan replied in a deep voice. Master. A master of the third level of the Holy Land. Yang Kai's expression changed. There are only a handful of people in the entire continent who have entered the Holy Three-Layer, and the total number of powerhouses with this kind of cultivation will not exceed 20. Yang Kai knows that there are only 5 such powerhouses on the demon race side, except for Demon Lord Zhang Yuan, which are the 4 great demon generals. On the demon clan side, only 3 demon clan elders have reached such a cultivation realm, namely, the Red Flame Thunder Dragon, the Earth-Shaking Divine Bull, and the Ice Jade Python. The number of people on the side of the human race is slightly more, but not much. The sudden appearance of such a master on the snowy mountainside is naturally a cause for concern. Which family is it from? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. The expressions of the 4 uncles suddenly became weird. Kang Yan pondered for a while and said, it is precisely because it is impossible to determine which clan it belongs to, so it makes people puzzled. When you get there, you will find out. Yang Kai was stunned, and he no longer asked, and followed the 4. Listening to the meaning of their words, it seemed that the expert who entered the 3rd level of the Holy Land was imprisoned in Soaring Heaven sect at the moment, which made him feel a little unbelievable. It is not an easy thing to capture when entering the Holy Three-Layer realm. Looking puzzled, Yang Kai said nothing. Following the 4 of them walking through the heavenly soaring sect, they arrived at the foot of a mountain within a short time. There was a hidden entrance at the bottom of the peak. After entering the mouth, they entered a mountain passage. Beside the corridor, the bright torches jumped, looking a little gloomy. Feeling the pressure all over his body, Yang Kai's expression froze. Fei Yu took the initiative to explain. There is a large formation here, which has the effect of restraint. It is the place where my Soaring Heaven sect uses to detain powerful enemies, but this place is usually empty, and it was only opened a few months ago. That master was imprisoned inside. Well, the situation is very strange, we don't know how to explain it, you'd better see it with your own eyes. Kang Yan nodded. All the way down, Yang Kai felt that the pressure on himself seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and there was an illusion that the whole mountain was pressing on him, which made his breathing become heavy. This is obviously the Yu way of the formation, although it is not particularly aimed at Yang Kai, it also makes him feel the pressure. If it is specially aimed at, Yang Kai does not know what kind of person can withstand this pressure. After going for about 1,000 feet, a group of talents finally came to a dim stone room. In the stone room, bright lines of light flickered, converging into a huge and complicated pattern, and at the very center of the pattern, there was a humanoid thing bound there. Chu Lingxiao's magic chain was firmly bound to the humanoid creature's body, constantly releasing scorching power, burning his body, and the position of the humanoid creature's hands and feet was bound by unknown secret treasures, extremely solid. A sensational ominous aura spread in the stone room. It's him. Kang Yan pointed to the front and said, "Little junior nephew, take a closer look. If you encounter such a creature in the Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future, you must be careful. We are still unable to determine which race he belongs to." Quote. Yang Kai looked at the humanoid creature, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he said in horror, "Bone race." What? The four uncles looked at him in unison. Yang Kai frowned, stepped forward quickly, came to the humanoid creature, looked at it carefully, and became more and more sure of his own judgment. The one bound here is actually a bone race. Little martial nephew, do you know this race? Kang Yan hurriedly asked. I've seen it before. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Where did you see it? 7 or 8 years ago, when I went to find one of my senior sisters, it was in a place covered by glaciers to the north of the sea. Yang Kai quickly explained. Back then, he went to Suyan and blended with Suyan's spirit on the side of Ice Sect. The consciousness of the two turned into a golden dragon and an ice phoenix. They traveled around the world and inadvertently destroyed an iceberg. Frozen bones. The skeleton was exactly the same as the humanoid creature in front of him. There was no flesh and blood, only bones and meridians were left, and it looked terrifying. Yang Kai didn't know the depth at the time, thinking that it was a disciple of Ice Sect who was accidentally killed, so he kindly brought back the bones that were frozen in the ice. The Ice Master Qingya, the elder Qianyu Qinhao and the others were like enemies and told him a secret. A long time ago, a race called the Bone Race appeared strangely on the mainland. They were characterized by a body of skeletons, not much flesh and blood, but all of them were powerful and had a long life. The decline of Ice Sect was inseparable from the Bone Race. Qingya finally asked Yang Kai to burn the skeleton, but the skeleton that should have died for an unknown number of years, at the moment of Yang Kai's burning, revealed the breath of life. At that time, Yang Kai was taken aback, and he had a deep memory of this matter. Now, as soon as he sees the skeleton bound here, Yang Kai naturally recognizes it at a glance. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the expressions of several uncles became more solemn. You mean, how many thousand years has he lived? Kang Yan asked in disbelief. It should be. Yang Kai nodded. The ancestor also said that this person seems to have no life, but he is actually still alive. But he should have just woken up from a deep sleep, and his strength has not recovered, so the ancestor can easily capture him and bring him back to the sect. This bone race was captured by the ancestor. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the four. Well, on the same day that the entrance to Shaoxuanji was fully opened, the ancestor suddenly felt an abnormal aura emanating from the snow mountain, and went to investigate without worry, and brought this person back in a few days. We treat him like he's dead. Fortunately, the patriarch had the foresight to bind him here. Ricky had a look of fear on his face. This bone race body revealed fluctuations in the peak cultivation base of the third layer Holy Saint. Although it was very weak, the realm was still there. If he really recovered, Chu Lingxiao might not be able to do anything about it. Look, when we came a few days ago, his meridians were still dry, but now they seem to be fuller, and the life aura in his body has become a lot richer. Fei, you noticed something. Situation, prompt reminder. He is recovering. Kang Yan's expression changed. What amazing vitality is this? Being frozen in the snow-capped mountains for thousands of years will not die, but it is shocking to be able to recover when he wakes up. Why have I never heard of such a race before? Several people looked at each other, confused. The world is so big that there are so many things that we don't know. Li Wan, go to inform the patriarch and ask him what to do now. Kang Yan instructed in a deep voice. Okay. Ricky immediately disappeared. Originally brought Yang Kai here, just wanted to remind him, but unexpectedly Yang Kai actually mastered some information, which made Kang Yan pay attention immediately. After a while, Chu Lingxiao hurried over. I heard the situation. Yang Kai, how much do you know about this bone race? Chu Lingxiao asked sternly. Not much. Yang Kai shook his head. I only know that if you want to completely obliterate him, it is best to burn his bones into ashes, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with when he really recovers. Indeed, the old man has never heard of such a strange race before, but I know a little about the ice sect. I didn't expect that they still have bloodlines alive. Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Patriarch knows about ice sect. Yang Kai was surprised. Of course I know that the Endless Snow Mountain was where ice sect was established a long time ago. Yang Kai was stunned, but this explains why there are bone races here. The decline of ice sect is inseparable from the bone clan. Presumably, they fought with the bone clan here a long time ago, and then they chased the bone clan to the glacier world, guarding the area. Well, long time ago. Unfinished to be continued. This article is written by the Breaking Dawn Update group at Painting Zongkong. Supply. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle starter filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 950. Soaring Heaven Sect. In the secret room at the bottom of the peak, Yang Kai burst out the true Yang vitality in his body, gathered into the true Yang fire, and burned the bones of the bone race. Chu Lingxiao and the four uncles stood beside him and watched silently, with expressions of fear on their faces. Yang Kai's true Yang fire is not an ordinary flame, it is the crystallization of his cultivation, it is extremely condensed and powerful, and there are few things that can resist its burning. The bone race, bound by the magic chain and various secret treasures, was motionless and seemed to be really dead. But the fierce aura emanating from his body became more and more intense. Chi chi chi. There was a constant screeching explosion in the secret room, and it was obvious to the naked eye that the bones of the bone race and the meridians attached to the bones were gradually burned to ashes. Suddenly, two groups of green rays of light lit up from the eye sockets of the bone race, like two gloomy eyes, and like two groups of ghost fires, erratic. The increasingly violent aura of ferocity exploded. Roar. An angry roar suddenly came out from the bone race's spiritual sense and penetrated into everyone's sea of consciousness, so that everyone could clearly feel his unwillingness and rage. This roar was mixed with an inexplicable attack of divine consciousness. Everyone except Chu Lingxiao was in turmoil. The crowd suddenly changed color, and Yang Kai even increased the output of his true essence. Kachacha, the bones gradually shattered and turned into ashes. In the eye sockets of the bone race, the violently beating ghost fire also quickly dimmed, and soon lost its luster. After a stick of incense, only a cloud of dark powder remained in place. Everyone looked at each other, silent for a while. He really isn't dead, his vitality is so tenacious. Fei Yu had a look of fear on her face. How can we survive with only one skeleton left? Kang Yan also felt a little weird. Maybe, he was originally a skeleton, without flesh and blood at all, or the skeleton is the essence of his life. Yang Kai thought thoughtfully. Little martial nephew means that if the bones are not destroyed, he will not die. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, this race is completely different from the known races on the mainland, and it is extremely dangerous. If you encounter it in the future, you can't take it lightly. Don't worry, if I encounter him again in the future, I will definitely turn his bones into ashes. Ricky secretly ruthless. Is there such a strange creature on the mainland? Chu Lingxiao frowned. With his knowledge and experience, if it wasn't for Yang Kai's arrival today, he would not have figured out the identity of the bone race who was captured by him. At that time, he went to the snow-capped mountains to investigate, and following the source of the fierce energy, he found the skeleton under 100 meters of snow. He noticed that his condition was strange, and he brought it back. Fortunately, there was foresight to seal him here. But since that day, this old man always feels that this world is a little different. Chu Lingxiao said solemnly. The meaning of the ancestor is. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Chu Lingxiao pondered, and said after a moment, you are not in the realm of cultivation, and you don't know how to feel it, but I think all the people in this world who have reached the third level holy realm will have the same feeling as this old man. It seems to be clearer, and at night, many stars that were not seen before can be seen. Yang Kai's expression changed. I don't know why this is, but it looks like it's going to change. Chu Lingxiao sighed. The body of the four uncles trembled slightly, and it was only then that they understood why from that day onwards, the ancestor often left the closed room of retreat at night and looked up at the starry sky. They didn't know why the patriarch had such a weird behavior. They thought that Chu Lingxiao was going to comprehend the Tao. After listening to what he said, they realized that he would observe carefully because he had discovered something unusual. After staying in Soaring Heaven sect for 2 more days, Yang Kai, Ling Taishu and Su Mu returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land. When he was about to leave, the patriarch urged thousands of times that he must be careful in the future. If he encounters a strange creature like the bone race again, he must be informed. Yang Kai agreed. Along the way, Yang Kai was silent and fell into contemplation. Ling Taishu noticed his absent-mindedness and asked, "Did something happen?" Yang Kai nodded and told the story of the bone race. Ling Taishu also changed color slightly, but he couldn't give any opinion. After all, he came to Tongshuan continent not long ago, and even how big this world is. Not sure, let alone what bone race. In the past in Dayan, they didn't even know about the demons and demons. I just thought that in this world, there are only human beings who have wisdom. When I came to Tongshuan continent, I realized that my knowledge was short. Master, don't worry, the sky is falling down and there is a tall person on it. Yang Kai smiled, his mood relaxed a lot, turned to look at Su Mu, and said with a smile, "You got something good, keep grinning, non-stop." Su Mu smiled and said, as if offering a treasure, took out a Chenkin bag, "Look, this is given to me by the patriarch." Chenkin bag. Yang Kai nodded, "Do you know how to use it?" "Of course I know. The ancestor and several uncles also gave me a lot of secret treasures, martial arts books and so on, all of which are inside." Su Mu placed the Chenkin bag on his chest and patted it gently. "I gave you so many things, you have to make good use of them, and don't let down the expectations of the ancestors and your uncles." Ling Taishu taught earnestly. "Disciple knows." Su Mu nodded solemnly, and suddenly said, "Brother-in-law, when will you get my sister back? Our entire sect has already come over. It's time to let my sister come back." "Well, I will send you back this time, and I will find Su Yan." Yang Kai replied. Even if Su Mu didn't remind him, he still planned to do so. It would be 7 or 8 years after separation, and Yang Kai didn't want to live this kind of lovesickness anymore. Now Shaning Shang is also in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. As long as Su Yan is found, the whole family will be reunited. Yang Kai yearns for such a life. 2 days later, the three returned to the old site of the Battle Spirit Hall. Just after returning to this place, Shu Wei, who had heard the news, reported, "Holy Master, someone came to the Holy Land 2 days ago and wants to ask to see you." "Who?" Yang Kai asked. "It's said to be the pavilion master of the Twin Pavilion. What is the name of Wu Fa and Wu Tian?" Shu Wei reported. "Oh, they came in person." Yang Kai raised his brows. On the way to the Nine Heavens Holy Land with the warriors of Dayan, the palace owner of Longfeng Mansion, Chen Zhou, asked the elder Shaoling to report to the Twin Towers. Now that several months have passed, the Twin Towers will indeed take action. It's just that the two pavilion masters came to see each other in person, which shows that they really value the Hu family sisters very much. This made Yang Kai very satisfied, at least they showed enough sincerity. "The Holy Master doesn't want to meet them?" Shu Wei asked. "Of course I want to see them. Where are they now?" "People are in the Holy Land." "Well, continue to entertain and tell them I'll go back right away." Shu Wei responded and left quickly. After he left, Yang Kai expressed his spiritual thoughts and searched in the Battle Soul Hall. After a while, he found the location of the Hu family sisters. He swayed and rushed over there. The Battle Soul Hall covers a large area. The Blood War Gang is located in the northwest of the Battle Soul Hall. There is a building complex that can accommodate the disciples of the Blood War Gang. The Hu family sisters and the gang leader Hu Man are now taking care of this new residence with the disciples, repairing the damaged house, cleaning the ground, and they are very busy. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Hu Man laughed heartily and walked over to hold his fist and said, "Nephew Yang is here." The sisters of the Hu family also have beautiful eyes, and their smiles are like flowers. Yang Kai nodded slightly and asked, "How is it here, are you still satisfied?" Hu Man hurriedly said, "There is no place to be dissatisfied, my nephew has already arranged everything, and sent a lot of cultivation materials, we just need to live and cultivate in peace of mind, we are only 100 satisfied with the current cultivation environment. There is nothing to fault." "That's good. Well, if you have any needs, just tell me the elders of the Holy Land, and they will do everything possible to satisfy you." "I don't need anything." Hu Man laughed loudly and changed the conversation. "It's just that if my nephew can take time to give pointers to my 2 daughters, then Hu will be very grateful." "Well, it's better to give pointers day and night. It's okay to teach me personally." Hu Mo is very relieved, "Hey. Dad, if you don't talk, no one will treat you as a mute." Hu Jiaoer blushed and glared at her old father. Since he came here, Hu man has been talking about Yang Kai's goodness in the ears of their sisters all day long. The Hu family sisters don't know what he's thinking, and now he says those words in front of Yang Kai. Hu Jiaoer felt a little overwhelmed. His plans were clearly written on his face. You talk, you talk. Hu Mengan smiled and flashed with interest. Don't pay attention to him. Hu Jiaoer walked to Yang Kai's side, her blushing not disappearing. He's used to talking crazy. Do you have anything to do with us? Hu Mayer asked. The twin pavilion is here. Yang Kai replied sternly. The two Hu family sisters were shocked, and they all looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. The people who come are the two pavilion masters of the twin pavilion. The intention of the visit is obvious and sincere enough. Now it's up to you to think. The two sisters looked at each other and seemed unable to make a decision. After a while, Hu Jiaoer said, whatever you say, we will do whatever you want. We will listen to you. They handed over the choice to Yang Kai. Want to go? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Hu Jiaoer said, I want to go and see what kind of sect it is. Yang Kai can understand their feelings, just as Yang Kai will involuntarily associate it with himself when he learns that the Dragon Phoenix Mansion is the source of his and Su Yan's inheritance. It was also for this reason that Sun Yu had such a great opportunity and had a kind attitude towards Longfeng Mansion. Go there if you want. You may find some people with a common language there, and if you go there, you may have even greater gains. Chen Zhou guaranteed Wu Fei and Wu Tian's character, plus his own guarantee. Presumably the Hu family sisters would not suffer any loss even if they went to the twin pavilion. Then Wu Fei and Wu Tian would only treat them as treasures. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at Shuyu Mengmo. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 951 Wu Fei and Wu Tian. Nine Heavens Holy Land, Welcome Hall. The two pavilion masters of the twin pavilion, Wu Fei and Wu Tianduan, were sitting on the chairs, looking anxious, like sitting on a needle felt. From time to time they turned their heads and looked out, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. They have been here for a few days, but they haven't seen the Holy Master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, let alone the twin sisters who have practiced the same Qi Lianji magic. Anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Elder Shu Wei, the elder of the Holy Land, accompanied him, and they didn't dare to show too much impatience, so they could only secretly be anxious. A few years ago, an ordinary young disciple from Longfeng Mansion entered the Dragon Valley, started the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor, and reappeared the power of the Dragon Emperor. In just 2 years, the young disciple's cultivation level has broken through from the 7th floor of the True Essence Realm to the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension Realm. On the day of his exit, he slaughtered the quartet and came to invade the Yuhan cave of Longfeng Mansion. Dongtian suffered heavy casualties, and Longfeng Mansion won a great victory. When the news reached the Twin Towers, Wu Fei and Wu Tian were envious, and deeply realized the majesty of the ancient inheritance. While they were happy for Longfeng Mansion, they were also somewhat disappointed. The supreme inheritance of the Twin Towers and the Dragon Phoenix Mansion was cut off at the same time, but now, there is new hope in the Dragon Phoenix Mansion, but not here in the Twin Towers. In comparison, how can Wu Fei and Wu Tian be psychologically balanced? I often sigh, feeling that heaven does not care for the Twin Pavilion. But a few years later, Xiao Ling, the elder of the Dragon and Phoenix House, came to report with a happy face, saying that in a small mysterious world, there had been twin sisters who practiced the magical power of connecting qi and connecting branches. Moreover, the sisters have now reached Tongshuan continent, in the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Hearing the news, Wu Fei and Wu Tian immediately set off from the Twin Towers and rushed to this place in a hurry. He did not dare to delay all the way, and finally arrived at the Holy Land of Nine Heavens at the fastest speed. But I didn't see anyone, and I couldn't ask Shu Wei. So Wu Fei and Wu Tian suddenly became worried about gain and loss. Fortunately, just now, Shu Wei rushed over and told them that the Holy Master would be here soon so that they could rest easy. Great Elder, dare to ask when Holy Master Yang will come over. Wu Fei couldn't hold back the impatience in his heart, and asked. His expression became extremely embarrassing as soon as he said it. Because of this time, he has asked the same question 3 or 4 times. Shu Wei smiled slightly, nodded and said, Holy Master said, you can come immediately. Is Pavilion Master Wu a little too impatient? Wu Fei laughed shyly. There are some, don't blame the elders. Brother, here we come. At this moment, Wu Tian suddenly trembled and shouted in a low voice. Wu Fei also hurriedly released his spiritual sense, and as expected, he noticed that someone was coming quickly outside. The two brothers couldn't sit still and swayed, so they came to the outside of the welcoming hall and looked forward. After a while, a blue light flashed, and 3 figures appeared leisurely. The leader is a young man of great physique, his breath is not weak, and the divine light in his eyes shows that he is not weak. But Wu Fei and Wu Tian's eyes were firmly attracted by the 2 women who followed behind the youth. There was no difference in the appearance of the 2 women, their life aura and their true essence fluctuations were completely the same. Standing together, there seemed to be an invisible connection between the 2. True essence coexisted, and vitality coexisted. If it wasn't for their different temperaments, I'm afraid everyone would regard them as the same. Wu Fei and Wu Tian took a deep breath, and his expression suddenly became excited. He stared at the Hu sisters for a moment and refused to look away. His eyes gradually filled with surprise and excitement. Wu Fei and Wu Tian had already concluded that when they saw the 2 sisters, there was no need to confirm that the 2 of them were definitely cultivating the same magic. Because in the whole world, there is no other cultivation method that can do this except for the cultivator's ability to connect the branches with the same qi. Moreover, the 2 of them are still practicing the most orthodox sympathy. In terms of the degree of consistency between breath and life traces, even Wu Fei Wu Tian, who is the pavilion master, is not as good as the sisters of the Hu family. Big brother, Wu Tianxian sipped, a frenzied expression on his face. That's right, Wu Fei was also very excited, it is definitely the supreme inheritance that my twin pavilion has broken. The Hu family sisters were also looking at Wu Fei and Wu Tian curiously. They had never seen a martial artist with a similar situation to their sisters. It's just that the eyes of the other 2 who seemed to be eating people made them a little scared, and they couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Their subtle movements made Wu Fei and Wu Tian aware of his gaffe, and quickly smiled gently, showing a friendly expression that was harmless to humans and animals. The 2 are the pavilion masters of the twin pavilion? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Wu Fei and Wu Tian's expression became positive, and at the same time he clasped his fists and said, "Exactly, is your excellency Holy Master Yang?" Yang Kai nodded. "I've admired the name for a long time." Wu Fei greeted him without talking nonsense, and went straight to the point. "Holy Master Yang, these 2 girls." Yang Kai interrupted him with a smile and said, "Let's talk about it first." Saying this, they led the Hu family sisters into the hall together. Wu Fei and Wu Tian glanced at each other, helpless to keep up. After the guest of honor was seated, Yang Kai asked people to serve tea, and then he said in a leisurely manner, "I'll get straight to the point. Well, I'm very clear about the purpose of the 2 pavilion masters here." Wu Fei looked excited, and looked at Yang Kai steadily, waiting for his next words. "It's just that I have never dealt with the Gemini Pavilion and the 9 Heavens Holy Land, and this Holy Master is not very familiar with the 2 Pavilion Lords, so, some things must be explained first. I hope the 2 Pavilion Lords will forgive me." Sacred Master Yang is right, it should be. Wu Fei and Wu Tian quickly expressed their position. "Let's put it this way, you want the 2 of them to go to your Gemini Pavilion, right?" Wu Fei and Wu Tian. "Because the 2 of them have mastered the supreme inheritance of the twins, which is the hope for the revitalization of the twin pavilions. The 2 of them also want to see the twin pavilions. I have confirmed this with them." Really, Wu Fei was overjoyed and looked at the Hu sisters gratefully. They have been worried that the 2 sisters are unwilling to go with them. If the parties themselves don't have this intention, then they can't use force. This is the 9 Heavens Holy Land, and the masters are like clouds. The 2 brothers have only the cultivation of the 1st level holy realm. Although it is not a problem to join forces to defeat a holy 2-level realm, in the 9 Heavens Holy Land, such strength is too weak. They stayed here for a few days and felt a powerful breath from a nearby mountain that made their hearts palpitate. There is no doubt that there are top experts who have entered the holy 3-layer here. To dare to be presumptuous here is simply digging one's own grave. This is what you want and I wish, it was not convenient for me as an outsider to say anything more. Yang Kai smiled gently, but these 2 girls are, well, like the sister next door to me. Same. As soon as these words came out, the Hu family sisters gave him a faint glance. Yang Kai pretended not to notice, and continued, "And they only came to Tongshuan continent in the past few days. They used to live in a Shaoshuan realm and didn't know anything about it, so I have to help them ask them carefully." Quote, "Holy Master Yang, please say that my brothers will give you a satisfactory answer." Wu Fei said sternly. "If they go to the twin pavilion, what kind of treatment will they be treated?" Yang Kai was no longer polite and asked directly. Wu Fa thought for a while and said, there is a disciple in the Dragon Phoenix Mansion named Sun Yu, who is a descendant of the Dragon Emperor. How the Dragon Phoenix Mansion treats Sun Yu will be how my twin pavilion will treat these two girls. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. If they want to come back here in the future, we will never stop it. It's good that the inheritance of the twin pavilion can be carried forward. As for where it is carried forward, it doesn't matter. When they arrive there, in terms of cultivation, we will provide them with the best cultivation materials and the best cultivation environment in the sect. My brothers can even protect them all the time and will not let them suffer any harm unless we die. The magic skills they have mastered. If they don't want to say, no one can force them, that's the chance my Gemini Pavilion ancestors gave them. They, ... Yang Kai said one by one, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, brothers, you and I, as if we had negotiated, with a sincere expression, all promises unconditionally, and all the answers are extremely satisfying. They, Yang Kai. Hu Jiaoer quietly stabbed Yang Kai with a wink, it's almost done, don't embarrass others. The various conditions and questions raised by Yang Kai are quite realistic and tricky, and the Hu family sisters really don't want to see Wu Fa and Wu Tian make all kinds of promises. They have felt the sincerity of each other. Then, that's it, Yang Kai chuckled and ordered, Shu Wei, prepare some holy pills for cultivation and let them take them on the road. Yes, Shu Wei hurriedly went out to make arrangements. After these days, Shanning Shang and the 5 masters will continue refining after refining the elixir that those who seek elixir need, so the Holy Land has accumulated a lot of holy elixir. Wu Fa and Wu Tian were shocked, and they both looked at Yang Kai in surprise. This kind of thing is rare, but this holy master Yang wants to give some to the two girls, which shows the status of these two girls in his heart. For a time, the expression became ambiguous. When do you want to leave? Yang Kai looked away at the Hu family sisters. Hu Jiaoer pondered. Look at the meaning of the two seniors. Wu Fa looked impatient. Let's set off now, the journey is long, and it will take at least a month or two to get to the twin pavilion. All right, Hu Jiaoer nodded and looked at Yang Kai. My dad, please help me say hello, we will go to the twin pavilion first this time, we will be back in a while, so he doesn't have to worry. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. What do you call the two girls? Wu Fa and Wu Tian had already come up to inquire about the names of the Hu family sisters. They will be living in the twin pavilion for a long time in the future, so it is natural to ask them clearly first. The Hu sisters answered quickly. The 4 of them talked very happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. The 2 pavilion masters of the twin pavilion looked very relieved and looked at the Hu family sisters with extremely kind eyes. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 952. Outside Jufeng, Yang Kai personally sent the Hu family sisters and the 2 pavilion masters of the twin pavilion out. Wu Fa and Wu Tian were walking in front, while Yang Kai led Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier a few steps behind, carefully exhorting some things. The 2 sisters came to this world not long ago, and now they are going to another place. There are indeed some places that need to be paid attention to. Jiaoer Meier has been nodding, a well-behaved look. After talking for a long time, Yang Kai stopped his pace. Then send it here, you go there to be a low-key person, try not to cause trouble to others, if you are wronged, come back to me, and I will help you vent your anger. Quote. Oh, Hu Meier seemed to be reluctant to part. Hu Jiaoer put her delicate body on top and pinched Yang Kai's vest. What are you doing? Yang Kai looked indifferent and looked at her in amazement. You actually said that we are the sister next door. Hu Jiaoer gritted her silver teeth. Forget about Meier, she is already younger than you, it's okay for you to call her sister, but what about me? Do you want to? Auntie calls you Brother Yang. She has an enchanting appearance, her voice is crisp and charming, and Yang Kai's mind is swayed when he hears it, and he keeps nodding, okay. Can you be any more shameless? Hu Jiaoer couldn't help laughing and crying. In terms of age, she is older than Yang Kai. It's just that because she and her sister look so similar, people who don't know will mistake them for twins. Isn't that convenient to introduce? And I said that, it is also to raise your status, you can know it in your heart, what do you really do? Yang Kai looked helpless. I know your intentions. Hu Jiaoer let go of her hand, her expression suddenly became gloomy, and she said with a smile, if there is a brother next door like you, it would be not bad. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, the Hu family sisters stepped forward quickly and came together with Wu Fa and Wu Tian. The two pavilion masters of the twin pavilion turned their heads and clasped their fists and said, "Holy Master Yang, we are leaving now. You don't need to worry about the safety of the two girls. As long as our brothers are alive, no one can bully them." "There are two pavilion masters." Yang Kai sternly returned the salute. Zhao Mayer glanced at each other, not knowing what kind of mentality it was, suddenly raised their hands together and said, "Goodbye Brother Yang, we will miss you." The figure is getting farther and farther. Staring blankly at the direction where they disappeared, after a long time, Yang Kai shuddered, feeling cold all over, and hurriedly returned to the Nine Heavens Holy Land to seek warmth from Junior Sister. 10 days later, everything was in order. At the Battle Soul Hall, the various forces from the Big Han coexist peacefully. The early preparations have been completed, and it only takes time for them to become familiar with this world. In the Holy Land, Yang Kai doesn't need to worry about many matters, the great elder Shu Wei has handled it properly. After saying goodbye to everyone, Yang Kai set foot on the road to Ice Sect alone. He was going to bring Su Yan back to reunite with everyone in the sect. He didn't bring anyone with him this time. Li Rong and Han Fei wanted to accompany him, but Yang Kai didn't agree. What if you go to find your own woman and bring a beauty over there? Even if Su Yan Dadu would not be suspicious, Yang Kai would be embarrassed. So he firmly refused Li Rong and Han Fei's request to go together. Yang Kai didn't know how Ice Sect would go, so he planned to go to the Water God Temple first, using the Water God Temple as a transfer, and then he could find Ice Sect smoothly. The azure light in the sky flickered, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai stood on the flying sky shuttle and galloped. Over the mountains and mountains, across the rivers and rivers, and getting closer and closer to the Water Temple, Yang Kai's mood became more and more excited. The closer he got to Su Yan, the more he felt a kind of cowardly feeling like being close to a hometown. I don't know what kind of cultivation Su Yan is now, but Yang Kai estimates that with her aptitude and the cultivation environment over there, she should not be weaker than himself in terms of cultivation. When chasing her in Shaningshang to Tongshuan continent back then, Yang Kai's only thought was to find them both as soon as possible. But I don't want this simple wish to take 10 years to achieve. At the time, I never imagined that I would achieve what I am today. The cultivation base of the extraordinary three-layer realm, the realm of the true essence of the saint, as the master of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, can order the ancient demon family to hide the identity of the Dragon Emperor. In addition to being slightly weaker in strength, it can be said that Yang Kai has already stood at the pinnacle of this world and is an absolute overlord. And the improvement of strength is only a matter of time. When he first came here, he seemed to come from a wild place, and he didn't understand anything. He followed behind Duao Meng Yunzan and the others, silently observing the world with his own eyes. Without support, he was shocked by the strength of the Independent Proud Alliance. But now, for a force such as the Independent Pride Alliance, he could destroy it with a single word, and the leader of the Independent Pride Alliance, Yun Cheng, was even more complacent because he could have something to do with him. After thinking about it, Yang Kai shook his head and laughed. Suddenly there was a panicked shout from below, and many warriors were rushing in their direction. Many of them looked horrified and looked back from time to time, as if something was chasing them behind them. Yang Kai frowned and slowed down his speed. He didn't quite know what was going on below to make so many people flee in a hurry. 30 miles ahead, there is a city called Shuilan City. Yang Kai had been here in order to find Su Yan, and knew that this Shuilan City belonged to the Water Temple. Looking up, at this moment, the water blue city is full of black smoke, chickens and dogs are jumping, and there are bursts of miserable howls and terrified screams in the ears. Yang Kai's face sank, turning into a cyan light and disappearing in place. After a while, when he reappeared, he had come to the top of Shuilan City, and looked down, his eyes could not help shrinking. The entire Shuilan City can almost be described as a purgatory on earth, with red blood, broken limbs and broken flesh everywhere, and the scene is terrible. Yang Kai was confused, and he didn't know what happened here, which turned the entire city into an Asura field. This is the site of the Water God Temple. Does the Water God Temple ignore it? Divine sense let go, and Yang Kai quickly discovered some unusual places. In many places in the city, there is a ferocious and violent aura that he is familiar with, bursting out without concealment. Looking at the place closest to him, Yang Kai was stunned on the spot. In that position, there was a skeleton standing impressively. The skeleton was red all over, and there was a gurgling sound from the inside, as if there was blood flowing in it. In those two eye sockets, the green eyes like ghost fire jumped, making people shudder. Next to the skeleton, there are many warriors who died tragically. At this moment, an inexplicable attraction is spreading from the skeleton. It can be seen with the naked eye that the dead corpses and minced meat that fell on the ground have turned into pure and pure. The energy is quickly absorbed by the bones. After absorbing the flesh and blood essence of these dead people, there is a thin layer of chalky flesh on the surface of the skeleton, covering the bones. It looked like a thin, skinny person had been skinned alive. Yang Kai was horrified and exclaimed, "Bone race." The skeleton in front of him was full of vitality. It was clearly a bone race, but it was different from what Yang Kai saw in Ice Sect and Soaring Heaven Sect. He seems to be fully alive. The whole body exudes a powerful breath that belongs to the first layer of the Holy Land. Yang Kai groaned in his heart, unable to explain the strange phenomenon in front of him. Just when he lost his mind, the bone race suddenly turned his head and looked at him. His green eyes like ghost fire stared at him firmly, and his fierce spiritual sense locked Yang Kai. Immediately, he cracked his bloody mouth and seemed to show a smile. Yang Kai only felt cold all over his body, and finally understood why the residents of Shuilan City fled in a hurry. Anyone who saw this strange scene would be terrified. What's more, the strength of the residents of Shuilan City is not very high, but this bone race is at least a strong person in the Holy Land. In the entire Shuilan City, not only the bone race in front of him, but under Yang Kai's spiritual sense, he noticed that there were at least 4 or 5 vicious auras scattered in different corners of the city. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai seemed to make the bone race quite interested. After watching him for a while, the bone race walked straight towards him. He clearly had no skin, but the places he passed were exceptionally clean, and the blood flowing on the surface of his body did not spill at all, nor was it stained on the ground. Halfway through, the bone race turned into a streak of blood and disappeared. At the same time, the warning signs in Yang Kai's heart suddenly rose, and the real energy in his body erupted, and he pushed a palm straight forward. The huge palm prints attacked like a collapsed mountain, a crash sounded, and the disappearing bone race was slapped by the sky-covering hand, revealing its figure. Drops of blood, like gems, sputtered out of his body, and the thin flesh that had just condensed was shaken away a lot and fell to the ground, revealing blood-red bones. The bone race was stunned for a moment, and the ghostly fire-like eyes in the eye sockets jumped more and more quickly, as if they did not expect Yang Kai to be able to block him. The aura was obviously a lot of anger, and he opened his mouth and let out a stern roar like a ghost crying and wolf howling. The whistle passed his ear. The whistling sound of the other party clearly contained an extremely powerful divine soul attack. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and a golden spear appeared in his hand and threw it fiercely at him. Call out! The heaven-punishing spear turned into a streak of golden light, pierced through the big mouth of the bone race with lightning speed, and shot out from the back of his head. A transparent hole appeared. Yang Kai stood in front of the bone race and could see the things behind his head through the hole. The bone race was indifferent, the thin flesh and blood between the neck and neck wriggled fiercely, and the wound quickly recovered as before, and there was no trace of being penetrated. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little bad, and his mood became a lot heavy. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 953. This weird race can not only absorb the flesh and blood of the dead and shape its own body, but it doesn't even care about such fatal wounds. It is almost impossible to kill the existence, which makes Yang Kai feel a creepy feeling. The blow just now seemed to have completely angered the opponent. The bone race opened his mouth and screamed, and a bloody light that dyed the sky red suddenly turned into a big net that covered the sky, and turned to Yang Kai as a hood. In the blood net, there is a heart-pounding power, and there is a piercing sound, which is extremely corrosive. Yang Kai snorted, and the billions of pores all over his body opened, and his true yang vitality spewed like a volcano. In an instant, his whole person became like a blazing sun, and the golden light shone on the entire water-blue city, dazzling, dazzling. The blood net fell on his head, but before he could get close, it was evaporated. The bone race on the opposite side was obviously stunned, and before he could return to his senses, Yang Kai had already deceived himself and rushed forward, clinging to the bone race, holding a Xuantian sword transformed from true essence in his hand, flying up and down. A burst of unwilling and angry howls emanated from the bone race's mouth. The thin flesh attached to his bones was sliced and flew out piece by piece, and blood was constantly flowing out of the bright red bones, which looked extremely miserable. Yang Kai's face was indifferent. While destroying the bone race in front of him, he silently observed his strength. He has the aura of entering the first-level holy realm, but it seems that he can't exert his full power, and as the flesh and blood is eliminated, his violent aura gradually weakens. After a while, Yang Kai stepped back and stared at the other party. The bone race in front of him was cut into a skeleton again. Except for the bones, there were only one meridian firmly fixed to the bones, which was very strange. However, Yang Kai was stunned to find that after suffering so many attacks from himself, the opponent's bones did not leave any scars. His bones seemed to be better than the strongest treasure. The flesh and blood were eliminated, and it did not affect his life at all. The bone race's body once again exuded a huge attraction. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that his blood was churning, and the blood flowing in his body had a small amount of blood. It felt like he was about to rush out of the body, and the skin all over his body suddenly cracked. His face changed greatly, and he hurriedly ran his true chi to resist the attraction from the bone race body. Shish! In all directions, the flesh and blood essence of countless tragically killed warriors turned into energy visible to the naked eye, and poured into the bones one after another. In a short time, another thin layer of flesh and blood appeared on the periphery of the bone race body, fueling his violent aura. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He suddenly felt that his guess in Soaring Heaven sect a few days ago might be correct. For this strange race, flesh and blood do not necessarily exist for them, and a body of bones is their essence. As long as the bones don't break, they'll never die. No wonder Qingya wanted to burn the bones of the bone race by herself. Only by doing so can they be completely destroyed. Yang Kai's eyes were bright, and he secretly felt that he could see through the essence of this race. The Xuantian sword in his hand turned into a little fluorescent light and disappeared. Yang Kai folded his palms together, slapped it fiercely, and immediately pushed it forward. Beast Soul Seal. With the sound of the tiger roaring and the cow mooing, the white tiger divine ox was born. Tear it down for me! Yang Kai shouted loudly, and the two beast souls condensed from his true yuan roared towards the bone race, followed by Yang Kai. One person and two beasts launched the most simple, direct and rude attack. The earth-shattering bull made a collision, and the single horn on its forehead directly penetrated the belly of the bone race, and pushed him up high. The huge collision force made the ghost fire in the eye sockets of the bone race flicker. Such a collision he also looked a little unbearable. The heaven-shaking white tiger had already taken the opportunity to pounce on it, opened its bloody mouth, firmly grabbed one of the bone race's arm, and did not let go, allowing the bone race to beat it wildly. Yang Kai flew out and stood on the top of the white tiger with a cold expression, and reached out to hold the other arm of the bone race. Stab! The hot real essence burned the blood and flesh outside the bones, and there was an unpleasant stench. Yang Kai turned a blind eye, looked down at the other party indifferently, and pulled hard. The violent aura burst out from the body of the bone race, looking a little flustered, and at the same time he struggled violently, trying to get rid of the shackles of the two beast souls. The beast soul condensed from Yang Kai's true essence couldn't resist the collision of his breath at all, and the blink of an eye became a lot dim, and it was about to collapse. Yang Kai was in no hurry, freeing up a hand to display the nether sky lock. The golden rope was tied to the bone race, and it made him unable to move. Those two ghost-like eyes twitched rapidly, showing the unease in his heart. The thick blood energy rushed out of the bones, turning into strange monsters with green faces and fangs, biting at Yang Kai for a while. Ocean Shield. A shield-like enchantment blocked the front of those monsters and blocked their offensive. Yang Kai increased the pulling force on his hand. Clack clack. With a crisp sound, one of the bone race's arm was gradually stretched, and was immediately torn off. The hot real essence burst out from Yang Kai's hand, and the torn arm was instantly burned to ashes. A stern roar came from the mouth of the bone race, and from his torn arm, thick blood and life essence flowed from the broken menstrual, making him look instantly wilted. Yang Kai clenched his hand into a fist, slammed into his chest, and slammed down with a punch, like a 10,000 jin giant hammer, constantly destroying the opponent's body. Clack clack. The bones in the bone race's chest were gradually broken and shattered, and the heaven-shaking white tiger also tore up, biting off his meridians and dismantling the bones one by one. After half a cup of tea, the ghost fire in the bone race's eyes finally became dim, and slowly extinguished, and the entire bone body was disassembled and scattered all over the place. Yang Kai gasped lightly and stood on the spot, frowning tightly. He sensed the difficulty of the bone race. To deal with them, ordinary attacks have no effect at all, and those fatal wounds can't even bring them any harm. The only way to destroy them is to burn them directly, or to dismantle them violently. With Yang Kai's current strength, it is not difficult to deal with a martial artist of the first level saint level, but it takes a lot of time to face a bone race. There are 4 or 5 such auras in the entire Shuilan city, and one of them even reveals the energy fluctuations of the 2-layer holy state. Something was vaguely wrong. At this moment, a familiar breath of life suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's spiritual sense perception. Yang Kai quickly flew high into the sky, looked over there, and found that the water spirit of the water temple was being protected by a Saint Realm warrior. Fleeing in panic. The strength of this Saint Realm warrior is not low. He has a strong water breath, and is extremely soft. He looks about 40 or 50 years old. His clothes are full of blood. Looks like a hard fight. As soon as he appeared, the 4 or 5 bone races in Shuilan City immediately noticed, and beams of blood light shot from all corners of Shuilan City. To the Bone Clan, he seemed to be a savory and delicious meal that had aroused their keen interest. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 bone races rushed to his side and surrounded him in circles. Those pair of ghostly eyes looked at him with interest, with no good intentions. Shui Ling, who was guarded by him, couldn't help shivering, and his pretty face was pale. The middle-aged man had a solemn expression, and he told Shui Ling a few words. Shui Ling listened, tears filled his beautiful eyes, and he kept shaking his head. Be obedient, the middle-aged man couldn't help shouting loudly when he saw her like this. Shui Ling's expression froze, then nodded. A resolute expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face, the soft power of water burst out from his body, and the aura of water between heaven and earth suddenly violent. Drops of crystal water droplets suddenly appeared on the side of the middle-aged man, thousands and countless. Immediately, those water columns shot out like arrows from the strings, and bombarded those bone races in all directions with their tyrannical power. Let's go, the middle-aged man shouted fiercely, holding the seal with both hands, and the water droplets shot out by the scorching chalk gathered in midair, forming a water arrow with multiplied power. The bone race gathered around the middle-aged man was indifferent, letting those water arrows penetrate their bodies, and their reaction was only to be moved by the huge force. When the water arrow took shape, the water spirit had already turned into a mist of water, disappearing into this world out of thin air. She is a body of water spirit, and she is born with such magical powers. In the past, Yang Kai also suffered a lot of losses under her move, and finally relied on old demons' means to subdue Shui Ling. But Shui Ling still couldn't escape. One of the bone race stared at a certain place in the void, the power of divine consciousness burst out, and the invisible attack whipped out. There, Shui Ling screamed, and the disappeared figure reappeared, from the air. He fell, and red blood spilled from his nose and mouth. A burst of strange laughter came from the mouths of several bone races, but because there was not much flesh and blood, their voices sounded like ghosts and wolves, extremely harsh. One of the bone race stared greedily at Shui Ling, obviously interested in her flesh and blood. The body of water spirit can make them recover more quickly than the flesh and blood of ordinary warriors. A blue light flashed past, intercepting Shui Ling before she fell to the ground. The eyes of a few bone race stunned, and they all stared at the blue light in surprise and frenzy, and they seemed to be communicating something quickly when their consciousness burst. Being held in her arms, Shui Ling finally saw who saved her life and exclaimed, Yang Kai. We'll talk about it later. Yang Kai waved at the absent-minded middle-aged man below, come up. The middle-aged man jumped on the flying shuttle without hesitation. With a flash of blue light, Yang Kai has taken the middle-aged and Shui Ling to 100 miles away. The few bone races didn't stop them, as if they knew that they couldn't stop them at all, they just looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back and smiled strangely. The consciousness of several people was still communicating. After a while, one of the bone race nodded and quickly left Shuilan City and galloped towards the sea. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachengkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 954. I have a cold, groggy, so uncomfortable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It is thousands of miles away from Shuilan City, in a valley. Yang Kai put down the rescued middle-aged man and Shui Ling, and the three of them looked at each other, silent for a while, and their faces were heavy. Shui Ling was still a little weak. She was hit by a bone race's divine consciousness just now, causing her some injuries. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out some medicinal pills from his Chenkin bag and let Shui Ling take it. Seeing her meditating and recovering, the middle-aged talent gradually calmed down, turned to Yang Kai and clasped his fists. Thank you little brother for your life-saving grace, I am grateful. You're welcome. Yang Kai nodded lightly, it's just an effort. Little brother and Linger knew each other before. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai smiled lightly, and instead asked, "Are you the master of the water temple, Shui Yun?" "Exactly." Shui Yun nodded. "What do you call my little brother?" "Father, he is the Yang Kai I told you about." Shui Ling interjected. Shui Yun's body shook, looked at Yang Kai in surprise, exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I'm the lord of the 9 heavens holy land." Shui Mo's eyes are clumsy. After knowing Yang Kai's identity, Shui Yun's title changed immediately. Today on the mainland, no one dares to despise the master of the 9 heavens holy land. And Yang Kai can identify his identity is also very simple. The water temple has only one saint realm, that is the temple owner Shui Yun. Coupled with his concern for the water spirit, Yang Kai can naturally judge his identity. "Yang Kai, why are you here?" Shui Ling asked Yang Kai as he recovered. Passing by, Yang Kai frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Where did those bone races in Shuilin City come from?" "Bone race?" Shui Yun was startled. "It's those bones that can absorb the essence of flesh and blood." "Holy Master Yang knows them?" Shui Yun asked eagerly with a shocked expression. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know very well, but I have seen it before, and I have seen it recently. Senior Shui knows where they came from." Shui Yun's expression was gloomy, and he sighed. "We don't know where they came from. A year ago, an iceberg that was about to melt drifted near the water temple. The disciples found a skeleton inside. The skeleton was taken out, but nothing of value was found. It had been peaceful, but until a few months ago. I don't know why, the skeleton suddenly came back to life." Shui Yun spoke briefly, and Yang Kai listened quietly. "Only then did I know that after the bone race came back to life, after slaughtering the quartet in the water temple, and absorbing the flesh and blood of the deceased, its strength quickly recovered. When Shui Yun noticed it, he united all the masters of the water temple and paid the death and injury of more than a dozen people. At the price, he was captured and imprisoned. But no matter what they did, they couldn't kill the bone race, and in the end they had no choice but to burn it. This method is used correctly, let him die completely." After a few months of stability, just a few days ago, many terrifying skeletons emerged from all directions in the water temple, and the entire water temple fell in an instant. "Those bones. Well, the bone race is very strong. They have many experts in the holy realm, and the worst is in the transcendent realm. There is no immortal ascension realm at all. And after they kill people, they can learn from the dead. The essence of flesh and blood is used to restore itself and shape its own flesh. 2,000 disciples of my water temple were slaughtered overnight, and dozens of surrounding islands fell. The water temple was destroyed in one fell swoop." Shui Yun looked painful. "Not many people escaped in the end. Shui is incompetent, he can only protect Linger from the islands and come to Shuilin City. The Blue City is also devastated." Quote, "Father, it's not your fault." Shui Ling comforted. "But the water temple was destroyed by my hands." Shui Yun was in pain. "They may have come from the glacier world." Yang Kai's face was gloomy. "Glacier world?" Shui Yun looked at him in amazement. Ice Sect sighed. Yang Kai was full of cleverness. "Have you had any contact with Ice Sect in the past few months? How is the situation over there?" "The last transaction was a few months ago, just a few days before the skeleton came alive." Shui Yun replied. "You guys are recovering here, I'll go check the situation." Yang Kai said, then sacrificed the flying sky shuttle and wanted to leave. "Yang Kai, don't go." Shui Ling hurriedly shouted, "Those people are very powerful, it is very dangerous for you to go alone." "Yeah, although there are not many of them, there are quite a few experts in the holy realm. And they can regain their strength after killing people. Holy Master Yang, you have a bad future here." "It's okay, I'm just going to see the situation. If you feel that there is danger, leave here, and I will find a way to find you." Yang Kai hurriedly warned and disappeared immediately. Shui Yun and his daughter were determined to stop them, but they were powerless. "I hope he is safe." Shui Yun sighed heavily. In front of those terrifying skeletons, he, the temple master of the water temple, had no power to resist, suffer. Looking back, I have lingering fears. The blue light flickered, and Yang Kai quickly flew in the direction of the water temple. The bone race appeared in the water temple on a large scale, occupied the islands of the water temple, and slaughtered 2,000 disciples of the water temple. They could not have appeared for nothing. If Yang Kai guessed correctly, these bone races should be from Ice Sect. Ice Sect has been guarding the ice world, just to guard against the birth of the bone race. Yang Kai didn't think about it before, but thinking about it now, the Ice Sect people must know that the bone race is not dead, but hidden under the glacier, so they always stay there. But they probably don't know where the bone race is hiding. When these bone races haven't recovered, they are no different from dead people, so it's hard to detect. But now, a large number of bone race people have appeared in the water temple, and the situation on the ice sect side is really worrying. Su Yan is still in ice sect, how can Yang Kai not be in a hurry? After a short while, Yang Kai returned to Shui Land City again. At this moment, the city was dead, and there were no traces of living people. Even those bone races didn't know where they went, and even the bones of the dead people disappeared. All that remains in Shuilan City are the broken walls and bloodstains all over the ground. After crossing the water blue city, Yang Kai came to the sky above the water temple. A breath of tyrannical and heart-pounding aura was spreading from below. Yang Kai's head was awe-inspiring, and the divine sense let go and quietly felt it, and the next moment changed color suddenly. There are at least dozens of people in the holy realm below, hundreds of extraordinary realms, and many of them are strong in the second and third layers of the holy realm. Such a huge force cannot be resisted by any sect in the world. It can be said that if they are determined to dominate the Tongshuan continent, they can easily achieve this goal. It's really changed. Chu Lingxiao's words a few days ago are still in his ears, and they are also fulfilled at this moment. Yang Kai's speed was very fast, and he passed by in a flash, and there was no thought of going down to meet those bone races for a while. When Qingguang galloped past, the bone races with the highest strength below actually raised their heads and looked in the direction where Yang Kai left. Xingshuo, a middle-aged man with green eyes, carried his hands on his back, and drank in a low voice. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This bone race is completely different from what Yang Kai has seen before. He already has his own body. He looks no different from ordinary people. His complexion is ruddy, and his body exudes a powerful vitality. Only those eyes show a green color. Horrible. My lord, this is the star shuttle we saw in the city just now. Do you want to go and get it back? The middle-aged man shook his head. Xingshuo is too fast to catch up. Try to find out the origin of this person. Yes, looking at what he looks like, he's going to that glacier. What is he doing there? What does it have to do with those people? The middle-aged man frowned, thoughtfully. Half an hour later, Yang Kai successfully arrived at the vast glacier world. Just came here, Yang Kai is flowing with an unusual breath at this moment. The power of the void. Looking up, I found that there was an entrance to the void corridor a few dozen miles away, about 10 feet above the ground, and the strong void power was transmitted from this void corridor. Yang Kai looked startled. I didn't go to find out where the void corridor leads to, and quickly released my spiritual sense to investigate in the glacier world. As a result, he was greatly disappointed. The entire glacier world was lifeless. The ice sect disciples who originally lived here have long since disappeared, and the ice peaks where they lived have collapsed. From the traces left here, it should have happened here before. A terrifying battle. In the white world of ice and snow, many places are stained with red marks. Yang Kai's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. He and Su Yan have long been in love with each other. As long as the distance between the two is not too far, they can clearly feel each other's existence, but now he can't feel Su Yan's breath. One possibility is that she has died, the other possibility is that she has left here. Yang Kai's face was ferocious, his breath was violent, and he tried to calm his state of mind. After a long time, he took a deep breath. He thinks the latter is more likely. The Lord of Ice Sect, Qingya, is a warrior of the third layer Saint Realm, and several elders are also Saint Realm. Even if the bone race recovers here and launches an attack on them, Ice Sect cannot be wiped out. Qingya should have escaped with them. He raised his head and looked at the void tunnel. Although there are no clues, he can conclude that Qingya and others should have entered this void corridor, because if he were Qingya, he would make this choice even if he was unable to compete. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately rushed into the entrance of the void corridor. With a blink of an eye, a strong sense of oppression came from all directions, as if to crush his body, leaving nothing under his feet, surrounded by stars. Starry sky. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect that this void corridor was the same as the gate of the starry sky on the side of Po Xuanfu, leading to the vast starry sky, and the relaxed heartstrings were instantly tense again. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 955 Star Shuttle. The starry sky is vast and the pressure is terrifying. If the physical strength is not enough, no matter who comes here, he will die without a doubt. This is a legendary place, and few people actually set foot here. The legendary great demon god of that generation was even rumored to have accidentally fallen because of exploring the mysteries of the starry sky. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or not, it is certain that there is a huge danger in the stars. If those people from the ice sect thought that it was just an ordinary void tunnel entrance leading to a certain Shaoxuan realm, and they rushed in, they would have been more fortunate. Except for the Ice Master Qingya, who has the strength to resist the pressure of the stars, there is absolutely no chance of others being spared. Yang Kai was in a chaotic mess, and stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do for a while. It wasn't until the corner of his eye that he saw a few pale bones floating around, and he suddenly came back to his senses. Those few bones were floating not far from the side, and there was no movement at all. Yang Kai's big hand trembled, he picked up the bone, looked at it carefully, and took a deep breath. Which bone clan should these bones belong to? Rushing into the starry sky, unable to withstand the huge pressure, and being directly crushed by oppression. This is more and more sure of Yang Kai's previous guess. The people from the ice sect should have really escaped here, but the people of the bone race accidentally came here in order to chase them, but they were crushed by the pressure of the starry sky and died tragically on the spot. There are many bones around, it should be several people from the bone race who died. But if this is the case, what about the ice sect people in Suyan and the others? There are no traces of their deaths here at all, they seem to have miraculously disappeared into the starry sky. The mood gradually calmed down, Yang Kai crushed the bones in his hand, and the envoy Fei Tiansuo began to search in the vast starry sky, looking for some clues. He didn't put any corners, any suspicious places, and released his spiritual sense to the maximum extent, imagining that he could suddenly find Suyan's trace, and found that she was hiding safe and sound in a certain place in the starry sky under the protection of the Ice Master Qingya. A corner, waiting for his arrival. He was disappointed. Centered on the gate of starry sky, with a radius of 10,000 miles, he searched several times but couldn't find any clues. Time passed, and I don't know how many days it took. He returned to the void corridor that he passed through when he came back again, turned his head back, stared deeply at the starry sky, and drilled into the entrance. Returning to Tongshuan continent, he went directly to the water temple. In this world, if there is anyone who knows the whereabouts of the ice sect people, there is no one other than the Bone Clan, and it is only for Su Yan's news he must go and find out. The Water Temple, the largest island in the middle, was originally the island where the main hall of the Water Temple was located, but since the Water Temple was destroyed, it was occupied by the Bone Race. At this moment, all the Bone Race people gathered here. Every clan has their own complete body, no longer a skeleton like before, without a trace of flesh and blood. They look no different from humans on the mainland, and the only thing that can reveal their identity is the pair of green eyes. Nearly 200 people from the Bone Race gathered in one place, and their eyes that were beating like ghosts exuded a dark green light, making the atmosphere of the entire island appear eerie and terrifying. They reveled, they celebrated enthusiastically, celebrating their recovery after thousands of years, and every Bone Race was filled with joyful expressions. The clamor followed the sea breeze from far away. They gathered in a circle, and in the center of these Bone Race people, there was a huge blood pool. The blood pool was filled with bright red blood and pieces of minced meat. Huge bubbles continued to emerge from the blood pool and burst. When it opened, pieces of blood mist sputtered out, causing a bright red cloud of blood to condense above the blood pool. Many pale bones and unknown medicinal materials floated up and down in the blood pool. Bright lines flashed from time to time at the bottom of the blood pool, converging into a complex and cumbersome array. Lord K. Luo, it's almost time. A bone tribe walked up to a middle-aged man and reported softly. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his expression indifferent, and immediately stood up. The noisy Bone Race people instantly quieted down and looked at him expectantly. K. Luo looked around and shouted loudly, "Thousands of years ago, my clan came here unintentionally. I thought it was a good opportunity to expand the territory, but I didn't want a top expert to stop it. The powerhouses died in battle, and the rest of the clan could not escape to the remote glacier world, where they slumbered, but now, we are awake. The master who even the powerhouses of our clan could not defeat has long since died. This world belongs to our clan. Yes, no one can resist us." The Bone Race people shouted excitedly, and the sound was higher than wave after wave. K. Luo gestured and suppressed the voices of everyone. "Tonight, we will have a new tribe born again, we must contribute our own strength to help them wake up." Many Bone Race people agreed. The next moment, everyone moved, and energy filled with the life essence of the Bone Race shot out from their bodies and poured into the blood pool. The blood pool seemed to be boiled, the bubbles rolled, and those bones and medicinal materials floated and sank more quickly. Accompanied by the movement of ghosts and wolves, many faces with fuzzy facial features appeared in the blood pool. Those faces were bound in the blood pool like wisps of ghosts. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not escape the bondage of blood. All the people in the bone race looked at the blood pool with excited expressions, and their eyes were filled with anticipation. All the floating bones suddenly sank, accompanied by a crackling sound. Inside the blood pool, countless bones were fused and interlaced, and it seemed that an earth-shaking change had taken place. Suddenly, with a clattering sound, a complete skeleton stood up from the blood pool, and two groups of green rays of light suddenly appeared in the originally dark eye sockets. It's just that these two groups of green rays of light are very weak compared to the bone race people next to them, like candles in the wind, which may go out at any time. He looked a little dazed, not knowing his situation. However, driven by instinct, he absorbed the essence of flesh and blood in the blood pool. Visible to the naked eye, there was gradually more flesh and blood on his skeleton, and after a while, the skin was born again. He looked like a shriveled old man. More skeletons stood up from the blood pond after him, and there were at least hundreds of people, and as these skeletons absorbed the blood in the blood pond in the blood pond also decreased rapidly. Dried directly. In the bottom of the pool, there are still many medicines and bones, which are useless. That Luo only nodded slightly at this moment, looking quite satisfied, and was about to order something when an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from the night sky. So you were born like this. Luo's twinkling eyes suddenly looked to the side. I only saw a touch of golden light coming from there, with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. His face changed greatly, and Luo hurriedly used the power in his body, trying to stop this golden light attack, but it was still a step too late. There was a loud bang, and the blood pool was directly beaten. The newly born bone race people who were standing in the blood pool couldn't bear such an attack at all. The bones were shattered, flying everywhere, and all scattered. No one was spared. The bone race that was born in this way was very fragile at first. Who? Luo shouted violently. Yongkai stood in the void wrapped in cold air, and walked to the top of the heads of many bone race step by step, looking down at Luo condescendingly with a fearless expression. He also felt that the bone race here, this person has the highest strength and status. If he wanted to know something, it was best to ask this person. A bunch of eyes shot over, and the spiritual sense locked on Yongkai, and all the bone race looked bad. Some of the bone race people in the crowd looked at Yongkai carefully, and immediately exclaimed, "It's you." "Sir, he is the one who owns the star shuttle," he quickly reported to Luo. Hearing this, Luo looked overjoyed and laughed loudly. No wonder the strength is not high, but there is no fear. It turned out to be relying on the power of Xingqiu, but I am afraid you have made the wrong idea. Xingqiu is useless in front of me. While speaking, the aura of heaven and earth suddenly stagnates, and there seems to be a layer of invisible confinement blessing beside Yongkai. Yongkai frowned and felt it carefully, but he didn't notice anything, and was secretly alert. "Human, hand over Xingqiu, I can make you honored to be a member of my clan." Luo carelessly stretched out a hand to Yongkai and commanded lightly. "Xingqiu." Yongkai frowned, and immediately thought of something, took out the flying shuttle and said, "You mean this?" "Not bad." Luo's eyes were fixed on the flying shuttle. "Give it to me." Yongkai slowly shook his head. "You call it star shuttle, do you know this secret treasure?" A look of contempt flashed in Luo's eyes, and the other bone race clansmen also burst into laughter, as if mocking Yongkai's ignorance. Who hasn't seen the star shuttle? It's just a very common secret treasure in the star territory. Bone race shouted below. Star territory? Yongkai raised his brows. Luo said impatiently, "The star territory is the star territory. Your world is so remote that you don't even know the star territory and the star shuttle. This secret treasure has no other function except to travel. What do you want this for?" Yongkai asked. "HMPH, how do you go to the starry sky without a star shuttle? The vast star field can make anyone lose their way and die alone." Yongkai's expression changed, although the other party didn't say it too clearly, but he heard some unusual information from it. This star shuttle is actually used to hurry in the starry sky, no wonder it is very fast. Most importantly, he spied another terrifying piece of information. Looking at Luo with a solemn expression, Yongkai asked in a deep voice, "Aren't you from the Tongshuan continent?" Luo laughed. "When did I say yes?" To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommended vote, a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 956 Su Yan's whereabouts. Yang Kai couldn't help but turn up a stormy sea. If according to what these bone races say, then they are the aliens from the star field. How incredible is this? Someone once suspected that there might be other creatures in the vast starry sky. But because no one can enter the starry sky, no one can confirm this idea. Until this moment, Yang Kai was sure that the suspicions of the predecessors were not without reason. The bone race is the creatures from the starry sky, they are not the aborigines of Tongshuan continent. Boy, how much did you see just now? Kei Luo's sullen eyes stared at Yang Kai coldly and asked in a deep voice. I basically saw it all. Yang Kai saw the strangeness of the blood pond, saw the flashing array at the bottom of the blood pond, and also saw that the bones were combined into skeletons with the help of medicinal materials and bone race life essence, and then they were reborn from the blood pond. Stand up. Although the newly born bone races were very fragile, they were completely destroyed by him, but they all possessed the aura of the transcendent realm. It can be said that as long as they were given enough time, they could become masters of the transcendent realm one by one, and it is still a supernatural realm that is difficult to kill. Humph, Kei Luo snorted coldly. It doesn't matter if you see it, anyway, you will definitely die today. Yang Kai grinned. When I came here just now, I heard you shouting to rule the world. Do you think that these transcendent realms alone will be able to achieve your goal? Kei Luo looked at Yang Kai with contempt, his expression fixed on his face, and he was not in a hurry to make a move. He only blocked the space around Yang Kai with his spiritual sense, so that he could not use the star shuttle to escape, and said lightly, Transcendent realm, the thin materials here can only give the newly born clansmen of my clan the strength of the transcendent realm. You can still create and exit the Holy Land. Yang Kai's face sank. Kei Luo laughed and said, as long as you kill enough masters, get their flesh and blood, and add enough high-end medicinal materials, how difficult is it to enter the Holy Realm? Yang Kai's face suddenly became ashen. He underestimated the weirdness of this race, and he really didn't expect such a weird creature. But the price they pay for doing so is not small. There were a lot of medicinal materials and bones left at the bottom of the blood pond. Presumably the bodies of the 2,000 disciples of the entire water temple were placed in this blood pond, but the bone race that was finally born was only 100 people. No more gossip, leave Xingqiu to me. As a reward, you can choose a comfortable way to die. Kei Luo's face gradually became impatient. One last question, if you can answer it, Xingqiu will give it to you. Yang Kai sighed in a low voice. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Kei Luo looked stern. With your meager strength, I can take your life at the click of a finger. Try it, see if I can destroy this star shuttle before I die. Yang Kai was not afraid. Holding the big hand of the star shuttle, he was uncertain, like a snake with fangs, he was about to fight. A you die me die posture. Kei Luo's expression changed, and there was a hint of expression on his face. Yang Kai's words really grabbed his lifeline. Star shuttles are indeed very common in the vast star field. When they came to Tongshuan continent, the clansmen also had many star shuttles, but after thousands of years, they could not warm and nourish secret treasures without flesh and blood. Star shuttles have long been damaged and unusable. The star shuttle in Yang Kai's hand is probably the only one in the entire Tongshuan continent. If they want to leave Tongshuan continent and return to star territory in the future, they will have to use the power of star shuttle. That's why Kei Luo wanted Yang Kai's star shuttle so much. Without this thing, they would never be able to return to where they came from. Don't be impulsive, young man, say something if you have something to say. Kei Luo's face was gloomy and uncertain, a hidden cold light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly decided that he would get Xingqiu in his hands, and Yang Kai would definitely experience torture in the world. Then can we talk? You say, that glacier-covered world has a passage to the stars. I ask you, where have all the people who live there gone? You mean those who have practiced the frozen technique? The ghost fire in Kei Luo's eyes was beating. Yes, tell me their whereabouts. What do you have to do with them? Kei Luo asked without answering. Don't talk nonsense with me, or I will destroy Xingqiu now, and you will never get it. Yang Kai shouted sharply. Kei Luo looked angry, and looked like he was about to explode, but he still held back and said coldly, most of them died, and the rest escaped. Where are you fleeing? Starry sky. Fart. Yang Kai looked grim and roared. You think I don't know the mystery of the starry sky? There is a lot of pressure there, except for a master like you. You can't survive in the starry sky at all. Don't try to lie to me, I have been there. Starry sky, and more than once or twice. Kei Luo couldn't help looking at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he didn't expect him to have such courage and experience. The starry sky is not something that ordinary people dare to go deep into easily. Shrugging his shoulders, Kei Luo laughed. If you don't believe it, there's nothing you can do. They really escaped from the starry sky, because they also have star shuttles in their hands. They also have them. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and immediately realized that Ice Sect had fought with the Bone Race many times before, and it was normal to be able to capture a star shuttle. If you use the star shuttle, you can indeed go to the starry sky without worrying about any danger. Koro's words are believable. How many people did they escape? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Agreed to ask only one question. Kei Luo snorted coldly. I regret it. Kei Luo gritted his teeth, looked at Yang Kai angrily, and shouted, 6. 5 Saint Stage, 1 Transcendent Third Stage. 6. Yang Kai whispered, silently calculating, and asked, how many women are there? 3. That Transcendent Realm is a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai grinned. His voice was low at first, then gradually became louder, and finally rolled like thunder, as if he had discovered something funny. His originally nervous expression suddenly relaxed, and his face was hearty. He can be sure that the martial artist in the Transcendent Realm must be Su Yan. Her cultivation realm is not behind her at all. Until this moment, Yang Kai's tense heartstrings finally relaxed, and he exhaled heavily. Give me the star shuttle if you're satisfied. Kei Luo stretched out his hand again and looked at Yang Kai gloomily, with a hint of determination in his eyes, apparently deciding that if Yang Kai swayed again, he would directly snatch it. If you don't give it to you, what can you do? Yang Kai restrained his smile and looked down contemptuously. You will die, and it will be ugly. Kei Luo warned coldly, don't try to use the star shuttle to leave, it is useless. The Starfield warriors have many ways to restrain the speed of the star shuttle, it is just a secret treasure that is simply used to hurry. I didn't use the star shuttle. Yang Kai shook his head and waved his hand in the void. In the dark, there seemed to be traces of being cleaved. A dark crack suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai strangely. Yang Kai waved to Kei Luo, then got into the crack in the space and disappeared. Tear the void. Kei Luo's face changed greatly, and the surging sea-like power of consciousness rushed towards the crack, trying to stop Yang Kai's escape. But the space crack closed in an instant, letting his divine sense attack empty. Looking at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, Kei Luo's face changed constantly, especially wonderful. He did not expect that this low-strength human youth would actually know such a magical means of tearing the void, which is not something ordinary people can master. The turbulent flow of the void is even more dangerous than the vast starry sky. If you are not careful, you will be trapped in it for the rest of your life, and you will never find a way out. Sir, do you want to chase? The Bone Race looked at Kei Luo. People don't know where they are, what are they chasing? Kei Luo was furious, give me the materials again. The news of my clan's comeback can't be concealed, so we have to prepare early. Yes. Numerous Bone Race people flew out of the Water God Island in unison, shooting violently in all directions. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai appeared leisurely with a heavy face. Although he was a little relieved to be sure that Su Yan was safe, the sudden recovery of the Bone Race made him feel very troubled, especially after seeing the magic of the Bone Race. He became more and more aware of the difficulty of this place. They have dozens of people in the Holy Realm and hundreds of people in the Extraordinary Realm. Such a huge force cannot be eaten by one force alone. The most important thing is that they can collect bones and flesh and use various medicinal materials to create new clansmen. As long as they are given enough strength, they can indeed dominate the world. This is a cancer and must be killed as soon as possible, otherwise the Nine Heavens Holy Land and the relatives and friends who came from the big man will be implicated sooner or later. Yang Kai faintly felt that the appearance of the Bone Race and even the various things that occurred during this time are related to the words left by the great demon god's distraction, and also to the secret hidden in the demon capital. Taking out the flying shuttle, galloping all the way, Yang Kai thought all the way. When he passed through the valley where Shuiyan and his daughter were left behind, Yang Kai went down to investigate and found that the two of them were still waiting here. Seeing Yang Kai come back, Shuiling hurried over, with a concerned expression on his face. You finally came back safely, it's been half a month. There was also a look of admiration on Shuiyan's face. Holy Master Yang really is a daring artist, can this trip be rewarded? Well, there are some. Yang Kai nodded, why are you still here? Wait for you, Shuiling replied. Then you can leave now, where are you going? I'll see you off. Yang Kai looked at Shuiyan and his daughter. Shuiyan looked bitter and said helplessly, the Temple of Water is destroyed, we seem to have nowhere to go. Shuiling also had a miserable and helpless expression, secretly hurt. The water temple was their foundation, but now it was completely occupied by the bone race, and the 2,000 disciples below were all slaughtered, not a single one remained, and even the Shuilan city suffered tragically. It can be said that the world is so big that there is no place they particularly want to go. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 957. Yang Kai observed the words and expressions, understood their difficulties, pondered for a while, and invited, "How about you go back to the Nine Heavens Holy Land with me?" Shui Yun was stunned, and looked at Yang Kai unexpectedly. Is this appropriate? There is nothing inappropriate, but the environment there is not suitable for you to cultivate. Of course, if Senior Water is willing, you can hang up the status of a deacon in my Nine Heavens Holy Land first. If you want to revitalize the water temple in the future, my Holy Land will fully support it. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Shui Yun's eyes overflowed with joy and gratitude. In this way, I have thanked Holy Master Yang for his great kindness. Shui Yun was grateful. I'm friends with Shui Ling, and Senior Shui will see you when you say this. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Shui Yun has the strength to enter the first level of the Holy Land, and it is not a disgrace to go to the Holy Land as a deacon. After deliberation, the three of them went to the Nine Heavens Holy Land together. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned and immediately sent a message to High Heaven Pavilion. Half a day later, Su Mu, Su Xuanwu and Ling Taishu rushed to the Holy Land and saw Yang Kai in the hall. At this moment, several elders of the Holy Land and several leaders of the ancient demon clan were all here, with solemn expressions and solemn atmosphere. It seemed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Ling Taishu couldn't help frowning and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he called all the high-level officials here. Yang Kai, where is Su Yan? Su Xuanwu was concerned about the safety of his granddaughter. He looked around in the hall and found no trace of Su Yan, so he couldn't help but ask. Yes, brother-in-law, where is my sister? Su Mu was also puzzled. Yang Kai went out this time to find Su Yan, and they all knew that, but now that Yang Kai came back, there was no trace of Su Yan. They were a little uneasy, for fear that something would happen to Su Yan. Yang Kai pondered for a while, sorted out the words, and said, Su Yan is safe now, but the person is no longer in Tongshuan continent. Su Mu was startled, scratched his head and said, what do you mean? My sister is not in Tongshuan continent. Did you go to Shaoshuan realm? It has been a while since I came here. The warriors from the Big Han have some understanding of the magical space of Shaoshuanji, and they know that the place where they came from is also a relatively large Shaoshuanji. Yang Kai shook his head and pointed to the sky. She went to the starry sky. In the main hall, everyone's body shook violently, and several elders of the Holy Land and the leaders of the ancient demon clan looked at Yang Kai incredulously. Starry sky, Ling Taishu frowned. Didn't you say that there are dangers in the starry sky? The man named Wu Jia once talked to the old man, saying that unless the cultivation base reaches the third level of the holy, no matter who enters the starry sky, will surely die. Well, that's what I said, but Su Yan was not alone when she went this time. There were 5 saint stages with her, and they also had secret treasures suitable for moving in the starry sky. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Su Mu shouted, confused. Yang Kai sighed and told the story of this trip. After listening to his remarks, everyone was stunned, shocked by the magic of the bone race, and the elders of the Holy Land even showed an extremely fearful look. Holy Master, do you mean that those creatures called the bone race are just skeletons, but they can absorb the essence of flesh and blood to shape their bodies? Yes, and they can use a lot of dead flesh and blood with medicinal materials to create new clansmen. Good, the higher the grade of the material, the higher the strength of the clansmen produced. That's what they admitted. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. Just based on the information they have learned so far, everyone seems to have seen the scene of the bone race in the future to dominate the Tongshuan continent. This race can completely support the war by fighting, and there is no need to worry about the number of clansmen. As long as enough masters are killed, they will be able to continuously give birth to new clansmen, and these newly born clansmen can provide them with tremendous power. Sooner or later, this world will become a bone race. This is a catastrophe for the entire continent. It's hard to do. Shu Hui's face was heavy. This matter has to be notified to the entire human race. Quote, even if I go to inform, how many people will believe it? Yu Ying's pretty face is worried. The bone race is so amazing. If it wasn't for Yang Kai to tell them like this today, if it were other people, the elders would probably only regard it as true. Crazy talk. Believe it or not, we will only do what we can do when we meet in the future. We have called you here today for this very reason. You arrange for some people to go out and notify all the forces, so that they can tell each other and guarantee it in the name of my holy land. Tell them, if in doubt, come to the holy land to confront me face to face. Yes, several elders agreed. Don't hesitate, go out and make arrangements. They also realize the seriousness of the problem. If this bone race is not strangled in the cradle as soon as possible, it will be extremely difficult to handle when they grow up. Can't help them either. After the elders left, Yang Kai looked at Li Rong and said, "You and Han Fei will go with me to the devil's capital." Li Rong's delicate body was shocked. "Your Majesty decides to go." "Well, there seems to be some secret hidden there, I'm going to find out." "Okay." Li Rong nodded heavily. "The old man is also with you." A deep voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai's expression was shocked, and Ling Taishu also turned around abruptly and looked out. Outside the hall, Meng Wuya strode in, with a smile on his face, and laughed loudly. "Brother Ling, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, how are you doing?" "Brother Meng." Ling Taishu's expression became excited, and he hurried to meet them. The two old friends had been separated for more than 10 years, and it was not until this moment that they met again. After Meng Wuya was brought back by Yang Kai, he suddenly left a few days later, and then the warriors of the Big Han came here. After they had spoken for a while, Yang Kai said, "Treasurer Meng, you came back in time. Are you going to the demon capital?" Meng Wuya turned his attention to Yang Kai. "Kindness. I'll be with you, I also want to know what secrets are hidden there." Meng Wuya's eyes flashed with divine light, "And I also want to meet Demon Venerable for a while. I fell in his trick last time and was sealed by him. Shouwei, this time I want to see what he can do with me." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I didn't go there to trouble Chang Yuan." Meng Wuya frowned. "Have you seen him?" Yang Kai nodded. "Be careful with him, Zhang Yuan is a hero, don't look at his usual kindness, if he really wants to do something to you, there won't be any ambiguity." "I know. Besides, you all come with me. Even if Zhang Yuan wants to play some tricks, he doesn't have the courage, right?" Yang Kai was determined. Originally, it was enough to have Li Rong and Han Fei following along, but now that there is another Meng Wuya, the demon venerable Zhang Yuan would not dare to have any crooked thoughts. "I hope he knows each other." Meng Wuya snorted softly. "Treasurer Meng, what have you been doing this trip for nearly a year?" Yang Kai asked. "Inquiring about the news, it has something to do with the bone race you mentioned." Meng Wuya's face suddenly became solemn, "But I only know that they are extra-star visitors, and their sleep is related to the great demon god, the rest is not very clear. Originally, I was going to go to the demon capital alone to ask Zhang Yuan to understand, but since you are going too, it would be better. I have a hunch that as long as I get there and unlock the secrets left by the great demon god, everything will be fine. Can figure it out. I also have this feeling." Yang Kai stared at him deeply, the two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Moreover, Yang Kai also holds the key to unlocking that restriction, the wordless black book, the magic mystery book in Zhang Yuan's mouth. The secret left by the great demon god has troubled several generations of demon venerables, and Zhang Yuan is probably very curious about that. However, Meng Wuya was able to inquire about some information about the bone race, which greatly impressed Yang Kai. He heard it from the bone race, but Meng Wuya didn't know what method he used. Shopkeeper Meng has a wide network of contacts, and it is not surprising that he can find out some clues. After staying in the Holy Land for 2 days, after taking care of everything, Yang Kai took Meng Wuya, Li Rong and Han Fei to the demon capital. Passing through the Beast Sea jungle, Yang Kai went to Limu Mansion, told Thunder Dragon Great Senior about the recovery of the bone race, pointed out the stakes, and asked him to be prepared. Thunder Dragon listened, although he thought it was incredible, but since it was Yang Kai, he chose to trust him unconditionally. Zheng Se said that he would pass the news to the other 2 great masters of the demon clan, and discuss with them how to deal with it. Yang Kai did not stop and continued to rush to the magic capital. After passing through the entire demon domain, a group of 4 arrived at the demon border within a few days. Feeling the demonic aura flowing between heaven and earth, Li Rong and Han Fei both looked relaxed and happy. They were descendants of the ancient demon clan, and they should have lived in the demon border, but it was only because they followed Yang Kai. Always stay in the 9 heavens holy land. For them, the environment on the demon border is undoubtedly more suitable for them to live and practice. Even though it was in the demon border, Yang Kai also unscrupulously ordered the star shuttle to fly, and at the speed of the star shuttle, even if the experts in the demon border were aware of it, it was impossible to stop it. The area of the entire demon territory is inferior to that of the human race, but it is much larger than the demon territory. Meng Wuya also knows the path, so there is no delay on the way, and there is no need to ask someone for the location of the demon city. With nothing to do, Yang Kai asked Meng Wuya about his battle with Demon Venerable back then. Unexpectedly, the provoked shopkeeper Meng was a little embarrassed and angry, cursing constantly. From his cursing, Yang Kai deduced that Treasurer Meng was a daring master in the past, and went to the demon capital alone to challenge Demon Venerable. He never thought that there was a hidden formation in the demon capital, and Zhang Yuan used the power of the formation to turn the Meng Wuya was trapped and tossed him for 3 months before he let Meng Wuya get his Tianxuan sealing art. As such, Meng Wuya was lucky enough to escape the catastrophe, but the last cultivation base also fell from the 3rd layer holy level to the peak of the immortal wandering level. Since then, he has been incognito, looking for a way to lift the seal. Finally, I went to Dayan and accidentally found Shanning Shang, who was wearing the holy body of medicine spirit. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 958. All the time was spent in the curse and resentment of Meng Wuya. It can be seen that he is very worried about Zhang Yuan's use of the formation method to deal with him in the past. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, thinking that he knew that the shopkeeper Meng was so concerned about this matter, and he didn't talk much about asking, and he was suffering a lot now. Just shooting yourself in the foot. A few days later, the devil is watching. Looking from a distance, the entire demon city is like a wild beast crawling on the ground, exuding an ancient desolate aura. From a distance of dozens of miles, Yang Kai could feel the tyrannical viciousness emanating from there. That is the breath of the strong demons living in the magic capital. Although there are only 5 Saint level 3 layers in the entire demon border, there are no less than a dozen Saint level masters in all the demons. Demon Venerable Zhang Yuan is usually in retreat to comprehend the heavenly Tao and martial Tao, and he doesn't pay much attention to the things in the demon border. There are rumors that he wants to break through the current shackles and go to a higher level, hoping to reach the height of the great demon god. It is a pity that dozens of hundreds of years have passed, and his cultivation seems to have not improved, and it still remains at the current realm. This is the case, he is also the #1 expert in the demon border, much more powerful than the 4 major demon generals. The city of the demon race is not the same as that of the human race. It is not only reflected in the architectural style, but the buildings here are all rough and rough, with a wild beauty, and the city of the demon race is not guarded by the gate. Anyone can enter freely from the city gate. Unlike the city of the human race, there will be people standing in front of the city and need to pay spar to be eligible to enter. A group of 4 people did not hide their original face at all, and walked into the magic capital from the city gate. In an instant, countless gazes shot towards Yang Kai, looking at him with interest. Humanity. Hey, it's interesting, there are humans who dare to break into my magic capital at will. This kid is not timid, is it that he doesn't take my demon race in his eyes too much? Those demon race warriors who originally walked in the demon capital city looked at Yang Kai with a smirk on their faces, and there was a cold murderous intent and unkindness on their faces. Many people even approached Yang Kai without a trace, wanting to ask give him some color to see. Meng Wuya snorted coldly, and his majestic eyes swept around, but all the demon warriors he was staring at stopped one after another, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart, like falling into an ice cellar. Only then did I know that the young human being dared to break into the demon capital because of his reliance. Yang Kai smiled faintly, stopped on the spot, did not continue to walk, was surrounded by hundreds of demon race warriors, 3 floors and 3 floors, if you continue to walk, I am afraid that war will begin immediately. Is there anyone who can talk? Yang Kai looked around and asked loudly. Many warriors of the demon race just looked at him, but no one answered. Yang Kai suddenly fixed his gaze on a certain place in the crowd, where a demon race warrior with a cultivation base that had reached the 2nd level of saints was striding towards this side. His expression was stern and unusual, and his demon essence was fluctuating. When looking at the 3 people standing behind Yang Kai, his eyes were full of fear. The other demons lacked eyesight and could not see the strengths of Meng Wuya, Li Rong Hanfei and others, but he was different. Those 3 people, no matter who they were, put a lot of pressure on him, and naturally knew that the other party was not an unknown person. And such 3 top masters are just following behind a human youth. Who is this human youth? Who is your excellency? What's the matter when you come to my demon capital? The demon man walked 10 feet in front of Yang Kai and stood still, daring not to get any closer, and shouted from a distance. You demon venerable invited me to come, can you tell him that Yang Kai is here? Yang Kai. The demon race frowned, vaguely remembering where he heard this name, but he couldn't remember it for a while, and asked sharply, is it really the Lord Demon Lord who invited you? Can I still lie to you? Yang Kai laughed. Okay, wait here for a while, I'll go to the devil's palace to ask for instructions. The devil said in a deep voice, but just after he finished speaking, he suddenly fell into his body and listened to it. After a while, he nodded solemnly and said respectfully, yes. Looking at Yang Kai, he clasped his fists and said, Master Demon Venerable just sent a message, so I can take you to the demon palace, no need to ask for instructions, please come here. Yang Kai nodded and followed his steps with Meng Wuya and others. Countless demons looked at the backs of Yang Kai and the others curiously, wondering what Lord Demon Venerable invited such a human to come to demon capital. In front of the magic palace, there is a huge square. There are pitch-black stone pillars standing on the square, and there are some subtle mysteries in the stone pillars, and it is faintly visible that some energy is flowing in them. Many stone pillars bound some people, some of those people are already dead, some are still panting and gossip, looking at the appearance of dying. The entire square exudes a rancid smell, and there are flying crows wailing and falling, landing on the dead corpses, pecking at the carrion. When Yang Kai followed the demon through this square, he couldn't help but glanced at it curiously, frowning slightly. The devil seemed to see Yang Kai's suspicion, and took the initiative to explain, these are all sinners who have disobeyed Lord Demon Lord, and they will be allowed to die if they have to suffer 90 days of extreme punishment here. 90 days? Demon Venerable's methods are a bit too cruel, and killing people is just a nod to the ground. Yang Kai was displeased. The devil sneered, Master Devil has shown mercy to them. If it were me, I would definitely take out their souls and torture them forever. Yang Kai glanced at him and shook his head secretly. Although he knew that the demons were all vicious and violent, this method was still a bit too cruel. It seems that it is not all demons who are bound here. How can I see traces of humans? Yang Kai looked at one of the stone pillars. The dead body on the stone pillar had no trace of demon essence, and it was clearly a human race. Oh, that's very rare. These people are the so-called masters of your human race. If they dare to invade my demon territory, they will naturally have to pay a price. The demon grinned and said indifferently. Yang Kai nodded, there are always some people in the world who are so full that they have nothing to do, thinking that their strength is great, they want to come to the demon border to stir up the wind and rain, so that they can make a name for themselves, but they don't know their bottom line, and they can't steal chickens. Eclipse rice. For this kind of person, Yang Kai also feels that they deserve it, and he has no sympathy at all. Yang Kai. Meng Wuya suddenly stopped and looked at one of the stone pillars with a serious look. What's wrong? Look at that person. Meng Wuya pointed not far away. Looking at Yang Kai in the direction he pointed, he saw a shaggy devil bound on the stone pillar, with a weak aura, as if the candle flame in the wind could be extinguished at any time. He drooped his head, his messy long hair obscured his face, making it difficult to see his true face. Moreover, his hands and feet were penetrated by a kind of long black nails, which were nailed to the stone pillar, making him unable to move. The blood flowing from the wound had already dried up, and it looked extremely desolate. Li Rong and Han Fei couldn't help frowning, secretly glad that the master they followed was not as brutal as Demon Lord Zhang Yuan. The devil who led Yang Kai and the others over also glanced at it and grinned, that guy is a tough guy, even I admire him. Saying this, he explained to himself, he is also a rising star in my magic border. 10 years ago, he was unknown and not well known, but in the past 10 years, his strength has improved rapidly, and now he has reached the pinnacle of the first level holy realm. I'm afraid that he will be able to cultivate to a level like mine in 2 more years. It's a pity that he didn't want to serve the Demon Venerable, and the Demon Venerable let him nail him here and tell him what to do. When I figure it out, I will let him go. It's been several months, and he just won't let go, but Lord Mazan said that sooner or later, he will be able to cultivate to the realm of the 3rd layer holy state. A 5th magic general will appear in Xinjiang. Does it look like it? Meng Wuya ignored the demon's ramble, but looked at Yang Kai with a heavy face. It's not like, it's just. Yang Kai's face was gloomy, and he strode towards the stone pillar. Hey, what are you doing? The devil saw that something was wrong, he hurriedly shouted, and at the same time he took steps to stop Yang Kai. Shut up. Meng Wuya glanced at him, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. If you dare to say more nonsense, I will kill you now. If you dare to take a step, I will kill you too. The devil opened his mouth, his face flushed red. He really didn't dare to say anything, and he didn't dare to make any more moves. From Meng Wuya's eyes, he saw a strong murderous intent. What's wrong with your lord? Li Rong was puzzled. Does he know that devil? No, Meng Wuya nodded solemnly. Li Rong's delicate body was shocked, and she couldn't help looking over there with concern. Over there, Yang Kai has come to the stone pillar. It seems that he can't restrain the excitement in his heart. He looks vaguely guilty, shaking his hands and fiddling with the messy hair of the devil, revealing his pale and colorless face. Aware of the movement, the demon opened his eyes faintly, and Yang Kai's figure gradually condensed in front of him. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, the originally turbid and dull eyes suddenly burst into a ray of light at this moment, revealing with a look of extreme surprise. His chapped lips squirmed, trying to say something, but he didn't say it. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Don't talk now. The devil nodded lightly and obeyed Yang Kaian. You hold back, I'll get you down. Yang Kai warned again, reaching out to hold the pitch-black spike that nailed his right hand, and with a slam, he pulled the spike out and took one with him. Black blood. Following the same procedure, remove the remaining 3 spikes. During this period, because of the severe pain, the devil kept shivering, but his bones seemed to be extremely hard, and he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Li Rong and Han Fei looked extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai let go of the demon who had only half his life left, and could not help but say that he had given him some myriad medicine spirit milk to help him recover, and quickly check the situation in his body. To be continued, this article is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommended and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.